Welcome, everybody. Today I wanted to talk a little bit about coercive control. Coercive control is insidious because it thrives on invisibility. It's done gradually without being noticed. The silent strings, how coercive control shapes families across generations. Imagine a family orchestra where one person controls the ability to play and even learn. The conductor's baton is coercive control. It's a form of abuse often hidden in plain sight. Unlike physical violence, coercive control manipulates emotions, behaviors, and even thoughts. It thrives in secrecy, eroding trust, autonomy, and individuality within families. Today we'll explore how coercive control shapes families, impacts children and their development, and it leaves lasting scars on adult children as well. This conversation is for anyone trying to understand, heal, or help break the cycle. What is coercive control? Coercive control is the art of domination without leaving physical bruises. It's manipulation that isolates, intimidates, and dominates. In families, this may mean one parent dictating finances, restricting access to friends, and even family members, or just silencing them altogether. The good news is that awareness to this first step is freedom. Whether you're a parent trying to shield your children, or an adult seeking to heal, or someone trying to rebuild your family, it is possible to rewrite your story. I just wanted to share a little bit about that. I think we're going to be talking about it a little more during the show, but it's an introduction to something that's really done in darkness. It's done behind the scenes, and it can have debilitating effects on families, especially the children. I'm actually working on a workbook. It'll be a quick guide that you can download. And then I'm going to be working on a more detailed workbook. For anyone interested, you can email me at Susie with a Z podcast show at gmail.com if anyone would like to get on the list for my workbook and my quick guide to understanding and working through coercive control. Hey, Crystal, are you out there?
I am. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Hopefully there's not an echo.
I was thinking, because a couple shows ago, we were talking about how when we were younger, how we were kind of dressed up and, well, I was put on a stage, you were dressed up to go out. Do you think that was coercive control?
Of course, and we
in a
were so
form?
young. So
Yeah.
we were told what to do, right? What to wear, how to be. I was also put on stage to do the modeling like we were both talking about. But it's pretty much modeling in everyday life, right? When you're being dressed and you're a kid, whether you're going to church, you're going to a family get together, meals, going outdoors, anywhere. It's a modeling show. You are on stage when you really think about it.
Yeah, it's amazing how, like, I'm in my 50s. What are you, just 40 now?
I'm 39.
39. Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm almost
Sorry.
40. It's right around the corner.
Enjoy the next few months.
A week or two.
Oh my goodness. Yeah. But I was thinking also how people use the children as pawns. And,
Yeah.
I know in my family, we deal with situations that the children are kept from other family members. And it's just so sad.
It's nuts.
The kids are the ones that suffer. Like, why would you do that? I don't
to
know.
keep control. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know what you were thinking about, like, when you hear the word coercive control or just the word coercion.
Mm.
I have thought about it and looked more into it lately, and it seemed like the more minor or, like, nicer way to say abuse,
Yeah.
like coercion, it was like a different word to say. But when I read all the definitions and I look at it, it's the same thing: manipulation, abuse, coercion. I don't know how you're feeling about the word or just like the term, if it seemed less, bold to you than like abuse.
I kind
You
of
think a
like
different
it
word?
because I feel like when you say abuse, people think it
Mhm.
entails, being beaten up or black and
Mhm.
blues. This is abuse that you can't see. Like it
Right.
says, it's invisible. So I think the name, or that we're calling it more, what it is, coercive control. I think it makes people question it and look it up and
Mhm.
want to learn more.
I think so too, because when I look it up, there's so many different like sites and definitions that pop up. I know, I'm sure you see a lot of it too, but it's talking about a pattern of behavior and mental
Hmm.
control. It says to trap the victim in a web of fear, dependency, and manipulation, which will lead to that cycle of abuse. It seems like, right? If this
Hmm.
continues on, and it goes through a list of just isolating, monitoring. And I have been more paying attention to that as an adult, like
Yeah.
now and in recent years. I don't know about you, but just people checking and looking up stuff on my phone, finding out my password, or when
Oh
I
my
didn't have a
gosh.
password, me having documents open, very personal things, and people denying, oh no, I didn't open up your phone. I never looked at that. Emails. I
How
would
about,
save photos and they would all be gone. So obviously someone hacked my
wow.
computer, my phone.
Yeah, it's like, come on, they didn't just disappear. How about like GPS? I've had GPS put on my car, recorders
Mhm.
put in there, surveillance with
Right.
video cameras. And with technology, there's so much more people can do to spy and track you and manipulate you. It
Exactly.
it's
And then if you
scary.
say something or ask a question, you're trying to face it, what comes
Hmm.
next? Oh, you're crazy. You're being
Oh yeah.
paranoid. You think everyone's out to get you.
And then what happens? We question ourselves, and it's like, am I imagining this? Wait, did this really happen? Were those pictures
Sure.
really there, Crystal?
Oh, there was tons of them. They
Yeah.
were so shocking. It's probably they disappeared because of how shocking the photos were. I've
Oh
taken some
my.
shocking photos on purpose just to
You might as well
mess
give them
around.
something to talk about.
Yeah, I'm kind of like that.
Oh.
But I don't know, like the gaslighting, that's what, and they talk about manipulating. So you're gaslighting yourself. You're questioning, oh my
Mm.
God, did that really happen? Am I being a paranoid? And that you should talk to your psychologist, your psychiatrist about that. I've been told that. Did you talk to them about that? You might need to check your meds. How are your meds doing?
Oh my goodness.
Maybe are you really taking it right? Like
Yeah.
those are all very obvious questions and insinuations to get the blame and the deflection off from what they're doing.
I feel like they all come from the same handbook. They all use they have the same MO.
Mhm.
It's like it's it's amazing how this type of person, this type of unhealthy person, they're so weak. I feel like they just want to control everything about everyone else because they have no control over themselves or their own
Exactly.
lives.
Bingo. Have you ever said that to them?
Yeah, of course.
Which makes them more mad.
Yeah. Yes, exactly. Well, that's what happened because I would call this behavior out, and then I would, it would be turned on me, and I would be the crazy one, or it would just make my life worse. And in my case, physical violence started. So yeah,
Mhm.
it became dangerous. So you have to be really careful when you're dealing with these people.
It is all part of the plan, obviously, to get your reaction, even if we're being bold and brave and calling it out so that it can
Yeah.
be thrown back on you and all of that can escalate. I know one of the hardest things for me has been just taking my feelings down, dealing with them by myself. And then it says, as a tip, you know, keep a neutral gaze. Don't give them any emotion when you're talking to them. Go that gray rock thing where you're more boring and you're like, okay, this is my boundary, this is what's happening, I'm willing to work with you, you need to, it just being straight up. And I've done that. I don't know about you, but I've gotten the response like, where's all fun, Crystal? Like, what's up with you? You're so distant. Like, why are you acting like that? I'm
Yeah.
like, really?
You know what I got when I started therapy is I don't like the new Susie. What's happening to you? This doctor is not good for you.
Yeah.
That was a great one. I'm like, oh yeah, it must be working. If they notice, there's a
Exactly.
difference. So hey, Crystal, I just wanted to say hi in the chat here. Hey Ken, good
What's up?
morning. I think it's afternoon now. Good afternoon.
Right? Yeah,
Glad
we're on
you're
the same time
here.
zone.
Yeah. Hey Gemma, are you out
I love
there?
Susie. Ken's a fan of Susie.
Yeah. Uh, you know what, Crystal? I think Gemma Blythe is going to be joining us. Let me see if she's
Yay.
here.
Hey, yeah.
Oh, you
How are
sound
you?
great.
Yeah.
Good. You sound great. Is that a new mic?
It is. It's brilliant.
Beautiful.
Which one is
Really.
it?
It's the Rode USB
The Rose.
podcast
Okay.
mic.
Okay.
Awesome.
I'm trying
Your
to
voice
decide
sounds
which one I'm
beautiful.
ordering again.
Yeah.
Good.
So, Gemma, we were talking about coercive control. Do you have any experience with that? Have you ever had to deal with it?
Yes, I have. I was cut off by somebody that I was in a relationship with, and I lost connection with my friends and became distant with my family members.
Mm.
And
Was it?
I didn't notice that happening.
Oh, you didn't notice. So you were so focused in on that one person, I'm guessing the romantic relationship that.
Y- Yeah, it was like tunnel vision
Mm-hmm.
is the best way that I can describe it.
Yeah.
And what did you do when you like figured out something's not right here? How did you start the process of removing this person from your life?
I took the time to distance myself and I actually went away for a while at the end of the relationship. And that was the best thing that I could have done because it gave me that distance.
So you were
It
able to get
gave
away. Wow.
it,
You know,
Good.
yeah, that
it
happened to me. I actually went on a vacation, similar situation, Gemma. And when I was away, at first I was really confused because I was in this relationship for so long. But little by little, I was like, wow,
yeah.
people, not everyone is treating me badly, or I'm not being paranoid when I'm around other people. And I think that's what we need. Sometimes you just have to get away from the situation in order to see it more clear.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, because that gave me time to reflect and really connect with what made me who I am.
Wow.
And I'd lost all of that.
It's sad.
Were you doing that on your own, Gemma, or were you starting therapy at that time or doing anything else like a special group that, or, anything new that helped bring up your mood and get you focused like that?
No, I was completely on my own.
Wow.
Even though I stayed with a family member, she wasn't aware of what was going on, which was the best thing for me in the long run because then that gave me the space and time that I needed.
Wow. That's
How
awesome.
how long ago was this? Like
It
since you're out
was
of the
7 years ago.
Oh, so tell me, do you feel like a completely new person now?
I do, although bits of the old me are back, which I quite like. But that took time. That took a lot of time.
Yeah, it does take time. I've only been out
How?
of my for what, a year? I think it's a little over a year, and I
Mhm.
get so excited because I feel the difference in every way. Just my thought process is so much clearer, and I can't wait for what the future holds now. It's like you get a new hope. You get excited about life again.
Yeah,
Even
it's amazing when that happens, isn't it?
yeah.
And it's so simple for people like us who have had all these things happen. I was going to say, have you guys ever had somebody question you, like, why are you in such a great mood? Or because I've had that where it's like, I literally, like, nothing good is necessarily happening, but I've been questioned by family, like, what are you in such a good mood for? Why are you so happy and hyped up? I'm like, because my pain has been reduced. Maybe because I have a little breathing room from all the, you know,
Yeah.
like literally no other reason, but there's hope and there's a reduction of pain. Isn't that wild?
Well, you know what they say, misery loves company.
Ooh,
You
there's a
know,
reason for that
So
saying.
true.
they don't like to see us happy when they're
Have
so
you guys
miserable.
encountered that?
Oh,
Where
yes.
people are mad because you're like feeling
You know
happy.
what? You know what I used to get all the time? I would be like goofing around with the kids or just being my silly self, and I would get act like a grown up. You act like a child, and I'm like,
Hmm.
yeah, it was bad. And at first, I'd be like, come on, or get over it, or whatever. And then it was just like I would just shut down, just shut down because I couldn't deal with the nastiness and the accusations and someone stifling my personality. So,
They were mad because you were
Yeah.
fun and Susie and they were boring and they didn't have a personality. So they were mad.
and if I was quiet, then they could talk and they could, be more of
Mhm.
the center of attention, whatever.
Oh my
Yeah, it's
goodness.
crazy how stifling it can be without really noticing at the time.
Yeah, when you're in it, it's a whole different ball game.
And
Yeah.
Jim, I was going to ask you because I know Susie's told me many times, like she would just stay busy. Like if everybody was eating, sometimes she wouldn't eat. She'd be like cleaning, around just to stay busy and like stay there with them, so nobody would complain. But I'm wondering from your experience, would you hang around or would you need breaks? Like I need to get out of here and breathe for a second, or like would you be, you know, chastised for walking out of a family get together or something like that, or were you always there, sticking through it?
I must admit, I needed breaks, especially if I was with like their family and things like that. I needed breaks.
How would you go about doing that? And yeah, what was the reaction? I'm curious because we all seem to have different but similar experiences with this.
Yeah, it was sometimes they'd be okay, but other times, no.
Well,
It seemed to be like the more regular it'd be,
uh-huh.
then the less keen they'd be.
Okay. And where would you go or do, or like, yeah, what would be said when you came back if you remember? I'm just so
I
curious.
just I'd just go on a walk,
Mhm.
um, even round the block,
Yeah. Yep.
and then come back, and then it'd be a case of where have you been? Who have you been with?
Oh yeah, they make you feel guilty, right, for having personal time or for doing something
Hmm.
for yourself.
Hmm.
Like,
Yeah, I
yeah,
remember I went to the spa once with my best friend, and even that was a big deal.
once.
Yeah,
Yeah,
once. Yeah, because you
Isn't that much?
probably had to hear about it when you got home, and it's like, why bother? It's not worth it.
yeah, exactly.
That is so nuts.
It's not a good way to live at all.
What about when
No.
y'all were working, like outside of the home, or you weren't with these people? Like if you had a job outside, were they like, "Oh, when are you coming home?" Or what? Like
Oh yeah.
how would that go with the schedule?
Well, I had a job. I had a daycare when I first met my ex, and
Mhm.
he I'll never forget. I think I said this before, but he stood over me and he made me call every parent and tell them I could no longer watch their child.
Oh, that's right.
And
Ugh.
I did
Mm,
it. Like now, if someone told me that, I'd be like, "There's a door, buddy. No
Right.
mm,
way." Yeah, oh my gosh.
It was
And then you have to
wrong.
think, okay, so here's something we don't want to deal with. I didn't want to deal with it, but why did I allow that? You ever ask yourself, like,
Mhm.
what was it in
yeah,
us that either attracted that? Well, yeah, attracted it and then tolerated it. What do you
Yep.
think?
I've been
yeah,
doing that work for a while. I have found out some insidious things personally because I couldn't figure it out. Like mentally, I was like, this makes no sense. But I found out, attachment theory and all that going back to like when you're born to an early toddler, early childhood. I didn't realize what was going around me in the family unit and the systems I was brought up in. It's like generational trauma that was handed down. I didn't know a lot of
Mm-hmm.
things because my memory is blocked from a lot of things. I can only remember things from like age 5 or 6 on. So
Hmm.
before that age, it's been completely blocked, and I've done some of that work to realize some bad things went on, and I have like
mhm,
spotty memories and
Memories.
like weird things that I'm like, did this happen? And I'll ask, and everyone will be like, no, that's not what happened. It happened like this. And so I my brain still can't like know all the information, but like I read that book to you guys, The Body Keeps the Score. If you haven't read it, it explains perfectly how the body traps the trauma and you can really deal with it better later on. So I know I was prepped, I was groomed and prepared to attract those types of relationships because it was all I've ever known in romantic relationships. And until we start to heal that, I know I'm like, I'm not going to find that healthy relationship until I get to the other side of this healing journey because I keep
So,
attracting them.
so Crystal, how do you like put this together with your inner child work? How
Yeah.
does doing inner child work help you? I mean, obviously you understand it. Why? Right? Because you were groomed for this, pretty much. We all were. But
Mhm.
what do you do? Like, what kind of inner child work do you do to maybe start having the memories? What if they're bad memories, like you said, before you were
Right.
5? Is it
Yeah.
important to go back and try to find them?
It's not as what I've learned from my experience and even talking to therapists and stuff, it's not as important to find out the exact information that the left brain is so like hungry to know. We want to know exactly what happened and where and
Mm-hmm.
who and how. That's the left brain. We're intellectual, we know facts, we know, all this kind of stuff, information. And it was hard for me to get past that. I think it took me all last year. That's why, yeah, last year was so hard for me because I was trying so hard to figure stuff out. And the harder I tried, the slower it got. It was like the art, it's like the art of not forcing, right? I was trying to
Yeah.
force it.
Mhm.
I'm that person. I'm so determined. I want to figure it all out. I'm sure you guys can relate,
Oh,
right?
yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
It drives you
So
crazy. You make yourself
it
nuts.
does. And it
I do.
slows the process down because of that. It really does. Because when we're manifesting and we're moving on to a better part of our life, we're not
Mm-hmm.
forcing. We're
Mhm.
allowing, we're going in that creative flow. And that's what part of those things I've learned about the inner child work. That book I read out of a lot called The Artist's Way by Julia Cameron. That
Mm-hmm.
book, I started reading and doing exercises from it when I started acting classes years ago. It was like late 2012 for me. And if I hadn't started then, good Lord, where I would be now. Because I remember my son was 2.5 years old. I'll never forget. And I was like, if I'm going to be the mom I need to be, the person I need to be, I need to do
Mm-hmm.
something for myself now. So I took myself out of, you know, the house and the marriage and everything that was going wrong. And I put myself in acting classes. And that's where I learned about the book and about like breathing exercises and learning how to use my imagination again and connect with a scene partner and tell these stories through the acting scenes and actually get to play with those emotions, whether it was totally devastating, sad, depressing scenes or like super silly, like comedy sketches. It was from one extreme to the next. And I got to bring it all out and know this is the place to do it. This is all inside of me and it's in our bellies, like where our solar plexus is.
Mm-hmm.
It's in the belly. A lot of trapped emotions are in there. And until we start doing those breathing and, going outside in nature, like Gemma was talking about going on these walks, that's been a huge part of it too. And in recent years, I'll say this really quick before I keep yapping, like just allowing myself to eat candy again. When I was a kid, I loved candy and I told myself for years, oh, I don't like candy. Like I'm an adult. I don't like it. Well, guess what? I actually do.
I'm laughing. I'm laughing because I watched your little short, your video. I think it was a little live actually. I don't
Yeah.
even think it was a short,
Yesterday.
over on YouTube on your Crystal Teas.
Yes.
Oh my God. And I'm like, wait, you eat the sour ones?" Like, and then you said the whole bag. I'm like,
Girl,
Crystal.
I will sit down if I'm like laughing and listening to certain music or watching a funny movie, or like if we were doing a girls' sleepover, I swear I would go through a bag of those like nobody's business and have like extra to share, more to spare.
Oh my gosh.
It's
But the,
just
the
how it is.
gummies, I agree with you. I like the softer ones.
Yeah, those
Yeah.
the Albanese brand, and I have my peach
Yeah.
rings here. I didn't eat the whole bag last night. I only ate like a quarter to a half, so that was good. I still have them sitting here,
Oh
and those
my
are
gosh.
sweeter, so they're not sour.
You're funny. Gemma, do you like candy? Or
Yeah,
you
I
chocolate?
do. I must
Chocolates?
admit, it goes in fluctuations, and at the moment, I'm into candy.
I love it. We're on the same wavelength.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But what's your favorite?
Over here we've got like drumstick squashies.
like shaped like a chicken drumstick?
No, shaped like a lollipop. But I
Yeah.
know that name's always thrown me. It doesn't make sense.
Never heard it.
And it's like strawberry and milk
Like,
together.
Ooh.
okay.
Sounds good.
Well, that's a
But
good combo.
those are lovely. And yeah, it's a bad idea to put me in the same room with a bag of those.
Crystal, that just reminded me of when you
Oh.
said when I was talking about quadding. In a
Kumquatting.
previous, you thought I said kumquats.
I was like, oh, I've heard of that fruit. I think I've eaten one of those. Oh, you don't see them all the time in the store. They go through seasons.
Yeah.
Like right now, you guys see seasons of like fruit and vegetables. I see like dragon fruit and all sorts of like
Oh yeah.
things, but then I can't find some of my favorites like from back in the
like-
day. I'm like, where's this one?
It's like acorn squash or butternut squash. Over the
Right.
holidays, it's like they're everywhere.
Do you guys eat vegetables? Are you like,
Oh yes,
I'm
I'm
healthy.
getting better about my diet again. Thank goodness.
Good. You are helping inspire me yet again. I go through fluctuations, like Gemma's talking about candy.
Yeah.
I don't know about you, Gemma, but I go back and forth like I'm eating healthy, and then I turn around, I'm eating all
Yeah.
kid food like quesadillas and chicken fingers.
Yeah.
You know,
It's
I do
like
that.
comfort food though, right?
yes,
Yes.
it's my inner child, and I've allowed it all to happen, and I
There you
haven't
go.
really put a limit on it because I'm like my inner child's alive and it's healing, so I do whatever, and then I rein it in later when I overdo it.
Yeah.
Because that's part of it, right? It's like controlling that inner child is coming out when we do
Mhm.
enough of the work.
Mm.
And it's like, it means so much to me that I don't want to squash my inner child. I don't want to try to control my inner child too much because she was controlled. So I
Yeah.
let it all out. And then if I need to sleep and rest after, I'll do that. And it'll help me get back onto a more balanced path.
That's another thing that I love and that I've been like so excited to learn is to allow myself to rest.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
I was go, do, and just went through the motions for so long. High alert, total
God.
anxiety all the time. And it just feels so good that I can just say, you know what? I'm just going to rest. I don't have to get everything done today. I don't have to get anything done. And then the next day, I'm usually more productive.
Isn't that wild?
Yeah. How about
Did
you,
you feel
Gemma?
guilty?
Do you have like days where you go and then rest, or are you pretty balanced?
No, I'm not balanced at all. It's completely imperfect over here.
There you go.
Because I've got ADHD, like some moments I can be productive and get like 4 hours work done in like 2.
Mm-hmm.
And other days I'm completely burnt out and can't do anything.
Yes, girl. I totally
So
understand
it's like enforced rest.
Now, I know, Crystal, you were diagnosed with ADHD, correct?
that. Sure. I diagnosed myself and then I went to the psychiatrist and they diagnosed me as well. I don't know about you, Gemma, or how you found out, but it was just a few years ago for me. I'm so glad I got the tip actually from an ex-boyfriend who was abusive, and he just said it not in a mean way, but he was like, you should look into that. And I'm like, are you serious? And I remember staying up all night one night online looking it up, and I was
Mhm.
crying. I was so relieved and happy. I was like, oh my God, I'm not like this terrible failure of a
There's
woman.
a
Like,
name for
it
it.
makes sense.
Exactly.
All
Yeah.
these
Now,
behaviors, right?
because then you know what you could do, right? To control it, to
Yeah.
make
well,
life
just
a
being
little
aware.
easier. Yeah,
It's like
being
the first
aware,
step.
Yeah.
and then you know what's happening to you. It's like, oh my gosh, I'm not just like a loose cannon all the time.
Did you experience that, Gemma, or were you younger, or like how did you discover that?
No, it was actually this year.
Okay.
After I finished work back in January, I sat down and everything made sense when it came to ADHD.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, I am so relieved
Yes,
that I know what it is,
exactly.
because
That's it.
there's so many contradictions when it comes to ADHD and anxiety and things like that. And I'm thinking, well, I was diagnosed with generalized anxiety, but this
Mhm.
is something completely different.
Yep. That's
Yeah,
the case with
they're
a lot of
similar.
people.
Yeah. I think
Yeah.
the distraction, because I've had major anxiety for so long that I was never diagnosed with ADHD, but I have a lot of the characteristics. And
Mhm.
like you said, Crystal, like people over the years have asked me, do you have ADHD? Are you ADD? And I've never been like Dr. Mack, my psychiatrist, hasn't diagnosed me as of yet with it, but I thought I had it because
Mm.
I
Yeah.
just couldn't focus.
I
And
know a
then,
lot of it is the trauma response and
mm-hmm,
the PTSD because
Mhm.
it's so many overlapping and there's gaps there. So I think as you come out of it each year, it's good to just like retest or like reevaluate. There's a lot of resources online I could share too. And like you could always ask psychiatrist or anyone like, hey, what do you guys think
right,
about this? I looked into this since my behavior or my thoughts or whatever's been kind of fluctuating as I'm coming out of this trauma and abuse cycle. Still, it really depends. One of the main questions I know that they always ask is like when you were younger, like 4 or 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, whatever, younger
mm-hmm,
child, were you ever questioned or like did a teacher or a parent or anyone ever say anything like you're different or you're having issues with comprehending or not even behavioral time because the boys were usually called out for being like they can't sit still and behavior, but
fidgety,
girls are
yeah,
different because we mask better, right? We're more behaved because we have to be required in society and our families. We have to be more behaved. There's more anxiety that we internalize and just stomach with
right.
ADHD or just
Mm.
general
That makes
anxiety.
a lot of sense.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So you're not going to see it on the outside as much, but we
Yeah,
can
I
tell
was
you what it feels like.
shy. Were you a were you both shy or outgoing as little kids? Do you remember?
I'm waiting for Gemma because I talked
I
to
don't know.
I used to come across quite quiet,
Mm-hmm.
but that's because I was like analyzing the way that I spoke to different people.
Ah,
Wow, they are really smart and intelligent
yeah.
to be doing that.
But yeah,
So
Gauging.
good.
it was very, very tough. Very tough.
Like, did you guys make good grades and all that? Because I know I always did, but I wanted to, and I put pressure and anxiety on myself, and I always studied hard, and I was always like in my head going under my breath, like, oh my God, I cannot believe I'm feeling like I always felt different. Like other people must not feel like this. All this pressure I'm putting on myself to perform like
Right.
in school. But I
Yeah.
always did make good grades because I kind of made myself do it. I don't know about you
I don't.
guys.
I'm trying to think because I love school when I was like in the really early years, and then my parents got divorced, and this happened and that happened, and I just lost interest in school. I feel like I couldn't relate. So, but good news is I'm taking classes again, so I'm excited about that.
Oh my gosh. What kind of
Yeah.
Yay.
classes? That's awesome.
I'm still looking into it. I haven't made like a decision. There's a lot of things I want to study and learn about and things I feel like I missed out on because I didn't, go to high school. So I'm
Mhm.
excited about that.
That's awesome.
will there be a class about how to make Italian sausage?
Oh, actually, my uncle and my grandfather made turkey Italian sausage in their
Inside
turkey
joke,
store.
everybody.
I know.
Our
Wow.
YouTube page. You have to go to our YouTube page, our YouTube channel. Um, you have started everything off there, Susie. Crystal jumped in, then Gemma. That only means we're near the time to get to our featured guest today. I don't know what to say, Susie, Crystal, Gemma. Sarah has no idea how much we really like her music here in my house off the coast of California. She probably will never know, but I think she's coming out to Cali. I think she's coming out to
Oh,
Cali.
that's
Yeah, I know.
exciting.
Yay.
And anybody that is connected with the channel, especially a musician, singer, songwriter, has ever been on our channel knows that we will stalk them if they ever come to Cali and be at their event and do an interview. So we're hoping to be able to do that with her. We'll talk more about it. Sarah is in the building. She's in our virtual green room waiting to come on. So we need to shift everything right now. Let's do this. we are live streaming. Some of you already know how we're doing this now. This is our last stream of the year. There's only certain people we wanted to be on today. It was invite only. So if they said yes, it's exactly who we wanted to have on. And we are ecstatic that Sarah is here. It's going to sound like that I'm a fanboy for her. I want you to know I have always been a boy. I've always been a boy, even becoming a dad. So I am very happy to have her here. We love her Instagram page. We love the pictures there and a number of other things. Today is a total improv day for all of us, if you are connected and watching this now, or we'll watch this back later. But we were looking so much to have Sarah on, and we are glad we're going to bring her in just a moment. But before we do that, everybody, we want you to know that we are going to first show you, well, a little video we kind of put together to give you an idea of who this beautiful person is and her wonderful family. And we're hoping the best for her, not only now, but in the future. But while she's on with us today, we are going to torture her. I mean, we're going to enjoy having her. So all of us are going to team up on her. And I see you smiling, Sarah. All of us are going to team up on her. And we have tons of questions for her. And then when she said, I'm done with you people, she's going to leave. I see her nodding her head on that done with you people part. She's probably ready to go right now. But we're going to bring her. I saw you shaking your head. She said no. So she's going to endure it. We all have questions for her. We look forward to promoting you. I'm giving everybody a chance from my private chat. Not everybody in the show, but I have a separate one going from viewers and so forth. They're all getting ready so that they're getting in place to be able to see this. Well, this show is for our members, subscribers, and our viewers. So don't feel you have to subscribe to our channel, but I want everyone to subscribe to Gemma Blythe, Susie with a Z, her SZTV, as well as Crystal Tees. We'll get more into that later. So everybody get ready, get your coffee, get whatever you need. Here's a little video, and then Sarah's going to be on the other side of it. And we'll all have our cameras on when we get to that point. So everybody except for probably Crystal, because Crystal's rebellious. No, I'm just kidding.
Such a little
What
brat.
is she writing us? She's writing us in the chat. It was, okay, she's doing some things. Oh, wow.
Yeah.
She may do something. I can't say it now. She's doing something. All right. So let's get back over here. Total Improv Day. We will be streaming until 5 p.m., maybe longer, today off the coast of California. So if you can stay, that's great. If you can't, we'll be here like usual. All right. Enough of me talking about that. Let's do something here. I'm going to go over here. We're going to put this up, and we're going to take that off. Oh, I love doing this in live. This is so cool. Everybody's going like, what is he doing? All right, so we're going to do that. We're going to do that. We're going to do that. You have to tease everybody for a moment. Hey, I'm a guy. I'm goofy. I'm not smart like these beautiful women. We're all going to work together, and we're going to have some fun with the lady herself. I think I got everything. I'm looking at everything. Everybody's ready. Total improv today. I love it. I love it. 8 hours of improv, maybe 10, depending on what we got going on. There's no Laker game. Didn't I say that, Susie? Right?
Yeah.
There's no Laker game
Not
today.
today.
So I may just stay on until my daughters come in and go like, you need to get off that thing, Dad. Totally need to let those people alone and let them go. Sarah's going like, what the heck? Why didn't you put me on? What's the holdup? So got everything where I needed to be. I'm such a goofball. Let's do this one. I like this one. Look at that one. Ooh, there she is. She bounces and just comes in with her guitar. All right. Everybody's ready?
Ready.
When did you stumble upon this talent? Did it just happen as soon as you came out of the womb?
at a very young age. Like singing always came naturally to me, and I started songwriting when I was very young too, like at about 10. And I wasn't an only child, but I had siblings that were much older than me, so I was kind of a quiet child, and so songwriting was just something I kind of naturally fell into. That was kind of a gateway for me to get my emotions out. So I did start music at a very young age. I think my sister is 16 years older than me, and my brother's 12 years older than me. So, by the time I was born, both of my siblings were almost out of the house. I think, the past me compared to now, I was definitely more naive, and I definitely had super high ambitions. I mean, I still do now, but I feel like there was no limit back then, and I just a little naive in the sense where I can achieve anything or do anything that I want. The typical teenage, early 20s mindset where you just feel like you can accomplish all of your dreams and goals, but you don't really know how to get there. So that was kind of before I had like the knowledge to get anywhere. Yeah, I've definitely had a lot of people let me down in the past, whether that be family, friends, or even, rejections in the music industry. And you definitely have to build like thick skin for that. But now I sort of have the mindset, if you're going to let me down and, you're not going to be there for me, well, that doesn't serve me. So I need to let that go. Definitely someone who's compassionate in the sense that they're always going to show up for you, and it's not always just about them and what they want to get out of the relationship. It's a both way kind of relationship for you, and no matter what you're going through or what the situation is, they will be there for you without any judgment, and just someone you can rely on and feel comfortable with.
I think everybody's ready. I hear all of the noise in the background. You people need to be quiet because the lady herself is coming. Has everybody got that? Everybody's ready? You guys are sure? Good? Everybody's there. Everybody's being quiet. They're all being quiet, Sarah. They're all like little kids waiting for you to come on. Being on your best behavior? Everybody's being on their best behavior there? Okay, all right. Any thoughts? Anybody want to say anything before Sarah comes on? Get it out of your system now. I have never heard them this quiet. They have never been this quiet.
We want to see Sarah.
I know you do. I'm just milking it as
We're
much
patiently
as
waiting.
yeah, she's going like, I'm out of this show, man. These people need to hurry up. All right, everybody has been on their best behavior. Everybody's being good. A few people are ready to go there. Guess what? Sarah's here.
Hi.
Hello. Thanks for having me on today.
She's here, everybody. Sarah, did you ever think to yourself, why did I say yes to this man?
Well, Paxton, I'm happy to be back on. And just
Don't answer that
seriously,
question.
and after seeing our clips from, I guess that was about 2 years ago, I enjoyed
3
that
years to be
interview on
3
Instagram.
years to be exact.
3 years ago.
Yes,
Wow.
it was.
Okay.
3 years ago.
Well, I'm happy to be back.
What in the world has happened in your life from 3 years ago till now?
Oh, there's been so much going on since then. I think I was even in a different, living in a different area of Nashville when I had the interview with you. And since then, I've released so much music, been releasing so many projects, played various shows and opportunities, and started working with a publisher. So a lot of good things have been happening since that interview.
What would you need a publisher for? Have you a book that has your name to it?
Yeah, so when I say
That was the
I do have
lamest
a
question
book-
I think I've ever asked in like 4 decades. That was the lame. Duh. Go right ahead.
So when I say I have a publisher, I have a music publisher.
Oh, okay.
And Synapse Publishing and Entertainment. They're my publisher and record label that I signed with in May of this year. So they helped me with my recording, booking, everything, and then help me distribute my music and get my music out there. So I've loved working with this female-owned publisher and record label this year. And you mentioned book, so I also released a children's book this year that I wrote called Turtle Tears. And I published it this January, so you can get it on my website at sarahharrelson.com, Amazon, Barnes and Noble.
Awesome.
And I never thought I would write a children's book. But the idea kind of came to me after I lost my mom, actually, in 2022. So my mom's favorite animal was turtles. And I had a friend that said I would see like a sign of turtles somewhere after she passed that would just remind me of my mom. And I kind of took that with a grain of salt. But then I saw a story on the news about the relationship between a butterfly and a turtles. And I didn't know this, but turtles excrete salt from their glands, and butterflies are thirsty, so they drink it. And
Wow.
I thought, wow, this would be a really cute
Didn't know that.
story for a children's book. So it's a great book for any children who are going through hard times or just looking for a friend. It just kind of shows children how friendships can prevent them from being lonely and help kids get through tough times. So, yeah, and I had a wonderful illustrator in Nashville. His name is Kyle McManus. He did
wow.
a great
Look at
job
that.
at doing the illustrations in
Look
the
at
book
that.
and bringing it
Hold
to
that up.
life.
Hold that up a little bit higher a little bit higher. Do that again. Open it up a little bit higher for the television audience. I know a number of you are watching this on television. You can see that on your TVs. Show us the cover again at that same height, a little bit higher. Let's see that cover one more time. Everybody take a look at that. Do us a favor. Tell them, Susie.
Buy the book.
Buy the doggone book, people.
Absolutely.
Okay? So for the price of a pizza, buy the book. Wait, so what's the book selling for right now?
So it's $15 on my website. That's the best place to find it, sarahharrelson.com/store. And then you can find it for around that same price on Amazon and Barnes and Noble.
Okay, so hold on. Wait, before you give me the butt real quick. Because, hey, Crystal, I know you're out there, Crystal. Hold on one second, everybody. We're gonna do something. We're improvising here. Crystal, if you can, in the chat, we're going to rely on Crystal for this. She's going to be taking dictation here. So the name of the book again, Crystal, you can type it in the chat for us, please.
Turtle Tears.
Crystal's already started the chat while you're talking. So we're doing multiple things here, Sarah. Sarah's going like, what in the world did I step into here? So we got our chat going. So Crystal's going to put in the chat so that when this show is played back, everybody, over here, the camera's over here. Hello, everybody. You'll be able to see exactly what Sarah's talking about, and at least you will have it there. It'll also be in the video description. You got to throw that YouTube kind of line in there real quick. So again, the name of the book, Crystal, go ahead and type that out for her. Turtle Tears, correct?
Tears.
Got it. So you got the information there. You were also mentioning your website. Can you please type that in the chat for us too? We're doing all this in real time, everybody. Live streaming in the moment. Her website, put that in there for everybody. Please hold on to that butt that you had there for a second. You're about to pass on. Go ahead, Sarah, now. Go ahead, Sarah.
I was going to say, if you purchase Turtle Tears directly through my website, you will get a signed copy delivered to your door.
Oh, baby girl. Oh, shoot. Y'all tripping now. Oh, yeah. Hey, you know what? By the way, I just got to tell you, if you hear me talking like that, because the girl got bluegrass in her veins. Okay, I'm just telling you people that right now. And I grew up on bluegrass because my daddy was from Arkansas, Little Rock. So I'm just telling you. She's got it. But we'll talk about that a little bit later. So you can see on the screen, everybody, in real time, what she's talking about. Become people of action like you always are here on NATV Network and all of our other platforms. Please buy the book. The book's running about $15. The price of a pizza is anywhere between $25 to $30. There's no reason for you to not skip that pizza and buy 2 books. Give 1 as a gift. If you're really feeling good, 2 as a gift and 1 for yourself. But if you play your cards right, you get signed copies for yourself and make everybody else just get, whatever. So get that signed copy if you can. Yes, there is no shame, Sarah. Sarah's first time going like, what are they doing? It's like a street salesman out of the back of his trunk. But that's what we do here. The audience is accustomed to it. Everybody can see what Crystal's typing in the chat. All right. Now, there are questions that you could have for her. Crystal has already put it there for you. You can see it on the screen. Feel free to ask them of Sarah. But we've got a ton of our own. And anything you want to talk about before we unleash a ton of questions on you, Sarah? Anything you want to get off your chest now, because we're about to torture you?
Well, I'm sure you're going to include all of this, but as you mentioned before, I will be playing in San Diego on January 18th at the Holding Company. If anyone's in the area or even wants to come out and see me perform.
There it is. There it is. I will tell everybody, as you can see Sarah's information scrolling across the screen there. I will tell everybody, if you go see Sarah, look for myself and my daughters there, because we will be there. We have already made it a point to hopefully get an opportunity to interview her or a live stream from there and talk with her for a little bit. But we are definitely going to be talking to the audience that will be in line or be there. We look forward to being there with her as well. So come on out. We'll be there, my family and myself. Sarah will be there rocking it and making her presence felt. I'm trying to keep up with you, Crystal. You're typing like super fast, dude. She's all over you, man. She's all over you, Sarah. She's typing fast. Okay, all right. Everybody's getting this January 18th. Oh, that was really good, Crystal. You got it there already.
Is that correct? The Holding Company?
That's correct, yeah.
Shoot, that's good.
All right, we're trying to get this going all at the same time. Susan, Gemma, Crystal are here with myself. We are gonna do a few questions for you, Madame, my lady, I should say. Susie, what do you got first for Sarah?
Hi. First, your new album, Denim. I was listening to it this morning. Really fantastic. Hopefully you'll play a little bit of a song maybe for us later. But I'd like to know, what's your creative process like? Like, do you just start with lyrics, a melody, or you just get like a feeling?
Yeah, I feel like it's different every time, especially if I'm writing a song by myself or collaborating with someone. Usually if I'm writing a song on my own, I'll always have some sort of idea or concept that I'll want to start from. And then it always helps me to develop a melody first, and then I can just craft my lyrics based on my melody. And then when I'm collaborating with other co-writers, sometimes it depends. Sometimes my co-writer already has a melody kind of going, and I can just riff off of that. Build some lyrics, or I'm coming up with a melody and they're adding lyrics onto my melody. So it's always different. And I love that about music and collaborating with other people. And my new single, Denim, that you mentioned, I wrote that with my label mate, Delaney Ann. She has some awesome music out right now, including This Ain't Country Club. You should go check it out. But I had just such a fun time writing Denim with her, because it was just a fun song, and we kind of started with the melody and just got really fun and sassy with the lyrics during that write.
What's her name again? See how fast Crystal can type. What's her name again?
Go, Crystal.
Delaney Ann.
The name may be spelled incorrectly, everybody, but our hearts are in it. And somebody said, oh, there we go. I see what you spelled there, Crystal. The other thing I want to put up, Crystal, when you get a chance, so that everybody knows, especially musicians, a lot of musicians are connected to us outside of this channel and other things here in California. Could you also mention your publishing company that's helping you with the music? Crystal, if you can type that in, because others may want to reach out to them. And everybody, if you're listening, many of you know who you are. Reach out to these ladies that are running this publishing company. What was the name of the company again?
Yeah, it's Synapse, SYNAPS, Synapse Publishing and Entertainment.
Got it.
The the new album and single is Denim. Did I get that correct?
Yes, the new single is Denim. I released it in September and this year and did a radio tour this October for it.
Yeah. How many radio stations have you experienced this year? An approximate number. What have you been doing in 2024?
I think I visited around 15 stations in October. I did a lot of stations in Wisconsin, here in Tennessee, Alabama, Georgia. And so basically, for any of the radio stations that were playing Denim, it was important for me to go visit them, just kind of introduce myself to these radio DJs who weren't familiar with my music already. And that's just a great way, especially in country music, to develop relationships with these radio DJs. So they get to know you, they get to know your music, and they spin your music more. So it was so much fun doing that radio tour.
There are some radio stations that you've experienced and been able to go to that stick out in your mind. What are a couple of them that stuck out to you?
Yeah, one of my favorite stops, Phil Nee at WRCO in Richland Center, Wisconsin. That was a fun stop, and a funny story that happened before I visited the station that morning. Someone in Richland Center had actually reached out to me on Facebook beforehand and said, "Oh, I just heard Denim on the radio. I really love the song and everything." And then I messaged him back. I'm like, well, actually, I'm going to be in Richland Center this morning and to be on that radio station. And he had no idea. So I gave him a little shout out on the radio. But that was really cool because especially in an age where everything is streaming, it was just really cool to see people still interacting with radio stations and listening to the radio.
Yeah. Absolutely. Absolutely. When it comes to the personal life that you have to maintain, but yet still be busy with the industry, what are some tips that you can give to musicians, singers, songwriters, when it comes to maintaining personal life as well as holding on and doing business within the industry?
Yeah, honestly, it can be so hard to balance personal life with music, especially if you're an independent artist or songwriter. You're probably doing everything yourself, which can be just a lot of work and it can burn you out really fast. So, to that, I say definitely don't be afraid to outsource any of your needs, such as if you're not great at booking shows, hire someone to help you with booking or someone to help you with PR or to manage you. Just don't be afraid to find those other resources to help you out so that way you can spend time with your family, when you're not on the road, instead of having to be on the road a week and come back and do all your booking and everything. It's definitely important to find that balance.
Was there a tipping point that maybe you can pass on to other people that you experience that maybe they need to be aware of to know when to outsource, when to hold on?
Yeah, I think for myself, I'm someone who just likes to take on everything. And so
that doesn't surprise me about you. That doesn't surprise me. All right, go ahead. Well,
especially since I can wear many hats. Like I produce music. I went to school for music business, so I know a lot about royalties and the business side of the industry. So I try to do a lot of that on my own. But I've just had to learn over the years that I don't have to say yes to everything. And if I feel like something's not going to help my career, then it's okay to pass on it and not to do every little project. So it's okay to say no. It's okay to get others to help you. And then I'm very lucky because my husband's a drummer. So a lot of the time he gets to come on the road with me and play with me.
Okay. I wasn't going to go down this road, but now that you mention him, I am dying for the opportunity, and he is not going to get away from me on the 18th. I am dying for the opportunity. You have no idea. I want to interview both of you so bad. I want to interview him so bad, but I wasn't going to do it today. I almost did it when you said yes. I was going to like, I'm only doing this if your husband sits into. So I want you to know I'm looking. Please let him know. And if he's watching right now, you both as a couple, I repeat what I said in the pre-show, and I've said many times here in my house here. I am telling you, your pictures together are just amazing. The smile that you have, you have such a beaming smile, but I love his smile of total. He reminds me of that cat that got the rat. I mean, not. I mean, that's awful. First
That
of
ate
all,
the canary.
I
The
just,
cat that ate
thank
the
you.
canary.
I just did what my father told me never to do. I literally just did it. It just came out of me like an idiot. He said, "A woman can say something in 10 words that a man takes 400." So I was trying to say what you said, Susie, but I said it wrong. He looks so happy
Yeah.
to have you in his life.
Aw.
And I'm telling you that from a guy's perspective. So, men can be extremely insecure in a number of other things, but he seems very happy to have you in his life and work with you. But I can tell you're amazing brains of the operation. You're just
Where did you two meet, Sarah?
Yeah.
So it's so funny how we met. We've been together for over 5 years now and just got eloped this year. But in 2019, we were both playing a music festival in Kansas, and we met there through mutual friends. And it's so weird because we had both already been in Nashville for a long time and had these mutual friends for a long time, but just had never met each other or crossed paths in Nashville. So we met in Kansas, connected there when we were both playing shows, and then started dating when we came back to Nashville after the festival.
Did you like the way he played drums, or did you like his personality first?
I liked his personality first. I got to know his personality before I saw him play drums.
I am so glad you said that, because if you'd have said it the other way, hey, Susie, Gemma, we would have opened up a whole can here, because I'm like, what do you mean by all of a sudden it becomes mental health 101. What are you trying to say, Sarah? Okay, so when it comes to his personality, what are the top 3 things that you can think of right now if you had to describe your husband to another woman? She'd never met your husband. What are the top 3 things you could think of that you could tell about your husband that would make him happy?
Yeah,
What
I
top 3
always
things?
say that he's just very genuine, just a sweetheart, and just fun, just a fun person to be around. Yeah.
That's cool. That's cool.
He's got style, too. I'm looking at his picture.
See,
Yeah.
see, Susie. I told you, Susie. You and I are the same, because I saw the same. I was going like, hey, he kind of cool too.
Styling,
He
yeah.
kind of cool. He ain't no slouch. He at least try to clean himself up. Sometimes you get a musician and a drummer, it look like he don't care. So,
Yeah, I may have helped a little bit in that department.
I was going to ask,
didn't
but I wanted him to take the
See,
credit.
Susie, I know you. See, you got to be careful with Susie and I be setting up stuff, and Susie come in for the kill, because Susie will go like, "Did you do that? Just tell us the truth right now."
We have to know.
Yeah, my mother dressed my father all the time. And you're like, man, you look really good. And my wife did that. I'd be wearing a T-shirt, for 4 days in a row. Us guys were funny. When it comes to your life as a musician, singer, songwriter, producer, director, all these hats that you can wear, the top 3 hats that make you the happiest to wear are what?
Yeah, definitely being a songwriter. I feel like I can't be an artist without being a songwriter first, because I love to perform my own songs, and songwriting's just a way for me to get my feelings out and how I go through things. So 1 would be songwriter, 2 would be artist, because I love performing, and then 3, producing. I love producing music for myself and for others.
Awesome. I love your song that you played called Red Flags. I'm not asking for that to be played right now. I'm not asking for anybody to ever come on as a musician to play music, but we always welcome it. We want to showcase who you are. That's what we did. Thank you for being a part of our live stream today. Everybody's going, is he kicking her off already? She hasn't said nothing yet. So we really appreciate you being here. Everything today was about us closing out the year here on NATV Network. We're really my daughter's company, Rhythm Entertainment Media Group, in such a way that we have people on that we like, that we tantamount to. We love you, even though we haven't met you. We love everything about you and what you portrayed to the world via social media. We look forward to seeing you in January 18th. But speaking of performing, can you play some Denim on your way out? Can you play a little bit of Denim for us, please? And whatever else you want to do. But can we get a snippet of Denim before you go? And we're going to need you to hold that book up again. Crystal, you still there, or did you faint?
Yeah.
Okay, because that's the quietest. I know you got stuff you want to ask her. And they're going like, Paxton just capitalized, won't even let us talk. He won't even let us talk to her. I wanted to talk to her first. Everybody get a chance to take a look at Turtle Tears. You got an idea of the story behind it. And we look forward to promoting that all year round, next year and beyond, and the rest of this year. Everybody, please get a copy. Please. I am asking you. And I will not send the FBI to your house, but I am telling you to get a copy of this book. I'm buying you some time. You tell me when you're ready there, Sarah. Let me see. Crystal, you just put something up again. Hold on, everybody. Crystal's putting things up as we talk. She's really good at the chat there. So you got the information there. Links will be in the chat even after this stream has come to an end today. And let me keep up with you, Crystal. You're very, very good there. She's on a roll. First time we rolled this out today, where Crystal is doing this, controlling our chat for us this way, making sure everybody has the information, even though the stream will conclude later this evening off the coast of California. It is time for me to go shuddy. And Sarah, do your thing.
All right. Yeah, and besides Turtle Tears on my website, I have other merch if you want to check it out. I have this cool denim patch in honor of my latest single that you can iron on your jeans, and some denim makeup bags. So definitely check that out.
love that.
But
Awesome.
yeah,
Awesome.
without further ado, I'm going to play a little bit of denim and a snippet of another song too. I ain't ever seen you like that. Got your hair all combed and slicked back, and you didn't ask, but it's not your style. I ain't ever seen you so stressed out here like you're trying to win best dressed. Did she teach you how to tie on that tie? She's ribbon, she's pearls, she's diamonds and curls. But baby, I'm Wrangler, timeless. Ain't nowhere else you can find this. I'm classic and I'm trendy. You pull me away and now you miss me. She can try all she wants, but you into that zoo. But baby, I'm denim and I look good on you. And as requested, I'm gonna play a little bit of another song.
Beautiful.
I love it.
Off
Thank
of
you.
my
Beautiful
West
voice.
of Me album. That is Paxton's favorite. This one's called Red Flag, and you can
I'm so
stream it
giddy
anywhere you
now.
get your music.
Yeah, stream that wherever you get your music. Oh, good.
Had the green light go before it turned yellow. Before I knew it, sirens started ringing. Hold up, wait, stop right there. It's too late now to turn back around. Didn't see a red flag blowing in the breeze, that color of crimson warning me to stay back from what's coming up ahead. But I'm already caught up in the threads of your red flag. Didn't see a red flag blowing in the breeze, that color of crimson warning me to stay back from what's coming up ahead. But I'm already caught up in the threads of
I'm telling you guys. Let me tell you something.
Beautiful.
You may not know, but now you do. Because right now, you better not mess with this woman. You better not mess with this woman and that drummer. They'll flip you upside down and have you buying all their music. Listen, everybody, please give the lady her props. Give her props. There are 5 billion things she could be doing other than being here with us, and I am honored. My daughters and I are honored that you said yes to be with us and spend a little bit of time with us today. There are huge radio stations, conglomerates that she could be spending time with, and thank you taking out of your time to do this. It means a lot to us. We love having this little small space on YouTube and staying to ourselves, but we had to show up today for you because you have an amazing, beautiful voice. And that was what came in once I posted that you were coming on. People who had never heard of you reached back and were going like, Paxton, she sounds beautiful. Paxton, I've got so many that they said to me. So you have made a big impact here on NATV Network. Thank you so much. Right, Susie? Right, Gemma?
Yeah, thank you so
Everybody?
much.
Yeah.
I love it.
Yeah.
Thank you, guys.
Beautiful.
We don't want to keep you long because you need to go do what you need to do, and we would torture you some more. But we're going to talk about you the rest of the day. All day, we will be doing some things, everybody that's watching, so you know. This will continue to be a part of the day, Sarah and her music, until this stream comes to an end. So she didn't know this, but it's kind of like Sarah Day. She had no idea that this was coming. So I will be at moments you don't hear me, and the ladies of NATV will be taking over. I will be editing stuff, and she will be reappearing again, even though she will be off doing something else the rest of the day. So everybody, please show some love. Get her merch. Go ahead, Crystal. You want some things you want to say before she heads out?
I love it. And the only question I had for her was just what inspired her to get along this musical journey path that she was on. Like, what was that enlightenment light bulb moment?
Yeah, I just kind of always grew up around music growing up. Paxton, you mentioned bluegrass earlier. My granddad was a bluegrass musician. He played accordion in a lot of bluegrass bands, and I grew up in East Tennessee, so I was around my granddad playing music. My dad listened to country. My mom would listen to rock and pop. So I was around all these genres growing up. And just with how my childhood was, I found music as a way to get out my feelings when I was going through a lot growing up. And my mom really told me to pursue music and go down that path. So I'm so glad my family was so supportive with music, and it's just something that kind of came naturally to me.
That's amazing. Thank you for sharing.
Yeah. Gemma, anybody else, anything before we let this beautiful lady go and handle her business? Anybody, get it out of your chest now. I got one more question to ask her, but anybody? That's
Gemma?
the quietest. That is the quietest I've
I was
ever.
going to give Gemma.
It is the
Gemma, do you like country?
Gemma's just laughing.
Yeah.
She's like enthralled. I think she's enthralled. Maybe because it's nighttime over there in the UK. Yeah. She's like totally enthralled. This is the quietest I've ever heard you, Gemma.
No, I love your music. It's incredible. So yeah.
Everybody says that when they hears her. That you have a way of gripping.
She has a voice like
people.
an angel.
Yeah, it's
Literally,
amazing.
it's like an angel. It's
Absolutely
beautiful.
amazing. There's a video coming later on for the audience or members or viewers, subscribers, and all of you that come through that will talk a little bit more about what she mentioned concerning her grandfather. She didn't know this was coming, but I'll just give a heads up. I will be playing that later. It's a snippet from a show that we did originally, and some other snippets from that interview and that conversation. I really don't do interviews, but conversation that we had of Sarah. So you'll be able to see those throughout the day here on NATV Network live streaming. So right now, one question on your way out. If you could share with our audience, the majority of our audience are professionals, they're business people, a number of other things, but like everyone else on this planet, they struggle with a number of different things. Please feel free to share some information of encouragement that you want to share with our audience as they go through challenging times, maybe something that inspired you or kept you going. What could you share with our audience right now?
Yeah, I think it's important just to never give up. I mean, the whole point of this life is it's never going to be easy. We're always going to go through rough times. And for even my own career in music, it can be so rewarding, but can always be a hard career to go down too, because there's a lot of rejection or times where you feel like you're not getting anywhere with your music. So if it's something you love to do, keep on doing it. Maybe just get creative in ways that you're doing it to get your career started or to get out there. I know with me, when I was getting really down about music, I started volunteering for this organization called Musicians on Call, where we just go into the hospitals and play bedsides for hospital patients. And that kind of grounded me in the sense where I'm like, oh, well, this is really why I'm doing music, because people need music, and especially people who are in hospitals who are sick, it brings them some sort of joy. So it kind of put everything in perspective to me. This is why I'm doing music, not to, get famous or anything, but because I want to spread my love and joy of music with others and with as many people as I can. So I think it's important just to establish your purpose and why you're doing what you're doing. And I think that can help put things in perspective with whatever path you're going down.
Wow.
That's amazing.
That's I'm going to end the stream now because I don't think we can talk. You just shut the puppy down. I don't know what'd you do that for?
I love it.
I thought you're going to say like exercise, drink some water, eat fruit and vegetables. But no, she shuts the whole. She has a drop the mic moment, and I don't have nothing. Wait, hold on a second. Wait, hold on. Hey, Susie, I bet you can't guess what I'm about to hit right now.
Game over.
Game over.
Game over. Game over.
You have just shut the puppy down. That was really good. Matter of fact, the chat is responding to what you just said. Dr. Pepper 76, thank you for being here, my friend. He just said, I know the feeling with his writing. So thank you for connecting with our audience. And Crystal just said, Sarah just dropped the mic. Sarah just dropped the mic. The chat even approves of what you just said. Thank you so much for being here. I am giddy with excitement because she's here. She will not get, a lot of people will be excited for you. But I know that your family, your mom will be so proud of you and the type of woman that you have become, and the goodness of your heart is real. Do me a huge favor, Sarah, Crystal, get ready for this. And I know you put something else up on the screen for everybody. Hashtag. So do me a favor. Can you mention that place you were volunteering with? We need to put that in the chat, so if anybody else, other musicians that watch our show want to be a part of it. What is it again? And Crystal, you can go ahead and type it in.
Absolutely. Musicians on Call, we're in all 50 states now. Not all 50 states are doing bedside programs, but at least virtual programs. So if you want to volunteer and be a part of it in your city, you can sign up to volunteer as a musician, or if you don't play music, you can even sign up to be a volunteer guide and guide musicians around the hospitals to bring music to hospital patients. So yeah, you can just go on, I think, musiciansoncall.org if you want to sign up to volunteer.
Okay. So she got you. She got that all in there. We'll put it up on the screen. Thank you so much for being here. Everybody give a warm wave of love out to Sarah on her way out. Thank you, Sarah. Give a hug to your husband for all of us. Make it as creepy as sounding as you can before you give it to him. And say, all these people you don't know wanted me to hug you. And then just give him like a real creepy, like I just met you and I'm in love with you hug. Everybody's going like, why is he talking that way? Pockets. All right. So see you later. Bye.
Bye, everyone.
See you. Bye, everyone.
Thank you.
Sarah.
Much love to you. See you later.
Thank you.
Oh, man, she's the best. I'm telling you guys, you have to
You weren't
buy
kidding.
the music. I told you this.
Incredible.
I
She's
have to
got
say,
skills,
hearing her
man.
live just now was just
Freak you
like,
out, don't it?
Oh my gosh, sounds
Shit. Acoustically, she's, man, I'm telling you, got a voice. So much that Gemma was speechless. Totally.
Yeah. Yeah.
She was just
Definitely
nodding her head, going,
inspiring.
"This is, I told you, you come along
Yeah.
with me. No telling what you're gonna get, right? No telling what you're gonna get."
Do you guys
Crystal,
listen to country
awesome.
music?
Oh, yeah.
yeah,
Like
yeah.
regularly?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I feel like I've asked you that before, but
I,
You
I
did.
love Nashville. Love hanging out down there.
Yeah.
It's fun. Yeah. You like
Uh,
country music, Crystal?
I do. It was the first kind of music that I actually like listened to when I was a kid and grew up on. And I go through spurts where I don't listen to it, but just recently
Yeah.
again, I've been pulling it up. And so it was just hitting me today. I was like, yes.
How about you, Gemma?
Yeah, I must. Yeah,
Well, you're gonna
my
love it
dad was a
now.
big-
Now that you met Sarah.
what was that? I must admit, was it was a shameful thing? The
know,
UK loves
some
country
people.
music. She made it like it was like an intervention or something. Well, I must admit, my friends don't, but I do.
No, I grew up listening to it. So
Yeah, there we
Yeah.
go.
Oh, there you go. Okay.
yeah.
I didn't know it was a thing over there. Thing across the pond.
Oh, it's a
Yeah.
big thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I never thought about it. So.
If you watch a lot of British shows and or Australian or New Zealand or anything like that, they play. There's one called Brokenwood, and the main character, that's actually kind of the running joke through the whole show, the TV series, is he listens to country or western and drives an old American car while he's
Okay.
in Australia, and it's a funny thing to hear the country and western music while you're watching this whole different lifestyle. But it all fits. It all fits. The lyrics fit. I'm constantly putting up on the screen different things that have taken place via the chat because Crystal's been on it. So everybody, please make sure to pick up a copy of Turtle Tears. Make sure you pick it up. It is by Sarah Harrelson. And you got some other stuff here for me. The new single is entitled Denim. You can check it out on YouTube, watch it on YouTube. You can, of course, go to Spotify. Now, Sarah is gone. I didn't want to hold her forever, but I'm going to do a little bit more. And we're going to be expecting somebody else to be popping in. They got an invite only. This has been an invite only day for us here, the last stream of the year. There are certain people we wanted to make sure to have on the show for two reasons. One, we love everybody and we like them. And the other reason is because you, the viewers, told us who you want to see. So because this is an audience-driven interactive network, live streaming network, we honored what you had in mind. You got to see Sarah because you said you hadn't seen her yet on YouTube. That really comes from all of you who have been with us since 2020. And you're going to see someone else. Hopefully we'll get Bree Clark from Bree Clark TV in because you've been asking me where's she been, and we sent her an invite. So hopefully she'll be here as well. Consider the publishing company. Many of you musicians, especially on Instagram, follow us and are going to be a part of our new music channel. Once we turn our full attention to it in 2025, we look forward to you contacting Synapse. Am I saying that right? Publishing Entertainment. I got that right, Crystal? Thanks. And I can always count on Crystal to correct me if I get the saying wrong. But reach out to them if you're looking for a publishing company. We have not connected with them or met with them as of yet, but maybe we can coerce them to come on and talk about what they do on our music channel in 2025. You can get a chance to see Sarah live as well. You like that, being the center of attention there, Susie? And Susie's just going like, why has he got me on the main camera? Why is he doing me? Why is he torturing me like that? I'm on the
Just
main
show
camera.
my
Hey, you
new
want to do
room,
that?
my
Then
new
now
studio
we're all
room.
small and we're kind
There you
of got all small. Let's put that back. And then we're all over here and we're just all over the place. We can be like that. Here we go.
You like those buttons, don't you,
Oh
Paxton?
man, I've been making new ones too,
He's
man. I got a whole bunch that you guys haven't seen yet that I'm not going to release until next year. But I've been going like, oh, this is going to be
boy.
fun. So Gemma, you had no idea you were stepping into this. She's just shaking her head, going like, what the world is going on with these people?
That new
These
mic,
people are-
that's what
these
it
guys-
was.
I know, huh?
Yeah.
How's it feel? Yeah. She goes, I'm in the big league now. I ain't got one of them little linky dinkies. I'm full time. I'm full time. Superstar. I'm a superstar. That's what I am. A superstar. Okay. All right. I'm being weird here. All right. So again, the turtle. Now, I am going to buy all of us some time, and we're going to use a video as a commercial break. You will see commercial breaks throughout our live streaming. And again, today's show on purpose is virtually one huge improv. Okay, it's not even like last week's show where there was a little bit more preparation. So everyone individually has things that they want to talk about. I will be putting up different things along the way. That's a good enough explanation you're going to get. But right now, here comes the first of our kind of commercial break. And no telling what we're doing when we're gone, but we will be back. And so
None of your business.
I don't want to know.
there you go, Crystal. I was waiting. I gave you one, and you like
None
took
of
forever
your
before you
business.
said it. None of your business. It's none of your business. It's okay, but make sure you none of your business. So make sure. I'm looking at Crystal put something here. My phone's falling over there. Where did
I
you get it? I just
named
saw it.
one of my like internet profiles that just for fun, like none of your beeswax,
Oh,
none
I
of your
love it.
business,
I love
so
it.
that my
None of your
family could see
business.
it.
I love it. I know. Did you? Where is
Yeah,
it? Yeah, I actually, that's not a bad idea. That's kind of funny, actually.
for
Where is
other people to
your?
see it.
You had something. You had something here. I'm putting up that you put for her. What it said? Buy it via her website. Yeah. All right. So if you need to get denim, go through the website. You can even get a signed copy of the book that she has, Turtle Tears. And you said something else here. I forgot where it is. All right, everybody. Hang in there. Go do what you got to do. Remember, we always tell you, watch us 10 minutes at a time on NATV. But if you go to Gemma Blythe, and Gemma, what's your YouTube again?
At Living Imperfectly Perfect.
I am asking you out of the kindness of your heart to go to her YouTube channel and watch at least an hour a week. Okay? Just do that. Just go over there and get some watch time for her over there, if you can, please, over at her place there. Susie, yours is
SCTV Network. I know
Spin
it
up.
says, you know what happened today?
Not until you tell me.
I signed in on Gmail, and it says Susie with a Z podcast show. So it's messy. I'm all over the
It's
place.
messing her. So
Susie
okay,
Cosbin,
we're gonna
Susie
tackle
with a
that.
Z, SCTV
Yeah.
Network.
Yeah,
Can't
keep an eye.
up with everything.
Keep an eye on Susie's YouTube channel. Her and I are going to be doing some work on that. She didn't know I was going to say that today out loud, but we're going to be doing some work on that.
Awesome.
You're going to love the Susie Live from New York channel that's going to be coming your way. She didn't know that either. She did, but she didn't. But okay, now it's out in the public. And Crystal, what you got?
You can always find me at Crystal Tees TV here on YouTube. Please come on down, check out my links. I'm actually going to be on.
Down.
Yeah, I'm going to be on Monday Eastern time at 8. So what's Monday, the 23rd? Because I want to hit you right before
There it is.
Christmas hits you.
Before you run up those credit card bills. All right, so go see Crystal. She'll get you right, get your frame, get your body and your mind in frame to go back into debt. I'm sorry, to go have a good time. So I'm just so bad.
It's on Uncle Sam. Don't worry about it.
There it is. Just write it off. All right. That's what you got going on. I said a video. I've been doing things. Don't think I'm not. So that the video and everything is ready. We're going to get that off the screen. Everybody, we're going to be back in just a little bit. We're going to take a couple of minutes. It gives me a chance to edit some things and get some things ready for upcoming show. Make sure you join us here on YouTube. Of course, you're joining right now. But come in and out if you like today. If you're just done for the day, it doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter. As long as you have a good time today. Enjoy your recovery with us on NATV Network. And let's see what we got. When did you stumble upon this talent? Did it just happen as soon as you came out of the womb?
At a very young age, like singing always came naturally to me, and I started songwriting when I was very young too, like at about 10. And I wasn't an only child, but I had siblings that were much older than me, so I was kind of a quiet child, and so songwriting was just something I kind of naturally fell into. That was kind of a gateway for me to get my emotions out. So I did start music at a very young age. I think my sister is 16 years older than me, and my brother's 12 years older than me. So, by the time I was born, both of my siblings were almost out of the house. I think, the past me compared to now, I was definitely more naive, and I definitely had super high ambitions. I mean, I still do now, but I feel like there was no limit back then, and I just a little naive in the sense where I can achieve anything or do anything that I want. The typical teenage, early 20s mindset where you just feel like you can accomplish all of your dreams and goals, but you don't really know how to get there. So that was kind of before I had like the knowledge to get anywhere. Yeah, I've definitely had a lot of people let me down in the past, whether that be family, friends, or even, rejections in the music industry. And you definitely have to build like thick skin for that. But now I sort of have the mindset, if you're going to let me down and, you're not going to be there for me, well, that doesn't serve me. So I need to let that go. Definitely someone who's compassionate in the sense that they're always going to show up for you, and it's not always just about them and what they want to get out of the relationship. It's a both way kind of relationship for you, and no matter what you're going through or what the situation is, they will be there for you without any judgment, and just someone you can rely on and feel comfortable with.
boys and girls. I think, hold on a second. I felt better. All right. We are improvising all day today on purpose. It's what we have decided to do. How we're going to end this year is by simply going on live for 8 to 10 hours and hanging out with you. You may even get to see me in real time, edit videos and all that kind of stuff. Who knows? Who really cares? Because Bree is here. Lady Bree's in the house. Susie, what do you think about that?
I can't wait to meet her.
I'm telling you, this lady,
Show, yeah.
man. Bree Clark TV. We are one big promotional channel, I tell you. If we like you, if we love you, if we've never met you, but you can help our audience, that is Bree Clark. She has helped our audience a well of knowledge. She knows a lot about life, Susie.
I was watching her podcast last night, listening.
The woman, it's almost as if she's only like, 22 years old, but it's as if she's lived multiple lives in an alternate reality. That's pretty much what it's like. What do you think about that, Crystal?
I totally get that and support that and give her a hug virtually right now.
I knew you would say that. Crystal goes, I myself am actually 4,000 years old. I have lived many lives.
No.
Gemma, you didn't think this was going to happen today, did you? You're like, I thought we were just going to do a show about what I want to talk about.
Surprise.
No, I didn't, but I'm here for it.
I'm stuck now. I'm here for it. Instead I'd be here. It's kind of like, the ladies of NATV Network are here, and I, your resident coconut, am here to bring in somebody different and new. And because we're improvising, that means I can do whatever I want because it's my stinking channel. Yay. Actually, my daughters are my executive producers. But Bree, I know you can hear me. I know you're out there somewhere. Yes. Yeah. Oh, there she is. You guys, there she is. Oh, there she is. Ain't nothing but a G thing. Ain't nothing but a group. The group's in the house. All right. Thank you so much for being here. Appreciate it a great deal. Everybody's going like, but we can't see her, Paxton. We just can't see her. I just don't see her at all. Where is she? Where is she? I don't see her. I can do whatever I want as long as YouTube says it's okay. So hold on. Let me move some things around here. And I hope everybody enjoyed having Sarah here. She did her beautiful Sarah thing by letting us know about her music. And we appreciate her a great deal for being here. January 18th, make sure if you can, San Diego, California. I'll put some more information up on it. Go to her website, and hopefully you'll be able to see myself and my daughters there, as well as Sarah will be there playing her music. Let's see, what else I got going on here? What else I got to get rid of so that you guys can see everybody? I don't know, did everything? I know. Let's do this.
There we go.
Everybody's like all over the place. Look, everybody's scattered.
Nice to
look,
see you, Bree.
I can do that too to your faces. Look. Oh, yeah, wait, look, I can do that too. So I told you, Susie, I got all kind of stuff. I just can be as weird as I want to be. I got buttons, man. I got buttons. I've had them for a long time. I just been lazy, didn't do it. But there we go. That's where we want to be. Bree's going like, oh my God. So you had clients and other things going on, and you took out of your time to come be here with us.
Yes,
what?
The mom life is happening because the last time we talked, I was pregnant.
Oh.
And yes, my daughter is one. She's
Hold on. Wait a minute.
Hey.
She's beautiful.
Thank you. So yeah.
I was stalking you on Instagram, and I was looking at the pictures of your daughter. She's so cute. Oh my gosh. And your son, how old is your son?
He's 7.
Oh, okay.
Yes, we thought we were done. We thought we were done. He's like, hello, I'm here. So
surprise. Yeah. Nothing like a little girl.
Yes. No, there's not. No one told me. They melt your heart in different ways.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Paxton, you know.
Oh, wait, hold on a second. That's true. I agree.
Yeah.
And wait, you have sons. You don't have.
We have sons. Me and Crystal. Yeah, we have sons.
Yeah, you
but
guys
I have
got
granddaughters.
Yeah, you got. Yeah.
Okay,
I have
yes.
4 granddaughters.
Yeah.
Yeah, a daughter will flip you around, man.
Oh,
Daughter
yeah.
will flip you around, especially if you're a guy. But a daughter, mom, it's like a mini me, but not me. I don't know who that child is. Thing
Yeah.
happening to you when you're a mom. So it's like, but your husband's going like, no, really, that's you. No, that ain't me. That's not, you're like, no, really, that's you. When you were little, I'm quite sure you were just like that because you're like that grown up. She's one.
Yes.
She's one.
And taking steps. And
Oh my goodness.
Exciting.
yeah. And she crawls up the stairs. I didn't know she could do that until yesterday. I'm like, what? So I'm tired.
You are done for. You have no idea how many sleepless nights you'll have now. She's crawling upstairs.
Before, but
She's having a ball though. To her, it's just like oh wow, these are cool.
yeah, she's excited. We're excited. It's there's been a lot of change since we last talked, so I'm excited.
Yeah. So okay, so let's do this. Everybody that's here now, you're going to get what Sarah. You're going to get what Sarah got, but in real time. We had this discussion with Sarah prior before she came on, so she was duly warned. So I'm going to warn you in front of everybody. Susie told the truth. You were stalked by all of us, overall by all of us, before you came on. They have questions for you.
Okay.
But like I did with Sarah, I get first dibs.
Okay.
So because of your ability to think quickly on your feet, you survived the initial time coming on with me and experiencing that. Not knowing overall that, and maybe you did figure it out. I was auditioning, as I've done everybody that's ever been on this channel. I've auditioned everybody that has ever been on the channel. Some of them are going to be surprised hearing that for the first time if they even still watch us. You were auditioned for what we're going to do next, starting next year and beyond. Okay. What it is that we're doing, what is it that we're doing? Sorry, the ghetto came out. What we're doing is we are showcasing individuals to an audience that follows us. And our audience fell in love with you.
Oh.
They were in love with the way that you explained things as well as yourself to them in such a way that they were able to benefit and grow. You were not condescending to them. You were not antagonistic. You were just, this is what I've come to learn. This is what this is. And I hope you guys can just make it work the best you can. That's kind of the way, I'm saying in a nutshell, the way they wrote us back. Everything we do is researched. Even when a person comes on, we research it after the fact. In real time, people are telling me what they think about you in the show, just like they did with Sarah just a moment ago. Everyone loves you. Here on NATV Network, the audience loves you as well. What I want to do today is to start off this conversation with you and with everybody here is please tell me one thing about yourself that the audience knows nothing about that they would be surprised to learn about you.
Ooh.
And don't say dancing because we already did that in the first one. We'll talk about that maybe later. If we
I
have time.
have no rhythm.
But don't bring it. I was gonna bring it up later. Okay, they already know about that one. Well, maybe some of you today who didn't watch the first show, but that is another thing. Pick something else.
Oh gosh, I'm so open about so many things.
Yes, you are. What else?
Gosh, probably that in my house, I am the handy person.
Okay.
So people would never think I would even, lift a hammer or get dirty in any way.
You throw your husband under the bus like that.
I know, he helps. He helps. I'm better at it.
He holds the nail. He holds the nail. Brother got to stick together, man. Why are you doing like that?
No,
Be a nice guy.
So a couple of years ago, I built a giant teardrop camper trailer out of wood, and I have a couple of shots online, but no one really understands that I built it from the ground up.
Wow,
And,
I'm impressed.
Yeah, so we do a lot of things like that. So I replaced our entire fence. We're on almost the acre of land. I replaced our perimeter fencing with pickets and everything like that. And I mean, if I've painted our whole home. I love doing like.
Jed Clampett could have used you. Gilligan could have got off the island if he had somebody like you, would he?
Well, the problem I have is I go and I look at something, I go, oh, I can do that, and I start, and I'm like, what?
So you have like power tools, everything.
Yes. Yeah. I have all the yoga tools you can think of. I love it.
Oh man.
Yes.
Man, you and my daughters get along just fine. I told them they never gonna get married because they can figure out stuff how to do it on their own.
That's the way to do it.
Oh.
That is so cool.
But where
Okay,
did
so
you learn how to do that, Brie? I'm just
My
curious.
dad and I,
Okay.
so that's how we would bond. I honestly think my dad wanted a
Sweet.
son, and so he was like, you're just gonna do these things with me. And
yep,
so
yep.
yeah, so he taught me how to do my mom too. They're both very handy, and it's so funny because they have all the means to hire whoever they want, but they pride themselves
Yeah,
and me and my husband and knowing how to do things yourself.
Mhm.
Even if you can
That's great.
hire someone to do it, if you have the time, you just do it yourself. There's always a lesson or something therapeutic that you learn in it. So building the trailer, my husband and I, we learned our communication pitfalls during our process, and we became
Oh boy, I love it. I love it. I love it.
So yeah.
So do you go camping in it?
Yeah,
Like
so
you
we've
use
only
it?
gone camping twice. It's funny. We built it when we were in Idaho. We did not realize we were moving back to Texas at the time we built it.
yeah.
So we finished it, and then I was like, "Oh, we're going back to Texas." And it
Mhm.
is the heat is no joke here. And
Oh
so
wow.
we've gone a couple of times, but it's just hard,
Yeah.
But that's going to change, and Paxton's going to love this because we are moving to California. So,
Oh my
Wait a minute.
Amazing.
yeah, that's exclusive. You all heard it first.
Hey, you have no idea how much and I don't beg, but I was gonna get real close to begging you off camera one day. You got to come out to Cali. You got to come out to Cali and just get in the studio with me. We'll make this work. And now you're gonna be. I don't care where you are in California. We'll either come to you or you can come to us. It don't matter.
Just
We're gonna put some shows together in person next year, hopefully, God willing. But your dad's in your life. Excuse me, your father had an impact. I should the best way I wanted to say it. Had an impact to get you to be where you are. That came out a lot in the interviews that we did. If you tune back in later, everybody, I've got some clips from shows that we did and some other stuff that I'll be doing as I'm streaming all day today with the ladies of NATV. You will see some clips from Bree talking about a number of different things. Because I'll be editing them in real time and putting them up for you to see as a part of this live stream. But one of the things you did talk about was the impact of having your parents or your dad in your life. What was it when it came to influence and who you are? What was it about them? What is the impact that they had in your life?
Oh, yeah. So my parents are a lot older. And so my dad will be 85 this year. And so it's funny, he'd pick me up from school and people would be out like, "Oh, your grandfather's here to come get you." I don't feel like he looks that old. He looks great for his age. But, those are the jokes that I would get, from other people. But because of that, there's a lot of history that my dad would be able to tell me in real time. That just span, over time. Most people, they get a shorter rundown of history that's more recent. And so hearing my father and his siblings, he's one of 9, my mom's one of 6.
Wow.
And so hearing, their siblings tell a lot about the history and what it was like growing up, during their time and the lessons that they've learned, they just instilled a work ethic, a yearning for knowledge, a keen sense of discernment and patterns that I don't think I would have gotten any other way if my parents hadn't have been older, And so, just growing up, they very much spoke to me like I not was an adult, but I was, they definitely didn't talk to me like I was a kid.
Yeah, I understand. I understand what you're saying. Yeah.
So a lot of what I did with my dad, we didn't do fun things. I don't want people to think that we didn't. He was a very loving, kind father, but he wanted us to know, how to do things. And so I would sit to him and he would teach me how to balance a checkbook. He would, teach me, he was like, this is how I, budget for the month with all of my bills. And my mom would, this is, how you make things from scratch. And this is how we cook. And hey, the car broke down and, the mechanic said they don't know how to fix it, but I know what's wrong with it. And so just those types of things they would teach us. And just the biggest thing, though, is giving back. They say if you learn something, it's not just for you, right?
Absolutely. Correct.
That is how I've always lived my life. If I learn something, if I stumble upon some knowledge, or if I find a way that I can help someone who does not know, I take that as the universe saying, hey, here's your chance. You need to give that back. And in turn, I usually get something back as well. You know, nothing
Yeah.
that you know this life, if it's from a kind heart, if it's from the good of you, is wasted. And I do believe that people nowadays keep everything so close to their chest that they're not willing to give. And in turn, they're missing out on a lot of wisdom just because they're like, oh, someone's going to take this from me, or you know, someone on Instagram is going to post it and they're going to get more likes, or you know, those.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Silly.
And so my parents, they did, you know, they nipped that in the bud before social media was even a thing. It was like, if you know something and you can help someone,
Got to share it.
you know, so
Yeah, got to share it. Ladies,
Parents.
jump in as you wish.
yeah.
I'm not going to hog her anymore.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I want to know, like, what would you say is the most valuable lesson that you're hoping to pass on to your daughter, right?
Yeah.
Because you're able to do all these things that women usually think men should handle.
Yeah. Gosh, not to be bitter. There's so many things that you can be bitter about. Life is going to kick her butt, you know. And I'm trying to shield that from her as long as I can. But
Yeah.
you know, when things happen, I'm like, yeah,
Mm-hmm.
that sucked. That was awful. I'm so sorry that happened.
Right.
It might not be the last time that it does happen, but you don't let that make you bitter, right? You don't
Right.
let that make you angry. And just, you know, learn from whatever you need to learn from it.
Yeah.
And everything that's happening in your life. I mean, my son's only 7, but we still tell them everything that is happening in your life is for a reason and a season and time. And no matter what it is, it might seem very unfair. You will get back anything that is taken from you 10 times over.
Very
Um,
true.
Yeah, so that's one of the biggest things that I, you know, have learned, and what I want my children to know is that, and on top of that, being kindness. I've been told my whole life, you're too kind and people are going to take advantage of you because of it. And people have tried. They've tried. And I've had things
They always
taken.
will.
Yeah. But they've always been given back tenfold. You know, anytime I've lost a job, I've gotten a better one. Anytime someone has gone behind my back and lied, the truth has come out tenfold. You know, those types of things. And so we just teaching my children that, you know, not to be bitter, to be kind, things are going to happen. That is just, that's
life.
where we are. Yeah.
Is it hard to juggle being a mom and a career?
Oh, yes.
Like, how do you do it? Do you have a lot of help?
I don't.
I don't.
I am. Well, it's funny. I did not have grace. I'm realizing I did not have grace for people who had more than one child. I had my son, and I'm like, oh, we're doing this.
Right.
And then with my daughter, I'm like, I thought I texted you back. I'm sorry, I didn't. Those types of things. I'm having more grace for people because of it. And it is a balance. You know, my show has been paused for a little bit. I've been able to do things here or there, but I'm definitely not able to run at the speed I was running before. But I think there's beauty in that, and I think there's a reason for that.
Yeah. Your podcast it's called The Real Deal.
Yes, The
Correct?
Real Deal. Yes, and we have a side show called Realistic Luxury that ties into consumer imposter syndrome as
Love
well.
it. Love it, by the way. I love it.
Well, explain that. Define that.
Yeah. So imposter syndrome on its own is just a disbelief, you know, that you are capable, that you are inadequate in some way, and that you're fooling everyone around you into believing that you are able to do these things. So you're not acknowledging your own accomplishments as them being your own. With consumer imposter syndrome, it's similar. It's, oh my gosh, I did not earn this thing, or I'm not good enough to have this thing, or if I have this thing, people are going to think that I'm trying to pretend to be someone I'm not. Maybe I am. And so my husband and I, as we started getting more successful throughout our life, we started getting more opportunities to do things, you know, travel, go to nice hotels, go to nice restaurants, buy things that we couldn't have imagined before, you know, getting. And not that I'm a stranger to any of that, but us being able to do it in our own capacity. That was the part that was like, oh my gosh. So we're at these 5-star hotels, and we're young as well. You know, I have a baby face for a reason. And
Yes, you do. Yes, you do. You're only
people are
22. You're only 22.
people are looking around. He's joking, by the way. People are
The
looking,
kid's not really 7.
people are looking around, and we don't know if we're feeling that way or if it's actually happening. Like, what are you doing here? And
Mhm.
so, when we looked at the audience for our show, we asked what a lot of people struggled with. And it wasn't just on the job of me struggling with getting this promotion and feeling like I'm capable. It's everything that comes with that promotion as well, and the life that you've built around yourself when you're dealing with imposter syndrome. And so I wanted to show people real life applications to what we were talking about in the main show, The Real Deal. So hotels were the biggest thing. A lot of these people who are in the C-suite or just, have a promotion or elevation in life are, wanting to travel. They're wanting to experience it. And a lot of them are scared to do it.
Mhm.
And I feel like it's a disjustice to yourself when you do not allow yourself the luxuries that you are afforded in life just because society tells you that you should be humble enough to struggle. And not everybody has met that resistance. But definitely in some of the more minority communities, you are taught
Mhm.
not to have anything,
Yeah.
that it's a crime to have anything.
Mhm.
And so the show was really just, the sideshow Realistic Luxury is, I'm going to do it, and I'm going to take you with me, and I'm going to enjoy it. I'm going to enjoy the things that we've worked to have, and not have any shame in that.
That's wonderful.
I
Yeah,
love
because
that.
we're worth it.
Yes.
know?
Yes. It's treat yourself to a whole nother level. That's what I
Yeah.
say. It's treat yourself to a whole nother level. So, especially when you've been told, when you've been told that you'll never have anything, because I've had friends who they've been told you'll never have anything, and they are now millionaires, and they're like, I
Wait a minute. Hold on
yeah,
a second.
yeah.
What do I do with this?
Yes. And I told my whole life I should not have this. And there are people still in my life telling me I should not have this, or I was
Yeah.
just lucky. And so I just want them to know that stop listening to people, stop listening to
Right.
people who
Tell
are,
them.
yeah, who've never been where you are.
You got
And
that right.
who have there's no well-meaning behind that. No one says that to be kind. Some of the things that you hear that are negative are to keep you safe. Never does anyone tell you you don't deserve something to keep you safe, right?
And you
So
earned it. You work hard,
but that part of the show is about, and letting people know it's a thing, because some people don't even know that that's what they're feeling when they're feeling this way. It's not just guilt. It's you're dealing with a form of imposter syndrome. So
Thank you.
Now, we're gonna do something here. Again, the entire day is an improv kind of a day, mainly for everyone that you see on camera, except for myself. I have a pretty good idea where I'm going. It's just not totally scripted out. It's planned out to a measured degree. What do we got here? Dr. Pepper's got something he has to say here. Somebody want to read that, or I'll read it. Somebody
Yeah,
read
Dr.
that.
Dr. Pepper says anyone who tells you that you should not give anything, have anything, is a person to keep out of your life for good. 100%. Yes.
Yeah.
Oh man,
Yeah.
wow.
Someone's
Yeah.
going to knock you
Give you
down.
one of those.
Yeah.
Strong boundaries.
Crystal's got you covered in the chat.
Yeah. Amen
I-
to that, Crystal.
I want to do a few things here, similar to what we did with, since we're rolling this out today, totally improv, kinda, was talked about. Crystal, since you're taking care of the chat, she says amen to that. This is something that we're doing here, Bree. We just did it to Sarah. Can you please tell us your YouTube channel? So Crystal will type it in. She'll kind of dictate, do a little dictation as you're saying certain things. What's your YouTube channel?
Yeah,
We can put it
it's
in the
Bree
chat.
Clark TV, at Bree Clark TV. You can also find it by typing in The Real Deal with Bree Clark, and that's Bree with one E.
Yes. Funny.
She clarifies that, because I got a Bree over here, but she's got 2 eyes. All right, she's got 2 eyes. Let me clarify that. She's gonna listen to this back and go like, Dad, you're such a bonehead. That doesn't make sense with you. She has 2 eyes in her name, as well as she has 2 eyes in her head. Okay, get that. So say that one more time. If Crystal, you
Thanks
still
for
here, right? Or did you
clarifying.
pass out, or is she
Oh,
trying to
I'm
type it out?
here.
Oh, okay. All right. I didn't know whether I said that. So put that up. Hopefully, if we spell anything incorrectly, feel free to let us know,
Yeah.
Bree. The show is called The Real Deal.
Yeah, The Real Deal with Bree Clark. Yeah.
And the other show is also on this same YouTube channel. Or correct me if I got it
Yes.
wrong. Right?
Yes,
Yeah.
Realistic Luxury. And it has its own little playlist, so you can see them all together.
Awesome. I told you, woman, you're a genius, man. I tell you, man. Make me a camper or whatever you made. All right. So the other thing is you have an Instagram. And what's the Instagram?
It's the same at Bree Clark TV.
All right. Follow her on Instagram. Go over there, take a look at some stuff. I'm gonna do something here that I was supposed to do at the beginning and I didn't, and so now I'm gonna do it right now, and I'm gonna ask for your grace and kindness, Bree. I'm gonna play your intro, which was supposed to play before you came on, but I was eating, but I was doing stuff. But so when you popped in, so I'm going to play that for everybody. Everybody get a chance to take a look at a previous episode. Let me just bring it in. Anybody got a question, Gemma? Anybody got a question for her? I'm going to buy myself some time by you guys talking to her. I'm going to do something.
Yeah, I had a question. Bree, this is Crystal. So obviously you've been a journalist and you've spent years doing that. And I know you had, I think it was your first child, your baby boy, but it sounds like it sounds like you came home and you wanted to spend more time in the home because of that. So that's what got you starting this consulting agency and then doing everything on YouTube. And I was just curious, like what, as you were making that transition, because I've done something similar myself where you're going from full-time out work to home, like how has that process come about? Because you're obviously full of ideas for helping people and bettering your life, but like how did you go through that process of going, okay, I need to make it this consulting agency and keep it like broad enough but specific enough to this where I'm still passionate, you know what I mean, and like focused.
Oh gosh, how much time do we have?
That's probably too many questions.
It's a long story. So I've done that twice, right? So now with my
Okay.
daughter, this is my second time kind of stepping away from everything. So the first time I stepped away, I was in Spokane, Washington, and I was there. I did fill-in anchoring. I was a reporter as well. And we didn't think we were going to be able to have kids. We were told we weren't going to be able to have any. And lo and behold, poof, all of a sudden I'm having this boy after losing, a child before that in a very traumatic way. I won't go into all that because that's a whole nother story. It's another saga. So I was pregnant with my son and I decided to take a step away. And in that process, it was very hard the first time. I suffered from major depression because all of a sudden I went from going all day long, just running, chasing down stories, doing things that I loved. And every day was different, because you don't know what the story you're going to get for that day is, to being home. And it was very hard. I was struggling with guilt for feeling sad about leaving news. One, because my identity was completely wrapped into being the news lady. Everyone knows you. If you pick up the phone, someone's going to answer because it's you, right? To now back in Austin, Texas, walking into a store, no one knowing who I am and someone being rude, and you think, you get a little arrogant and you go, don't you know who I am?
Yeah.
And so I'm changing diapers, and I'm mother to a son who's autistic and did not realize that those were some of the struggles that I was dealing with as well. And feeling a lot of shame for not being happy being a new mom, And so I dealt with a lot of shame in that because I'm like, I'm depressed and I should not be depressed in this moment. I prayed for this child. I was told that I wasn't going to be able to have this child. I should be grateful. Right. And it wasn't that I wasn't grateful. It was just hard. Right. And we did not have a support system. We didn't have moms on either side. Not that they're not great moms. They just weren't able to come and be there for us the way that we needed support in that time. So we're just doing everything by ourselves and had not made a big enough friend group here in Texas to have that support, as well. So there was no meals dropped off, at the home. There was no one to watch them while, we take a quick nap. Like that just wasn't the case. And so after dealing with depression for about 2 years, and things getting really scary, we had made some connections, and a friend said, "Hey, I really think you need to talk to someone." Had not considered therapy or anything like that beforehand, and hadn't dived into imposters, hadn't dived into a lot of things that I know a lot more about now. And that's when I got into consulting, because it was like, you need to do something, and you have these skills that don't just apply to television. They apply to a lot of other things, because people think that you just go on air and you say a few lines and you go home. But there's a lot more that goes into your day as a reporter, where you're editing and you're videoing and you're doing the graphics, and you're doing a lot that people don't see, that's behind the scenes, that can be taught in a different way, especially for the time when everybody was starting podcasts. Everybody wanted to be on YouTube. And so I was able to find an outlet in that and still be at home with our son. And that was the thing that changed everything, was to be able to do that. I eventually did go back to work, got a call to go back and be the main anchor at a station, which is everybody's dream job. But I quickly realized that that was not my dream. It's funny when you finally get your dream, sometimes you will realize that that's not actually what you wanted. Right.
Of course.
And there were some great things about it. So I left and was away from, I left the industry, came to Texas, and got a chance to do my show that I have now. And that was, the biggest blessing. I was able to be home and still be able to do what I was doing. And then all of a sudden we were surprised with this baby girl. And so now I'm back home again, but this time it's completely different, because I have the tools, I have an outlet. And I think that's something that moms need, is some type of outlet, because you get lost in, I'm just a mom, right? And you're never just a mom. So many things, right, as a mom, but it's hard to find out where you begin and where your family ends when you are responsible for everything that takes place in your home. So an outlet is very important, even if it's just going to get a coffee for, or something. Like I would throw my kids in the car and I would go get a coffee during that time where they slept in the back seat. Just those types of things to kind of help transition. But it was not easy. That's a long way to say it was not easy.
You say it so perfectly. Like, I'm going amen internally to all of that. It's so relatable. It's so true.
Yeah.
Like, thank you so much for sharing that, because a lot of moms, even with all we have on here, YouTube, all these podcasts, they still get inside their head and they don't know. So every word that comes out of your mouth to encourage, you never know what it's doing for somebody's life internally. So thank you. It's true.
Yeah.
I do have one question now that you shared about the anchor woman. I would say anchor man, those movies. I can't help it. They make me laugh. You know what I'm talking about.
Yes.
Rob Burgundy. So I'm curious, because it seems like there's more pressure if you're an anchor woman. You're just sitting right there. It's like the camera's on all the time. It seems like it would be even a little bit less pressure if you're like reporting and journalists, because you're going, like you said, behind the scenes, you're doing all these different things, and then you report and you go on and off and you can work behind the scenes. But as an anchor woman, it seems like, man, you're always on. You have to be perfect. And it was that kind of the gist of it.
It was a lot of pressure, because I replaced an anchor who had been on the anchor desk for 30 years at that point. The community loved her. It was the state of Idaho. It's a smaller place, so people are invested, and you're being invited into people's homes every night. And so this is also a predominantly Caucasian state. And they had never had an African-American anchor in the entire state, not just in the region I was in, but the entire state. And so we not only service the state of Idaho, but half of Wyoming and parts of Montana. So there's this giant region that's seeing me every night, and many of them had never encountered an African American, let alone see them on their nightly news every night. So there's a lot of pressure there, because now it's all of a sudden I went from being in my home playing with my, toddler, to now I'm representing an entire culture every single night to a region that has no idea, that's never been exposed to someone like me. And so there was a lot of pressure in itself by itself, but add those things on top of it, and it's a lot, right? But I will say, Idaho has some of the kindest people I have ever met in my entire life. And that is where I will probably retire when I retire.
Good.
For the rest of my life. But because we go back every summer, we love the community. But the pressures that it put on me, the pressures that it put on my family, it just was not fair to them in the long run. And it was time for me to step away and get closer and be closer to them and do more from them. But it's a lot. It's a lot of pressure to be on all the time. And that's when my feelings of imposter syndrome skyrocketed, and at the same time, I was learning about the phenomenon. I had never really dived into it. And then I realized, oh my gosh, most of us are dealing with this in this industry, because there's a thin line between who you are as a person and who the people are seeing every night. And so you're having to be 110% yourself at all times, even when you're not on camera. Because if you go to the grocery store, you got to look like this. If you answer the door, the package guy, he's like, "Oh, you got to look like this."
Oh, no.
Did they actually make that noise when you open the door? That's messed up. That's messed up. That's rude.
Like, oh, Bree, you look like death. Like, you okay? Are you sick? And so
bring me soup. I feel sick.
Yeah, pretty much. Or you pretend to be not who you are.
Yeah.
I don't. That's my sister.
I got a twin my parents never told me about, so that's who answered the door.
Yes. No, it backfired on me a couple of times. I had someone see me. I wasn't feeling good. I didn't want to deal with anyone. I went to go get a DVD. And that's how long ago it was. So when you went to Redbox, get a DVD. So I went and got a DVD, and this woman was looking at me, and I knew that she knew who I was, but I did not want to deal. And that's what I get for not being kind. And she's like, "You recall?" And I go, "No, I get that a lot, but
I get that a lot.
No. But I'm like, I hear she's great, but no."
Yeah, she's awesome. Yeah.
I get in my car and
I love her hair. That's what you said. I love her hair. She
knocks on my window and she goes, "Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. You're right." Because Brie Clark, she has a giant waist. Like she's giant compared to me. And my heart just sunk.
Oh, wow.
Like, oh my God. I called my husband. I was like, that teaches me to lie. Because
man.
So
you got a giant mouth.
Yeah, they see all the things.
Yeah, that's when you got out of the car. Here comes the police. You're beating her down. Don't you ever say that to me.
No.
That was a compliment. No, I'm Brie Clark. Don't you ever say that to me.
Wow.
I am her. I am Spartacus. All right, so you are amazing always to spend time with. I know I can't keep you all day, and no, I'm not, just like with Sarah, I'm not kicking her to the curb, you guys. We're totally improvising, so no one tells me when they're leaving. They can just leave, of course. But I want to play this for everybody. I actually have 2 videos. I may have to play the other one later. Either that or you guys, as an audience, you're going to have to sit there while I find the video and play strange videos until I find it. So here we go. I'm going to play something. And then let's talk about it on the other side, or we can pretty much just make this, we're going to talk about Brie for a moment here.
Suffering with this burnout and this striving and wanting to be. And so I had heard the term imposter syndrome years before, but I had never really dived deep into it. I didn't do much research. And when I did start doing research, I found out that there wasn't a lot out there. But the little that I did find started helping me put some of these emotions that I was feeling together. I had been in TV for a while, but realized that wasn't 100% what I wanted to do. It was something that someone told me I would be good at, but it wasn't necessarily something that I saw myself doing or saw a lot of worth in. I felt depleted a lot of times at the end of the day. And so when I was approached to do a talk show, I said, if it's going to be about anything, it's going to be about imposter syndrome, because there's a lot of people that need to know that this is what they're dealing with. It's not the depression. It's not the anxiety. While these two things may go hand in hand, a lot of people are suffering with imposter syndrome. And if they identify that that is what they're dealing with, it will help them with some of these other things that they're finding themselves dealing with.
All right. If you heard weirdness in the background, that's because I wasn't finished editing it. So I just wanted to put that in real quick before we moved on. So tell us, Bree, if you can, please. Feel free to do so. Everybody's mics are hot now. We're all back together here. Let's move everybody around because I can. I just want to play with it. We're doing this in real time, you guys. I'm having fun. So let's put Bree back in the center square. Tell us, is it much more comfortable moving down this road as a parent?
Oh, yes. Yes.
Or do you long heavily to be a journalist again?
I never want to be a journalist in the capacity that I was in before. You know, I do believe that there is a space for that. I believe my colleagues do a great job every day. They put their heart and their souls into it. And you hear a lot of negative things about, you know, journalists today in the climate that we're in. But I wouldn't do it just because I have found a different level of peace. My identity is not tied to that as closely as it was. And I believe that I can serve the people around me and the community around me in a better capacity. I have more freedom in what I'm doing now. And so the path I'm on is the path that I'm on, you know. I was blessed to do that during that season and that time. But there's so much more for me now in the road ahead than there would be if I were to go back.
Anybody else for Bree before I take over again?
Yeah. So is season 2, you finished season 1, right? You took some time off. So are you getting back to podcasting now in season 2?
So I've done 2 seasons. I did
you
season
did 2.
1. Yeah.
Okay.
And I did
Okay.
season 2. And it's so funny. During season 2, I did not realize I was expecting with my little girl. And it's hilarious. Nothing fit when we started filming the show, and I was so cranky, and everybody, you know, my team was like, "Are you okay?" And I'm like, "Nothing's fitting." You know, and
I so want to talk about this more. But go ahead.
Yes.
Go ahead.
We shot season 2 and it was great. And season 3, there's so much that I want to say and I want to do, and I want to make sure that it's done well. The whole point of the show was never just to do a show, right?
Bingo.
And
Yeah.
so,
Right.
so we really are trying to make sure that when we craft season 3, that it is meeting the people who watch season 1 where they are now, right? And so I'm not going to rinse and repeat what we did in season 1. And so right now we've been doing as much research as we can. We've been allowing me to heal as well. And just move forward with whatever that takes us. And since now the show will no longer be here, we'll do some episodes here in Austin, but because we're relocating to California, we really want to hear some of the voices that are there as well when we come.
Yeah, baby.
So,
I'm just going to be funneling people your way.
Yes.
All right.
Season 3 is coming. It's just not, you know.
Yeah, right. Yeah. and I like that you have a show that to me is more than a show. It's an actual experience or an event with a few adventures in it.
Yeah.
So if anybody is wondering, you can go take a look at season 1, season 2. There is no doubt that season 3, I'm not trying to sound too biased because it's they're going to be in California, but is going to truly be off the hook, because season 1 and 2, when you watch it, you see that along the way, Bree really is getting a kick out of what she's doing. You can really see that some thought has been put into it. But I gotta know, did you really torture the people that were working with you when the clothes didn't fit? I want to interview them. I don't even want to talk to you anymore. I want to know what you were like. Were you craving pickles and ice cream and tuna and chocolate?
No, it's funny when I do the show, I don't really eat or drink much. Like I'll drink some water because we film this over a 3 to 4 day span.
Yeah, you might kind of film. Yeah, that's kind of what we like to do. Yeah.
So from morning to night, we're filming everything. And so now
get it done. Just get it done and right.
Yeah. And I
Yeah.
was cranky. Yeah, we had some trees and things on set, and I'm like, oh, this is
I
not.
can't imagine you cranky. I know it happens to us humans, but I would love to be a fly on the wall when you're
No.
cranky.
I try my hardest not to get mad because it's not something fun to be around, and my team will tell you it's not.
You even
She's
know it's
honest.
you even know it's not a fun thing to be around. Huh?
No,
And you're the one doing it.
yes.
This
But
is
there
too good.
are times where you have to just tell people what
Mhm,
you need to tell them, and
mhm.
yeah,
Oh man, we would get along really good on a set
Yeah.
because I would go like, just tell me what's bothering you. Just let's get it out the way.
yeah,
You see that wall over there? Just throw it at that wall over there.
yeah. I
Just
probably
throw it.
need you to move the wall. That's the thing.
Move the wall. Oh, no.
Move the wall. It's not
Move the wall.
where I want it to be.
I don't like that wall. Paint it. Paint it. I'm going to my trailer. He storms off.
Yeah.
And everybody's looking at each other going like, okay, now, Paxton, what you going to do? Find chocolate. Give her chocolate. Do you like chocolate, by the way?
I do. Yeah.
What do you like? Milk chocolate, dark chocolate, chocolate with something? What do you like?
There are these like amaretto truffles that I really like.
Ooh.
And my husband, he has them on hand. They're stashed somewhere.
Got him trained.
Stashes 'em.
Yeah. So when
Got him trained.
I think he has me trained. He's just like,
Yeah,
calm down.
no,
You know what I mean?
He got you so he can feel secure and don't have to wear a helmet, so he don't get hit in the head. Got it.
He won't go through that wall.
So, now we talked about candy at some point. I forget, when were we talking about candy? Everybody, was it before the show? I don't.
Of course, I
Was
brought
the
it
first
up when
segment.
Susie and Jim
Susie.
and I were talking.
Right.
Inner
So-
child work.
Crystal
Can we-
likes that Sour
can we-
Patch stuff.
Yeah, can we go down that road just for a minute? Because it was such a great conversation. I wish we were on mic. That's what it was. We were doing it before the show. So we're gonna do it to Bree right now. Let's see here how I'm gonna say this. What type of candy would you choose? Sour or sweet?
Oh, sweet. Yeah.
Okay. Have you ever eaten sour candy?
I have. Yeah. When it's
What?
going up,
Let me get the question out. They're already snickering and giggling. Okay, so you ever eaten sour candy? What was it again?
yeah. When there's no sweet and I need candy, yeah. Sours or yeah.
Okay,
It's
all
sour.
right. So
Yeah.
it's your second choice.
It's my second choice, yes.
Okay, all right. Crystal, you like sour candy or no? What?
I do, but there's
Yeah.
different levels of sour, as I've discovered recently. Like these Albanese sour gummy bears are not too sour. They're just enough, and they don't get stuck, and they're not hard. Like Sour Patch Kids and all that other stuff can be hard, and they get stuck in your teeth a lot. These are like these Albanese gummy bears are softer. I'm just going to go into it. Albanese peach rings I'm eating today again are sweet. So Brie will probably like these because they're not sour.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't like gummy bears, so
Okay.
I will get sick. I don't know what it is about them. but
We
it
were
is-
talking about them too because they have soft ones now. The hard ones are just not for me.
Yeah. They're I don't
I like
understand
chocolate though
them.
too.
Yeah, chocolate.
I'm
Chocolate's
agree
where
on
it's
the
at.
chocolate.
I agree. And
So,
mint.
so Gemma, what do you have to say about all of this?
I must admit, I do love a good sweet,
Yeah.
to be honest.
Sour, no. Huh?
No.
But if nothing else is around, will you eat the sour?
If it's mild, yeah.
If it's mild sour, not our sour. Bree, you agree with that? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. If as long as it's not gummy bear, if it's sweet or if it's some kind of candy of some sort, I'm gonna eat it. It's gonna happen. Yeah.
And Susie, you said something about mint or peppermint. Was that what you said toward the end?
Peppermint with chocolate. That's a good
Yeah.
one. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so I have a question now. Nobody saw this coming. Totally improv, everybody. I keep saying that, and after a while, I'm not going to say it anymore. But so here you go. If you had to describe the men that were in your life before now, we're not talking about your husband
Yeah.
as in this case, but we could. But would you describe them as a sour candy, sweet candy, peppermint candy, mild, sour? How would you describe certain men in your life?
Sour. Too sour to eat.
Yeah.
Bree, you're okay because you can build a camper. You can move out anytime if you don't. He
Yeah.
doesn't like your answer, but go ahead and take the kids. But just
No, they were, and yeah, sour probably. Yeah.
she was I was wondering. She go like, yeah, no, sour. Let I think about it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like probably those gummy worms. Yeah.
The gummy worms. They're like oh wow, gummy worms. I didn't think that would be the answer.
Yeah.
Gummy worms. Gemma, what do you say? See, you're from the UK, so you're so polite over there. I have to call your name every now and then because you're letting everybody talk. But how would you describe some of the relationships or men that cross your path?
Sour.
Sour.
Definitely. Yeah.
So what if
Hold
you
on.
had to?
Hold on. I didn't get to answer.
Oh, okay.
You ready?
I'm leading actually up to something. Go ahead. Nope.
Because I have a
I know you do, but go
hit a chord.
Go ahead.
Hit a
Go ahead.
chord. My men in my life, whatever, would probably be like the old hard candy that the wrapper falls off in your pocketbook and you find it 6 months later.
Stuck inside.
Stuck.
With
Like the
and dirt.
change is sticking to it.
Yeah, perfect.
Candy
That's
baggage. Yeah.
That's it. There you go.
It gets so bad that you want to throw the purse away because it just like totally
Yes.
ruined the
And it
inside of your
sticks to
purse.
the
It just smells like it
inside,
every time you open it
yeah.
up. If we could, let's just go down this road only because it's Friday and I'm goofy and we can until you leave. So if that's the case, which you have just described, then on the flip side, we have a lot of business professionals that watch our channel and CEOs and corporations, people that are in the business world. If you had to then describe for those women that are watching 3 different things you can think of to describe the type of man, and he was a candy.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? You describe the perfect type of man in your estimation, but describe it as if it was candy. He's either rich, thick, whatever you want to, whichever words you want to use. Just don't get me kicked off the air. Describe to those women after divorce, they're going through something, they're looking for a husband. What type of candy should they be looking for if it's not the sour worms?
Yeah.
Bree, you want to go first?
Oh gosh, of course you would tell me this.
Of course
Okay,
I would.
If you're describing a good guy,
Like candy. Describe him like candy.
so of course yes, it's going to be sweet, but it's going to be something that you think about long after you're done
Ooh.
with the candy, and you get good thoughts. It's not like a PTSD type of thinking. It's they bring a sense of
Like a
comfort.
gossip.
Yeah. Yes, not like a jawbreaker, that's everywhere. No, it's like a sweet type of savory type thing that you think about long after. That makes you feel secure when you think about them, and yeah, that's what I would describe.
Nice. Makes you feel nice and safe and comfortable when you have it around.
Even though you want to kill them sometimes and you try to fix the habit,
God, man, I need to stop this. Man, I just keep sticking my head in that bag. I need to stop it. Won't you just walk away from me, Candy? Have legs.
Yes, I love my husband, but
And every now and then the bag goes like, you love me, baby. You know you love me. I make your waist big, but you love me. You drive me crazy. Okay, Crystal, you want to go next?
Oh man, do you want a full description?
Crystal,
'Cause I
it's a
just
family
came up
channel.
with one. Oh, okay. Maybe I won't read the whole thing. I just came up with okay. So if this perfect man were like a life-changing candy for me,
A
it would
life-changing
be
candy.
the ultimate. It would be the ultimate fusion of irresistible allure, depth, and joy. Something that gets better with every bite. So think
Wow.
on the outer shell, smooth, shiny, irresistible. Maybe like one of those amaretto chocolates that Brie was talking about, but smooth. Think of a glistening caramel or chocolate with a
That's what I was going to
delicate,
say.
Oh, wow, that's
Caramel.
nice.
delicate glossy finish, and he has an aura of warmth that draws you in, like a charismatic energy, like a little taste of citrus or spice. And it keeps changing with every bite. You got sweetness, you got honey, you got a little bit of that dark cocoa. It just keeps you guessing with every bite, surprise every time, different sides to him as you spend more and more time together. He's warm, but with a little edge, a perfect balance of comforting yet exciting. And the flavor deepens over time, growing richer with every shared experience together.
Crystal, does he have a brother?
I can create one.
Hey, you know what? This is the perfect time. This is the perfect time, Susie, for not one, not two, but three.
Game over. Game over.
And I didn't even say it in my sexy voice. I wasn't trying to be like that. So
no, it still came out though. Your Crystal T's voice came out for your Crystal T's TV. Thank you. You cannot ask Crystal to do something on the spur of the moment because she is so quick. She will come up with an entire script and copy for you to read.
I know she made me sweat. I'm like, I'm getting heated.
I'm hot too. Oh, geez.
Oh my gosh, Crystal.
I don't know about you guys, but I'm ready for some
novels.
candy. This is like, Gemma, would you like to share with us your thoughts on this candy analogy in regards to relationships and men?
Okay, so
in her modest UK way. Go ahead.
I would say
You're
got
blushing.
to be
I can tell you're pink as I don't know it. No.
Sweet, comforting, almost like nostalgia to go back to.
Yeah.
Oh wow, that's nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is a high bar for a lot of guys who are just still trying to figure out how to take a shower. So I tie their shoes. So speaking of having a brother, my sister from another mister, Susie, would you like to say anything?
I'm going to keep it simple.
She's going to say peppermint.
I can't compete
peppermint.
with it. No, I was going to say caramel, but Crystal hit on it. But yeah, something that you don't want to chew. Something that just lasts.
You want that?
Yeah. Like fudge or a caramel.
Can't take Crystal out in public
good.
at all. What I was going to say. So the bottom line is there are aspects of a man's personality that could be similar to candy if he just gives thought to it, and a woman would appreciate him even more.
Mm-hmm.
Very true.
So for all of you, this channel, when this channel started on YouTube, it was 90% female and like 5% male, and a bunch of other people confused, didn't know whether they were watching this or not. And so now it's like 75% female and 25% men, and it keeps growing with the men. So all of you men that are watching this, you need to pay attention to what you just heard, because you can't find it anywhere else except here on NA TV network. And now I had Bree Clark. I know Bree Clark TV. I threw the word network on the end of it. You won't find it that way, you guys. I just did that so it fit on the graphics. This is why. I'm just letting you know that. So please go look for Bree Clark TV. I'm going to put it up on the screen again. Crystal wrote it out so well. She said, visit there. I think I got that right. Yeah, I did. Click the right one. Please make sure you reach out to Bree there as well. Any other questions or thoughts for Bree? Because I got another question for her before I end. Actually, I have two for Bree. Anybody got anything offhand? Here's our Instagram.
Bree, if you could interview anyone in history, who would it be and why?
Anyone in history? Oh gosh, there's several people. The first would be Maya Angelou. I am in love with her. In love with her writing. And there was just so much wisdom that came from her throughout her life. Not even towards the end. Like as she lived out her life, there were so many pieces of nuggets that she would give. I would love to interview her. My son and I actually had a game where we were talking about this because he's starting to get into the, wanting to interview and everything. And so we've been talking to him about the different people he would like to interview. And he keeps saying George Washington, our founding father. And I said, that would be interesting as well, just to see what he thinks about after all this time, what America looks like and just those things, not even I'm not trying to throw shade. That's not what I'm doing with this, but just interesting into what he thinks after all this time. The appreciation he would have for something that he started and where it has come to fruition. And this is what he thought it would look like. I would also like to interview, Armstrong. I think that's who, the man who went to
astronaut?
the moon. Yes, yes,
Yeah,
yes.
yeah. What's his
I
name?
would,
Louis? Louis
yes,
Armstrong?
yes.
Neil.
Just to speak to him, about that whole
Just for
experience.
the
Yeah.
record, that's Neil
Neil,
Yes,
Armstrong.
thank
Neil
you.
Armstrong. There
Lewis
we
was
go.
a
Who was the
musician.
other one?
Yeah.
Lewis is the musician.
Okay. All
Well,
right.
go ahead. You were going to say, please. I
Yeah.
don't want
Thank
nobody
you.
going to
Thank you
sue
for
me
that.
here. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, no. So yeah, I would definitely love to talk to. I really love space. I love what was beyond us. And we anytime we have any type of space, anything that's happening, like if there's a new moon or if there's meteor shower or something, we always stay up at late and we just look, and I'm just always in awe. I love those types of things, and so to just be able to talk to someone who's been off of this planet and they're the what hits them as they're coming back, because they see Earth from a whole different perspective than we
Yeah.
do. And I do believe that there's power in that physical experience for every application of real life. And so I would love to talk to someone then just about that, to because I believe you take focus off self, and I don't often take focus off self. So I would love to, just kind of, everything that we do is just so centered. That's normal for survival, but I would love to, experience that from there. I don't think I'd ever go up in space myself. So
A
being
little
able to talk,
scary.
to talk to someone about that would be great. I try to learn how to fly to be a pilot, and that's the only thing I've ever been scared of in my life. So I know I wouldn't be able to go to space.
Did you get your pilot's license? Or?
No, I started and I
Okay.
was too. It's the only thing in my life that I feel has ever made me so unsure of anything that I just couldn't do it. And it wasn't even the heights, because I've been up in hot air balloons, I've
Right.
jumped out of planes, but to fly one,
To control it
to
yourself.
control it,
Yeah.
yes, was very nerve-wracking for me. So yeah, no.
But
I
you're not afraid to fly.
No, I
No, I
love
didn't
flying.
think so.
Yes,
Okay.
but to
Yeah.
control a plane, no.
Yeah.
No. I
It's a
thought I
lot.
could, but no. That's my only failure in life, is not
You
being able to do
tried.
that.
You
Yeah.
didn't fail. You tried.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
Great answer.
If Susie was piloting the plane, would you get in it?
Yes. Yes.
Oh, Paxton. Pax's like, no, girl. No.
Wait. Don't you fly, Susie, or no?
Yeah. Well, my ex had a plane, and I learned without learning. I learned kind of by just
As-
doing it.
That's so been your life. That's so been your life. So it's been
Yeah,
your-
just
yeah,
fly
right.
by the seat of my
You just-
pants
there you
with
go.
everything I do.
Kind of
Just-
like this show.
so
you're up
So-
there, and
No.
that's it.
Yeah. Well, Susie's so comforting. I don't think, even if we were going down and she's like, I promise it's okay, I probably would believe her. I'd be
No,
like,
I'd be like, hold on.
I don't think she would be talking that way, Bree. I think she'd go, get ready to meet
"Girl,
your
you got a
maker.
parachute?" We're in trouble.
She be telling you you're in trouble when you're
That's it.
not even going toward the ground yet.
I'd be like, get your seatbelt on.
You see that crank right there? Crank that 5 times, and
hold this.
we should stay up in the air. Just-
Or wave, flap,
Wave.
quick. Sorry.
and if Crystal was there, Crystal
my
would be like,
God.
isn't this a beautiful experience?
Wow, Susie, you did a great job. You
You're
tried.
gonna go like, I want chocolate right now.
Yes. Sugar
Shady
high.
caramel chocolate. It's got- I am never ever gonna let you live down your description of a man via
Ooh-wee.
chocolate.
I
I am
might
gonna
write a whole little
cut that
ebook
out,
on
send
it.
you a
There
copy,
you go.
You know
and
what?
play
That's a
that
good
so
idea.
often everywhere.
Paxton, that's a good idea. I should write like that's one of my ebooks. My first little guide should be on like how to find your
There you
perfect
go.
man and pick out your like you're picking out your candy.
You know what? You could
Love
do
it.
that. You could do that. And now I'm going to go back to my childhood. My parents used to tell my sisters, okay, getting a mate, a man, is like picking shoes. And some of you may have heard this already in private, but essentially you should have a ebook that goes, and you have so many analogies: chocolate, shoes. Picking a man is like picking a
Yes.
skirt. Just keep going.
Got it.
And if anybody steals that idea, that's a shame on you. But there you go, Crystal. I just made that up. All right.
Okay.
So, Bree, a couple of questions before you go.
okay.
We literally could keep you here all day, but the stream is going for another 5 hours. So I think it's time for you to go and have a normal life with your children. But here we go. First question. You have experienced a number of different things as a mother. Your son having autism, a number of different aspects of your career and changes and adjustments. And just side note, I love Idaho too. I often wanted to move there and be there. So I'm just telling you, it is a very beautiful place. Highways are always clean. It's just a beautiful area. Glad you're coming to Cali. But with the adjustments and changes that you have experienced, with the moments of life that have happened to you, you still, based upon your social media posts, been able to find camaraderie with other women. You've been able to hold on to your faith. You've been able to hold on to who you are. What words of advice do you give to someone right now before you have to go at this moment in time? What words of advice do you give to our audience when it comes to holding on to yourself despite the challenges, trials, and tribulations that come upon all of us?
Yeah. Well, you have no choice. You know, I mean, we think when things happen to us, we have a choice, right? We have a choice. I mean, you do have a choice in how you respond, but you can't just stay where you are. I mean, I have tried to stay. I'm like, you know what? Think life sucks right now. This is the lowest I will ever be. I am not moving. You can't. Like it's inevitable that you will move in some way, right? And not every step is a good step in the right direction, but you will move, right? So why not try and move in the right direction? Why not try and gather yourself? And everything that happens to you gives you a chance at resilience. It gives you a chance at being a better you. It gives you a chance at just experiencing life, all the good and bad. And the highs and lows, they ebb and flow together. And I think people don't realize that. Like I challenge people, and I do this all the time. I take an inventory of my life every year or so. But I go from the beginning to the end every time. I don't just add on to the peaks and valleys. And I learned how to do this, the right way. I was doing this before, but I learned how to do this the right way at a women's retreat called Camp Well, through the Well Summit. And basically you just go through and you have basically just little mountain peaks that you draw. And with everything that has happened in your life, the bad, it goes down in the valleys, and every great thing goes up in peaks. And when I was looking at that, diagram, so to speak, of my life, there has always been a pattern of good and bad, either ebb and flowing together, where there was a good and a bad happening at the same time, or one following the other very closely. And so seeing that year after year, it helps me see that this happened, but I know that I've lived enough life to where I know that it's not going to stay this way. I don't know how long it's going to stay this way, but it's not going to stay this way. And there is good even in this, right? And I know that there's people who are probably going through some type of grief, and that's hard to hear. For me, it was hard to hear when we lost our son. I'm like, how possible, how could there be any good that comes out of that, right? But if I would have stayed there, I wouldn't have gotten my son. And if I would have stayed in all the messiness of having my son and how depressed that would have been, I wouldn't have gotten to jumpstart my career again. And if I wouldn't have taken that leap and dealt with all of the pains that come with that, I would have never gotten my show. And if I would have never done my show and been at peace with that, I probably wouldn't have been healthy enough or open enough to have my daughter that I have now. So it's just everything that happens, there is, it all ebbs and flows together, and change and things are inevitable, right? They're going to happen, right? It's just life. Life is messy that way. And the moment that we accept that, the moment that we just decide that that's the way that it is, and decide to move forward no matter what, then there's no issue. There's no issue. There should be no issue, with you continuing in life, with you holding on to yourself and not just being bitter. Because I can tell you there are places in my life where I can be bitter, because I've had some of the worst things happen. Right. And looking at me, you wouldn't know it. You wouldn't know it. And that's what I want. Right. Because I want to be able to tell you the story and you go, oh, wow. Right. that happened to you, and you're still smiling, that happened to you, and you still found love again, that happened to you, and you still had a child. You know what I mean? And so I feel like we're all living this type of life in different ways, but you have to continue, you have to move forward and hold on to yourself that way in that process. Just what's the next right step, and do that.
The next right step for you
Mhm.
Wow.
is moving from where you are and moving to California.
Yes, yes, yes.
Now, when you make that move, your career as a mom, your career as a journalist,
Yeah.
they won't be competing with each other because it's quite clear that you are going to put one over the other, and mom seems to be what you're going to do.
Yeah.
There are women struggling with that, and they don't have a husband.
Yeah.
There are women struggling with that. They don't even have a mom and a dad, let alone siblings to support them.
Yeah.
But you seem to find some center of gravity, some centrifugal force that keeps you
Mhm.
pulled back in, balanced to a measured degree so that you can wake up every day being a caretaker
Yeah.
of your children more than of journalism and other
Yeah.
things and of your program.
Yeah.
What can you say to those women who, even on a Friday, handing their children over to their ex and now they're sitting alone, or watch this back later? What can you say to a woman who has a career, who's able to stay at the hotels you go and visit, who has this life, but it can seem like she's sharing it alone? What keeps you grounded?
Yeah.
Words of advice to help another woman stay grounded outside of what you so beautifully just said. What
Yeah.
else could you share?
Well, it starts, I mean, we talked about this during our last conversation as well. I mean,
Mhm.
the idea
Yeah.
of self-worth, self-reliance, those, it all starts within, like within you, right? And so if you're constantly looking for people to help, right? Because we could easily say, hey, I have a husband who's very supportive, who loves me, and that is a big part of why I stay grounded. But at the end of the day, even he fails me, right? At the end of the day, even my friends fail me, the community that I've rallied around myself. It all comes from this knowing within that there's resilience within me. I wouldn't be out here on this earth if I wasn't able to, right? That's the bottom line. It's not about the schooling that I've gone to. It's not about the wealth that we've created for me. That's not about any of those outlying things. It's the fact that I'm here on this earth. And I wouldn't be. I wouldn't be breathing if there was no way forward. And I'm not just talking from a faith aspect, because yes, I mean, God is a very big part of my life. But no matter what religion you follow, if you're religious in any way, no matter, what beliefs you might have, you are
Mhm.
here and you're breathing. And when it's time for you not to breathe, you won't. You know what I mean? Like
Mhm. Mhm.
it's that black and white. And very few things in life are black and white, but you're here and you're breathing for a reason. Whether you believe that or not, that's you're here for a reason, and
Mhm.
you have to move forward. Nothing just sits still. You're not a chair, and even a chair moves sometimes. Like
Yeah.
you know, it's it's everything is
Earthquake or a human's gonna move it, one or the other.
yes, it's gonna
It's the
move,
same
right?
with us. It's either human,
Yes,
something's gonna
yes,
move us.
yes, and even when it's sitting, getting caked in dust, it's
Yeah.
transformed. And
Yeah.
no one talks about that. Like the dust that is hitting that chair is changing the properties of that chair as it sits there.
Yeah.
Right? Same thing
Mhm.
happens with you. So that's the thing that I have held to hold on to, is that for me, and my belief is that I was put on this earth for a reason, and that it's going to unfold my entire life. I'm never going to know my true purpose. That is going to continue even after I'm dead and gone, not just because I have kids, but because I am you're impacting people in some capacity, right?
Mhm. Correct.
Like you are setting things in motion the moment that you open your eyes and you breathe air, right? And so that's
True. True. That's correct.
inevitable, right? So that is what I hold on to, and that's what I decided a long time ago, that what that's just what it's going to be, and I have no control over it because I'm here, right? I have no control over it. I'm here. and I'm breathing, and I'm going to breathe until I stop breathing, right? And so that's
Mhm.
what I hold on to, is that I am a person. I'm here. I'm put on this earth for a reason, and whatever that reason is, it will continue to unfold. And no matter what I do, that reason will always remain the reason.
Amen.
Every time I have you where I can ask you questions, I want to keep talking to you. I'm not going to do it today, but we did pre-recorded at one time, I think, right? I think we
We
did. Yeah,
did. We did a couple.
we did. And man, I tell you, and she's going to hear this for the first time, you guys. I have 1, 2, 3. I just looked at it the other night. I think it's 7 to 12 different sets of pages of stuff to talk to you about, because I went through and pulled out questions and things I wanted to talk to you about from that pre-recording alone. And it was so tough today to go like, how am I going to approach this? 'Cause there are things that I want to ask you, but she's coming to Cali, people. So here, let me put my camera on. She's coming to Cali, people. I can wait. And if I don't, my daughter's to talk to her. So it's all right. So I'll wait. to do it in person. There are a number of things I want to talk to you about from our pre-recorded chat podcasting that we did, let alone the live that we did. So everyone, we love you for being here. But at some point, if you're here, you needed to hear what she said. If it doesn't connect with you, you're going to need it later.
Yeah.
Heck yeah.
So you needed to hear it, whether you need it now or you need it later, but you definitely didn't need it yesterday. You needed it today. Timing is everything when it comes to anything. Timing is everything. And so your time of coming here just now to hear whatever Bree said, these ladies we're talking about, is just when you needed to hear it. It may not hold value right now. And if it does, awesomely cool. Totally, dude. Totally cool. That's just the way I talk. I'm from California. And I know how to surf. The other thing is that the bottom line is you are more important than, quote unquote, a toxic person, unhealthy person, whatever label that's thrown out there that's common today may not be common tomorrow. You try to stay healthy with the words that you just heard from Bree Clark. Somebody's giving you some love on the screen there from X. From our X account.
Yeah.
You got some love there for what you just said. We thank you so much. Everybody, hold on for a second, because anytime somebody pops in new, I got to go over here and move some buttons around and do this. Narcissist Immune, thank you for being here. Appreciate it a great deal. We put up a lot of information that you talked about, Bree, as we were doing it. We're going to keep it going throughout the show. I'll be pulling them back up. But one of the things that I want to turn to is, everyone, please, it's up on the screen, where to watch. Crystal is taking care of the chat. She says where to watch Bree. She mentions YouTube, The Real Deal with Bree Clark. We got that right? Is that correct? Or we need to do something different? Okay.
Yes.
All right. So Bree, thank you so much for being here. I'm going to be playing, if you missed it, there's some videos and some that I haven't played yet that I made last night for Bree. I'll be playing them throughout this stream. The stream will not end until 5 p.m. California time. Here on the West Coast. So feel free to stick around. If not, come back to it later. But we need you to step over to Bree's YouTube channel. So you can leave this stream and step over there, check it out, subscribe, check out our content. If you want to come back, great, come back. But if not, we'll catch you on the rebound. Not a problem. But Bree, thank you for what you just said. You give me more stuff to edit, but that's cool. It's still good. It's still good. I love it.
No, thank you. And you lovely ladies. It was so great to meet you all.
You too.
Thank you.
Just be
You
here
too.
to support me with Paxton. He puts me in the hot seat. And I'm like,
all the time. All the time. Hey, this show ain't for the weak of heart. It ain't for the flaky, the weak at heart. And as my daddy would say, we don't deal with lazy people. And I love you talking about what your dad did with you and your mom. You are going to carry on a legacy, or as my parents would say, it's okay to be like me, but you need to be better than me. So you're going to be better than them as parents, because you have an insight of a very old, wise woman in a 22-year-old body. So I'm just telling you right now, I'm always going to call you 22. I don't care what. Come on. Okay, Bree's here. She's only 22 years old. Hey, which is a baby face, right? Baby face assassin. That's what you just go around getting rid of the negativity. Susie, any last words for our guest today?
Just thank you so much for all the knowledge and wisdom you just dropped. Yeah, I feel like you're talking to me, so I can imagine what everyone else is feeling. So thank you so much. And it was wonderful to meet you. You are an inspiration.
Yes.
I'm telling you right now, she does it to me too, and I'm 62. She talking, it go like I'm listening to my parents talk to me all of a sudden. It's like she be dropping knowledge. Your heart is geared toward sharing. Your parents evidently raised you to share from your heart what your mind knows and what your life has experienced. Those type of people always have a home with my daughters and myself on NATV and just period.
Yeah.
Because that's what our audience wants. They want people just like you who will come on, be themselves, no agenda, and just share and then move along. And we appreciate you doing just that. All right, I got to go. Everybody say goodbye to the
Thank
lady
you,
herself.
Bree.
A round of
Thank
applause.
you. Bye.
Hate
Way
it.
up. Love you much.
Hate it.
You're a great mom.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Don't change a thing. See you later, my friend. Take care. Bye-bye. Thank you.
Bye.
That was awesome. She's awesome.
Yeah.
She's
Appreciate it.
Amazing.
Absolutely awesome. Never fails. She drops knowledge, and we're going like, okay, why isn't she on TV regularly? She's just like,
Because she
that
will
was,
be.
yeah.
She goes,
will
she
be.
was. That was
She
really,
took a
really
break.
good. He was
had a
showing
baby.
some love to Bria. She had a baby. Hey, you know what?
Some
Come
stuff.
on now.
What can you say, right? Yeah, I know. What can you say? Yeah, leave the poor lady alone. She had a baby. Are you sure you're ready for this, Gemma?
Nope.
Wait, I'm going to put her in the center square.
Wait, did she say nope?
She did. She probably said no. Hey, she's probably ready to go to bed over there. It's like nighttime. She's like, I'm going to take my nap while they talking. So Gemma, we're going to take a commercial break, everybody. Gemma's got some information she wants to share with you. We're going to get into some things that everybody wants to share. Crystal has some things. Susie has some things she touched on. She's going to finish up talking to us about. And Gemma's got a few things that she's going to talk about. We're going to take a commercial break for a moment. Why? Because
Okay,
old man
good.
me needs to grab a bite to eat. And would you say, Crystal?
I
would
said,
you-
okay, good. Just so I can go to the bathroom. I don't even always need
I
to
know.
eat. but-
Thanks, Crystal.
I thought about having a video that actually, we got to go to the.
Bathroom break.
I may make one at some point.
So open.
So
I'm
all
too
right,
honest.
everybody. No, you're fine. You're
Okay.
good.
You could put like an outhouse picture or something.
There you go.
Right.
Some guy out in the woods, right?
I had to do that. with her.
Wait, I gotta have sound effects with it too. I might have a sound effects and just make a sound of a flushing toilet. But yeah, what I was gonna say? So be right back in the sound of a flushing toilet. All right, everybody's going like, "Oh, I'm not watching this anymore. They're just awful." Hot pockets. So anyhow,
Is that from Jim Gaffigan? Did you
oh
watch
man, I
Jim
love that
Gaffigan
dude, man.
comedy?
That guy
I
is so
know.
funny. That guy is so funny. Oh man, but I can't play his stuff because I get copyright strike or something like that. But anyhow, we'll be right back, everybody. So that means that I get to hit a button over here, and today, because it's a random show, I have no idea what I'm going to hit, so I'm just hit anything.
A random button.
A random button.
A random button.
All right, anyhow, we're going to
Good
be right
choice.
back,
I
and no
like it.
telling what will happen, because now that I hit that button, I'll go hit some other buttons, and then we're going to take a break. Gemma's going to be back with us, and she's going to share some info and knowledge and stuff. Going to play with some buttons and all that kind of stuff like that. See everybody later.
Yes.
All right,
See you in a
you
minute.
guys in just a little bit. Hey, go away. Stop looking at us,
Yeah,
everybody.
bye.
Stop looking at us. Why are you looking at us? It's kind of weird looking at us. We appreciate Bree being here. That was cool. All right. See everybody in just a little bit. Be right back.
흘러가는 우리 사이 왜 눈치 못 챘을까 내 시선은 너 하나뿐이었지 단 한 번도 I never thought you wanna leave me for another Thought it was all make-believe 아직 몰랐던 아픔들이 곧 따라오네 맹목적으로 너를 믿은 나 결국 다 어리석은 생각 Now I know what it means to be foolish 나의 예상 못했지 clueless 한쪽에 눈물 흘러 행복해보고 싶었었지 시간이 갈수록 baby I still see 다시 돌아보고 있는 너 내 맘을 자꾸 흔들어 왜 어차피 끝인 걸 아는데 그래도 오직 너만 필요해 어차피 이별은 다 똑같아 상처를 받고 날 기대 너도 나만 필요했으면 해 너도 나만 필요했으면 해 너도 나만 필요했으면 해 I can be your shield and cover for the rain Let you put your head out till the pain will go away But what we got isn't real, yeah, it's fake Cause you keep getting hurt on your own without me, babe The timing wasn't on our side when we lost it Both of us were always trying to be optimistic But we struggled to find what was meant to be important Yeah, we kept getting hurt, tired and exhausted It costed, what did it cost? Everything Man, I need a magic bullet straight through my head Damn, wanna be in a better place What I would do to be able to hate instead of staying up late, remembering every inch of your face 행복해보고 싶었었지 시간이 갈수록 baby I still see 다시 돌아보고 있는 너 내 맘을 자꾸 흔들어 왜 어차피 끝인 걸 아는데 그래도 오직 너만 필요해 어차피 이별은 다 똑같아 상처를 받고 날 기대 너도 나만 필요했으면 해 너도 나만 필요했으면 해 너도 나만 필요했으면 해
All right, no reason to hold you for this entire season. Let's jump into it. Welcome to NATV Network, home of NATV Radio, and NATV Live, and a whole lot more. We got Gemma coming up for you next. Get your notebooks out. You're going to spend some time with Gemma, and, well, she's going to tell you what's on her mind. Thank you for being a part. Thank you for being a part of this live stream. Last one for 2024. I am so happy that you were able to stop by. Appreciate it a great deal. Crystal's showing some love for you, Dr. Pepper. Dr. Pepper, appreciate you so much. Old Chicago radio station. And you're going to love what's coming your way then in 2025 for our music channel and some other channels that we have. Yes, we have more than just this one. We just kind of relatively keep it quiet. This one's about mental health and a whole lot more. Gemma, I know you're ready. I'm going to bring you in just a moment and make your mic hot so that you're in the stream. Let me do a couple of things. Everybody get ready. Here comes Gemma. What do you say, Gemma?
Hey!
I love that mic. I just want to hear you speak. That's why I was torturing you for the past few hours. I just love hearing your voice. Floor is all yours. Audience,
Perfect.
all yours.
So I wanted to share the power that reflection brings us after trauma, after mental health experiences. Reflection can be one of the best things we can do, not only for reconnection or rediscovering ourselves, but also for connection with others. So today I wanted to share with you something my therapist taught me, which was the power of creating a decent vision board, which I thought was completely bizarre at the time. But since then, it's something I've turned to each year without fail. And so I've got about 3 vision boards floating around now, which was why I wanted to share with you how strong and empowering they can be, especially when you've been through trauma and you've lost connection with what you want from your life and what you desire to have in your life. So quite often we know if you're a trauma survivor or somebody who is friends with a trauma survivor or somebody who struggled with mental health, you know that sometimes you feel worthless, full of shame, and either anxiety or disconnect. And if that resonates with you, let me know. So that's what I'll be tackling today, shaping a future after trauma or mental health issues in 2025 and what that could look like for you. Remember, yes, you could have been through trauma, but you still deserve the future you've always dreamed about, whatever that looks like for you. So let's make 2025 your year of empowerment. But first, you've got to acknowledge where you're at now and how far you've come through your healing process. So think about these few things: the key moments of your journey and how they have shaped your life. And then look at what you've learned from those moments of imperfection that offered chances for you to grow. So first things first, how often do you practice gratitude? I try to practice it daily, and I recommend you do too. But when you're shaping your vision board, it can be a fantastic thing to start from. So when you've got your notebook in front of you, write 3 things that you're grateful for right now. You can either use your notebook or in the chat. Then think about what you want in your life next year. What do you want your life to look like next year? You deserve the same chances everyone else gets in life, as what happened to you does not define the path your life should take. So if you want to go for that crazy new job, or you want to travel to that far place you've always dreamed of, then go for it. That's what a vision board is. It allows you to create a vision for what you want in your life, which can be so empowering. Put it up on the wall after you've done it, so then you can look at it day in, day out. And even times when you're low, maybe you've got affirmations written on it, or mantras, or pictures of places that you've wanted to visit, family members that you don't see very often. Maybe that's a way to reconnect with yourself. So with that in mind, there are different categories which can make a difference in your life next year. Here they are: emotional, self-confidence, relationships, health, and adventure. What can you do next year to better yourself in each of those categories? Do you want to include more boundaries, focus on more self-care, or make more time to build connections with people? A way to bring all of this together is by creating a vision board, which is why I've created a vision board workbook, which is available via my Patreon, as it's a way that you can reconnect not only with yourself, but with others too. You can rediscover quotes that you used to enjoy, films that you love to enjoy watching, maybe places that you'd forgotten about that you'd always wanted to visit. It's your chance to be unapologetically you, to discover a more authentic self while making it. And to be quite honest, when I'd gone through trauma, I'd forgotten what authenticity meant. When I'd gone through mental health, I'd forgotten what authenticity meant. But through reconnection, through self-discovery, through journaling every day, little bit by bit, I came back. And that's why I created the vision board workbook because it gives everybody else the same chance I had to be able to reconnect and rediscover, which is so crucial after you've been through trauma or had mental health difficulties. Because as you journal and do all the prompts and everything else, there's nothing more powerful that you can do for yourself than to take that time out, whether it's in the morning or early afternoon or evening. Take that pressure off, take that weight off, and give yourself permission to journal. Give yourself permission to take that time out. Your life, your rules, your boundaries. And they couldn't be any more crucial. As when you set your own boundaries, you develop your own power, and your own self-worth becomes clearer, not only to yourself, but the people around you too. So when you have your own power, you then are able to peel back the layers. Some people call it self-discovery. I call it self-archaeology, because you're peeling back the layers, like people discovering things for the first time. But you're not rediscovering things. You're discovering things that have sometimes been there all the time, that you've sometimes lost. So that's why reflection is so important. And that's why self-discovery is so important. And that's why creating a vision for yourself couldn't be any more crucial than it already is. And you might think, yeah, okay, taking the time out for myself, cutting and sticking, what's that going to do? But it's therapeutic. It's needing that bit of time out. It acts as almost therapy, but with yourself instead of a therapist.
I love it. I love it over here. I love it so much. I'm just banging into things while I'm listening to you talk about that.
I know, I noticed that.
Totally go like I'm banging into stuff, trying to turn my mic on. I'm being weird. Crystal, you're up. Susie,
Oh
you're
my
up.
gosh, I love it.
We're
Vision
by the
boards,
way, in the
yeah.
private chat, we were kind of like, when do we jump in on this? Because we want some of this action too. You're jumping in. Excellent. I loved it all. Great tips and tools. Crystal, you want to go first?
Oh yeah. No, just like she had me picturing and thinking about all the vision boards that I've made, but she made me think about it and picture it in a different way. And I'm really glad you brought up just the everyday gratitude, because we've all heard that and know that, but like when you really do it every day, right, Gemma? It's like a
Yeah.
totally different experience. It really does change your day, your week, your month, your life.
It
Like,
does. It helps you think about the lighter points.
oh my gosh. Well, yeah. And some people, it's just your perspective. Like they'll look at
Yeah.
some things that maybe we've gone through and they're like, oh my God, that's horrible. And I'm going, oh my God, I'm alive. I can breathe. I have a child, my son. I have clothes on my back. I'm eating food. I'm good. Even with all this trauma and all.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So you just up that back
Gemma,
for
I
good.
love how you make everything just flow.
Mhm.
So she was talking about she loves how
Oh,
you make everything
yeah.
flow. She's grabbing a
My
couple of things
mic,
there.
yeah,
You
sorry.
good? You,
I love how you make everything just flow. Like I listen to your words and I not only visualize it, I feel it. It's like
Right?
I'm in it. I love that. You're just, yeah.
It's like
And the
an
vision boards,
audiobook, right?
yeah, exactly,
Like you're
exactly.
listening to.
Yeah. How long have you been making vision boards, Gemma?
For the past 3 years.
Now, I have to ask you because I've done it in the past. I did it when I was really young, and
Mhm.
I found them like decades later. And I couldn't believe how many things on the board were in my life or had been in my life. Like it's real. When we
Yeah.
visualize our futures and a better life, it happens.
Yeah, it does. I mean, on mine, I've got different quotes from different actresses. So when I was studying acting earlier last year, and then I've also got writing stuff on there as well from when I'm writing my book and things like that. So yeah,
It's great. It's like setting the stage for what's to
yeah,
come. Yeah,
I love that.
absolutely.
I
See, and
love
I'm
it.
still getting to know Gemma, so I didn't know that you were starting to look into acting now. I'm like wondering all these things, like how you liked it and how did it fit into your like creative, recovery and post trauma healing journey? Like how did it help you or challenge you?
It definitely acted as a form of therapy for me.
Yeah.
I think I'm gonna have to try an acting class with you.
Yeah.
Because
Now
I
that
hear
you've heard
both
it.
of you, and you guys are so great. And like, I don't know, I think I might check this out. I
It
feel
just
like
has to be the right one,
yeah.
and
I
that's
don't
it.
know where. I'd have to ask you both because I have no clue where to start, and
Yeah,
I feel like I'd be scared.
everyone
Like,
is,
how did you get over the
Yeah.
fear?
right, Gemma? Everyone's scared, everyone's nervous,
So
even
Oh
if you've
yeah.
done it before.
what did you both do to like get over the fear? Did you just jump in and act a fool if you needed to, or?
Let's hear what Gemma has to say first.
I'd say definitely embrace stepping into somebody else's shoes. Like, you're not yourself for however long you're in that class for.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And being able to step out of your comfort zone without judgment from the people surrounding you is massive.
So is it kind of like everyone's in the same boat? So you really
Yeah,
can't get embarrassed if you mess up or
yeah,
just have fun kind of atmosphere?
exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think a lot of the techniques and the exercises, I don't know which ones you guys did, Gemma, but like they had us do like this thing. I've told you guys about it before, not the full out Meisner, but we would do just the warm up Meisner techniques where it would get you really focused on like whatever you're feeling, whatever's going on. You connect with your
Mm.
partner and you say it, whatever it is in the moment. It could just be like blonde hair. And then you go to the next, it's like, are you
All right,
judging me? Judging me?
when you just said blonde hair, you know what came to my mind? Is that how you do
What?
it?
Yeah, you repeat
Potatoes.
it.
I don't know
Potatoes.
why. I just
See,
saw
and that would be
potato.
you. If
What
that
would I
popped in
do
your
with
head,
that?
if you
I
popped,
don't know.
if that popped in your head, you would say
Yes.
potatoes, and I would be like potatoes. I'd be like, you're thinking, you're all over the place, and you'd be like, I'm all over the place.
Because
You
I
know,
kind of visualized the blonde hair, and like next thing I was like mashing potatoes.
and that's
So,
exactly it. You're not judging. You're not thinking about what you're saying next. It's pulling stuff out, and then you're connecting with your partner to repeat at least to make sure you're receiving what they said, and then
okay.
you're sharing whatever comes out next because you're not filtering and you're not judging and you're not editing. And maybe Gemma would agree that all of those, like she said, not a judgment free zone, all of that is essential if
Exactly.
you're going to open up emotionally in an acting class or in life, if you're going to open up emotionally at all.
Yeah, it's
You
now
have
I can see
to.
what you mean, like another therapy. It sounds,
Yeah.
Mhm.
yeah, without overthinking something oh my gosh, something I still have to fight myself on is overthinking,
Everyone.
Mm.
over processing, over preparing. Like,
We
oh,
all have. But I'm so glad to know that about Jesse. I didn't know that. So that's really interesting.
yeah.
And that's been in the last year then, Gemma? So that's like a newer, or did you do it when you were younger too and you're like rediscovering it?
I did it when I was younger as well.
Interesting.
I discovered acting when I was at school.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and then through all the trauma and everything else, I lost connection with it.
Mm-hmm.
And then it's been something that I picked up from sort of around, I want to say 2023, but early that year, and then carried on.
I love that. I'm so glad to hear that. And for you, has it been more like part of the journey and you're not worried about like, I'm going to be a working actor and I got to put myself out there for all these auditions and make money? Or is it more like, I will take my time with it and do it whenever I want, and it's a healing part of my journey and
I'm
training?
definitely taking my time with it.
That's awesome.
So yeah, I love it.
I love it. I just love it when I hear that sound in your voice, and it's like I know when people do it for the quote unquote right reason. Not that I'm judging, but you know what I mean? Like when people
Yeah.
jump into it and they're like, "Oh my god, do you like my headshot? I did this. I'm on this, and I'm doing all this." And I'm like, "Okay, it's all about you. Got it." Like that's why
Yeah.
you're doing acting, and it just
Mhm.
speaks for itself. It's not like you even have to judge. It's just actions speak more than the words, right?
Can you do that voice again?
Exactly.
Can you do that? Was
Sorry,
that, was
guys.
that?
Which one?
Didn't audition. You
What'd
like
she
my new
get?
headshot? I got this stuff. And what are you doing? Who's your agent now? Oh, I have the agent in town. I have the number one agent
What?
on the East Coast right now.
She's choking me up. That's crazy, man. Tons of characters when you stop by an ATV network. No telling who we will be at any moment in time. I love when you do your voices. She has voices. She has characters. Hey, do the old lady or the was it the?
Are you talking about the lady from New York and New Jersey?
Hey, now.
Yeah, I said you're gonna get Susie all wired
That's
up.
it.
Susie said, I got an Aunt Flo, and Aunt Flo's from New Jersey, and she's gonna come visit you.
Hey, lady, you got a problem?
What's
up with you?
New Yorkers coming out. The Italian New Yorkers coming out.
That's it.
I don't think you got a problem with Aunt Flo. Tony, I'll send Tony to come visit you. Okay.
All right, man. Improv 101. Here we are. There it is. Gemma had no idea this was going to happen to her today. She's just like going with these people and they're out of their mind. We had a great time with Bree. Bree was here. BRE Clark. Bree Clark TV. You can check it out. She was awesome. Had a great time with her this morning off the coast of California. Susie is in New York. Crystal is in Florida, and Gemma is in the UK, United Kingdom. So we've had a great time, us all being together. But I'm telling you, everybody, let's do a quick recap. What was it like for you dealing with Sarah first?
Oh, I loved her. I couldn't believe. I mean, I could believe it because I was listening to her music, but to hear her live was amazing.
Yeah.
So talented and so sweet too. But
Yeah.
not like soft sweet. She's strong sweet. Loved her. And
She
her book.
definitely
Who
knew.
knew? Who knew she wrote a children's book?
Yeah, right. True.
Right?
Yeah.
That was cool.
And then the story behind it. What was it? Turtle's Tears.
Turtle Tears.
Turtle Tears. Yeah.
Here it is up on the screen, everybody. Crystal got it up for us. Yep. She definitely very talented. Anybody still has some things that they want to talk about in regards to Sarah, feel free to put in the chat, but mainly send it to me here at NATV Network, and we'll make sure to pass it on to Sarah. Please pick up her book, Turtle Tears. I know you were agreeing, Gemma, because I saw your head bobbing up and down, but with that nice microphone, you can use it too by actually saying something. So I'm just messing with you. Of course, her website is available for everybody to go take a look at. Go to the photo gallery of her website. You will enjoy it. Matter of fact, let's do this. Since we're talking about it, something that I can do things over here that'll make your life quite interesting.
I like that one.
Don't ask me. Okay, here we go.
That was like a combo of 3 different characters.
I don't. Oh, yeah, no telling what happens. I may need some protein right now. I don't know. I'm just gonna, here we go. Let's see if I can bring this in. Let's do that, and then we're gonna come over here, boys and girls. And what we're gonna do here is we're gonna hit this button, and then we're gonna go over here and grab another one because we can do that out here in the Ponderosa. All right, so don't ask me. Too much bonanza for me. Too much for you young people to know what that is. But let's see. Do we got Sarah up on the screen? Can everybody see that there? We got Sarah, her website Can everybody see that? Thumbs up or no? Yes, whenever I got that. You guys out there? I can't see you. That's why. So there she is. You guys can check out her Doohickey. That's her home page, Doohickey. The about section. Ooh, bio. Ooh, man, there she is. Oh, I don't even know what's on the screen right now. I gotta look at my bigger screen up here. Can you guys see it? No, I'm in the wrong spot. Hold on a second here. Let me move some things around here. Get some people out of the way. I don't know. Put us at the bottom. I don't know where we're going with that. Here, something like that. There we go. So you guys can see that. I'm gonna get back over here. Loving it. What I was talking about was this section over here, with her photos.
Love it.
Nice.
Girl got some class. Girl got some skills. You know what? It's always a good thing when you meet people that got skills. Skills, man.
Put our skills together.
That's right. We become the Avengers. We become the Avengers led by a really old guy. An old guy who's not in a chair like the X-Men, them people. No. We're the Avengers. We're the Avengers, everybody. We can come for all your recovery and make it better. That's what we do on Friday. We make you feel better about your recovery. Go everywhere else, and then when you're done, you come back home.
Amen.
Bring some chocolate and milk. All right. So anyhow, there you have it. I'm looking at a bunch of different things here. I hope you guys can see what I'm seeing, because if not, I don't know what to tell you. She's singing in, not in the rain though. She's singing, but not in the rain. But her voice is exceptionally well done, music and all. All right. Make sure you check out our store, Denim.
It's cute.
Hey, so isn't that cute? Isn't a little iron-on patch? That's just so cool. It's just so cool. You get a makeup bag, everybody. And of course, if you want a signed copy, isn't that what she said, everybody? Make sure I said that. Right.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. You can't beat that.
Get it on
$15, going to make you feel good. You're going to have stories to tell your children. Read it to your children. They'll have a new perspective on turtles and butterflies. What was it about butterflies? The turtles secrete something. Anybody got that? Remember that?
Was it
salt, right? Okay.
Salt
I think
water
that's right.
something?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're not sure what we're talking about? Catch this show earlier and you will see exactly what I'm talking about. Rewind it. Rewind. Okay. What else we got here? Ooh, handmade Sarah guitar pick. Earrings. Wait, hold on a second.
So
I had to read that again. I said guitar pick. Wait, the word earrings on the end. Oh, that's pretty cool.
Good idea.
Oh, I love them.
Not bad. $10, man. You guys can't beat that, man. Come on, you people. Stop buying them pizzas and start putting it towards something like this. Buy a pizza once a month and then go to Sarah's website and get yourself some. Vinyl package. What is that? Outside the Lines. What is that? Exclusive limited edition vinyl package of all the songs from outside.
Wow.
Oh, hey, you can't beat that. Dude, $50. That's 2 pizzas right there.
That's amazing.
You see what you could be doing with your life instead of pizzas? You could be dancing and getting your groove on, swinging your elbows and tapping your toes. There you go, right there. I know I got too much of the country comes out of me right now.
Oh my
Outside the Lines coloring book. She's got a coloring book and pencil set.
Oh,
Man,
I love that.
I don't think Bree's seen this yet, Susie. If
Those
Bree
are
sees
nice,
it, man,
too, in the
anything
wooden
like
case,
this.
the pencils.
Yeah, look at that. I make it bigger there. Can I? No, I can't.
I like that.
Look at that. Styling. Snazzy. Oh, man, check it out. Check it out. Shirt. Get yourself a shirt. Outside the Lines.
Love it.
Sarah Harrelson.com. That's the store. Everybody, we want you to show some love to her, but make sure you check out her music. She's got music. She's got songs that are out right now that you can check out. Check this out. Check her out, you guys. She's on ice skates. I was going to do this when she was here, but I wasn't going to torture her. But check this out. This is it. Check her out, man. She has definitely been making some music. The one in the middle there, you see rock and roll? That's the one I got. She sent me that. I got it. I'm special. I'm special. I got it in you down. I'm special.
What was the song she played for you? Was it Red Flag?
That's, I think on this one. Can you guys see that there?
Yeah.
That one. Oh, we're going to go to Spotify now. You guys get that out of here. Don't want to play it, though. Get myself in trouble. All right. Anyhow, so here you go. You can check her out on Spotify. By the way, these are my playlists over here. See that over there? Messing with you guys. I told you. Total improv. And she's got more music down here. Cool glasses.
Ooh,
Right.
I like
Styling.
the red
Yeah,
heart.
she got music, people. Okay. She got the whiskey one is pretty cool too. That's a nice single. I like that one. And there she
I
go.
gotta go listen to them all.
There you go. Now, this will probably be the music that Gemma's going to be. She's going to have everybody in the UK listening to this. They're like, you've been with them
Yeah.
Americans too long, Tom. What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you? Stop hanging out with those Americans. They're corrupting you. Corrupting you. Gemma, thank you so much for the information you shared. I now am going to open it up to everybody else, even though we've all been talking. Is there anything in particular that someone enjoyed specifically about, I know you just talked about it, what Gemma talked about, specifically that she talked about, that you want to discuss more for the audience, since we're all improvising? Anything else?
Right. We talked
Oh,
about the vision boards. But
I'm just
I think how she like you said, seamlessly like made it flow from like talking about the exercises and the techniques to like, there's key moments of imperfection, I think she said, in your life, and how are you going to allow this to challenge you to grow? And I was like, ooh, I love the way she said that. And then went right into her experience with the exercises and how she went through therapy. So I just love the way she eloquently phrased that.
When you're coming out of an abusive relationship or situation and everything seems so scary and confusing. And I feel like with what you're doing, it just makes it not so scary. Like your workbook and the things you do on Instagram on Mondays. You do, what is it, a live journaling?
It's a live journaling.
Journaling, yeah. Like how, and you're not doing it alone, because for me it was like kind of hard to do it alone because I was still so confused about things. So it's nice to just sign on and do it together, and you're just very good at guiding. So I appreciate that in you.
I want to kidnap her.
Yeah.
I want to find a way. I haven't found it yet because my Mondays involve something else, but I would love for you to come and do that over here on NATV when you get a chance, or I'll have to pre-record it or something, or do something for our viewers and members and subscribers, that we have something like that for them to go through. But everybody here, make sure you go visit Gemma on, is it Monday? I'm a piggyback. Susie.
It's Mondays at 7 a.m. GMT time.
7 a.m. that time. Man, that's really, yeah. I told you I got other things to do on Monday at that time called sleep. But what I was going to say is, so that would be, I don't know, what is that? 7 a.m. your time is like 11 or 12 or 1 o'clock in the morning for us or something.
I think it's
something
like 1
that.
a.m.
You're 8
We
hours
looked it
ahead
up
of us, I
last
think.
time.
Yeah, you're like 8 hours ahead of us. I think it's awesome because you do it in the morning, and it gives people a good way to start their week if they're able to be a part of it, but they can also watch it back later.
Exactly.
It's great to know that that's there, even though a person may get up and start their day a certain way, they're still able to go back to it later when they have time. I think it's awesome. What is the actual process of that? Because I'm not going to watch it until you do it over here. I'm just going to let you know I'm insulted that you even thought about doing it before you met me. So it's just so, that's so narcissistic. But I was gonna say, I can't believe you're so happy without me. So anyhow, so just so weird. He's a weirdo. So do me a favor. What is the Patreon? How can they pick up the workbook journal? Very good points that Crystal is highlighting to us, because we need to put that in front of everybody, which is what we do here at NATV and Rhythm Entertainment Media Group. We put other people in front of other people. And so we're going to do that for everybody. Gemma's given us that information. Crystal's putting it together, and we'll put it up on the screen for you in the chat. Use the chat as an opportunity to find the links that you need more than looking into the description of the video. We want the actual live stream. When you come to us on a Friday, the live stream itself will become your reference material and your reference point to add to your recovery journey. Your recovery, your restoration, your transformation can all be found right here on NATV Network. So as I often say, go everywhere else, but this kind of juicy stuff you can find to add to whatever you already are doing, add to the foundation you already have. Feel free to come here and pick up some other little tips, tools, strategies. Don't get caught up on the lingo. Trauma this, lived experience. Like, people can bounce you around because they can take you on a whirlwind of different ways to look at something. You just want to feel better, and we want you to feel better. So don't get caught up in the terminology if you can help it. Learn something, examine something. Look at the screen, everybody. If you're here in the chat with us, this is for you, the audience. This whole day is for you to be able to think of something other than the narcissist, other than toxic stuff. Get a hint of information, but think more about your well-being. What do we have there, Susie? Everybody, Gemma, you can jump in if you like. If you like,
Yeah.
I got to take a swig of something over here.
That's the. It's all right.
I'm sorry.
Go on.
Go on. No, it's your. It's
I
your
told you people
membership.
stop being
Let me
polite to
go.
people
I
when you guys are
know.
on. Just
See,
keep
she's
talking.
rubbing off on me.
Yeah, you're giving Susie bad habits. Don't. Oh, I'm sorry. No, I'm sorry. And the audience is going like, somebody please talk. Just quit saying I'm sorry. Just jump into it. No, I'm just kidding.
Just do it. Just do it. There you go.
That's the exact link for my Patreon membership, which also includes a link to the shop where you can buy the vision board workbook.
Nice.
Cool.
So
It's
what's
a
in the
longer
vision?
one, but I have the shorter one coming right after it, so people can get there. If
Well, I'm
not
curious
that
what
one. The next
what's
one.
in the workbook.
Oops.
What's in the workbook for the vision board? Does
So
it come with like
include-
pictures, or it tells you where to get them?
Yeah, it comes with pictures, it comes with journal prompts, it comes with the different categories in which you can improve your life. So if you want, you can separate your vision board into those different categories to make it a bit easier, or just create lists on the vision board any which way. There's no rules.
And I like that you can hold it. You know, a lot of people, they're like, oh, you can do it online. It's not the same. You need to
It's
hold this in
not.
your hands. Yeah.
Yeah.
And make it. You know.
Yeah. So much more powerful that way too.
Love it. Crystal, when's the last time you made a vision board?
You know what? I actually made one last year.
Oh.
Right. It was maybe like, yeah, this is like a year and a half ago. So I've made them a few times, maybe like a handful of times. But I think I started in acting class when everybody there was like, let's get together and do a vision board when we're not in acting class. And so that was the first time I did it. And it was probably 2013, 2012. And just sitting there doing it with them in that space was just so healing, just even doing that. So I was like, I can do this
Yeah.
anytime I want. Perfect. So I have. And this last time, I feel like it actually is manifesting correctly because I actually believe and like fully believe, you know?
Because you did the work. You're
Like the
doing the
wash.
work. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. I think I'd like to I'm gonna check it out because maybe I can do it like in real time when you jump on with Paxton. I would totally,
Yeah.
especially for like the new year. What better
Hey,
time to
wanna
do a vision
that?
board?
We
Exactly.
can schedule that.
Yeah, we should. You want to do it too, Crystal?
Sure. I'll
you
do another
game?
one for this.
You're in?
Yeah.
Well, it's a new year.
Yeah, I'm ready to do it whenever.
That's it.
So if you guys want to in January, totally
Yeah.
up for that.
You giving me
Yeah.
ideas that are popping in my
Yeah.
head right now.
Good. We
Susie,
can
we
do
got to
that
talk about that.
vision
Okay?
board class. Absolutely.
Yeah, we
I'm
got-
excited. I'm serious.
Yeah, because we could do like a
good
little
stuff.
pre one on our own and like show like how we started and share with each other in the audience, and then be like, okay,
Tutorial, instructional.
yeah, where is this going next?
Yeah.
But kind of community wise, all at the same time. Yeah.
And then next year we can revisit, or like 6 months down the road, if anything comes. It's true.
You're like, look,
No, in 90,
I'm a
even 90
billionaire.
days. Even
Look,
90
there's
days,
my
Susie.
Porsche. There's my
Yeah, yeah, Porsche. Yeah, Porsche. That's pretty good.
I got
like
the
that.
color right and everything.
She went right for the top, baby. She
All
ain't
right.
got no fooling around. She says, I'm glad
my
Bree
God.
came on because I'm not going to be no imposter syndrome me. I'm going to go get the Porsche.
I thought you meant
Get
Forge.
rid of this bicycle and get
I'm
me
gonna
a Porsche.
the peace and the love and the family and the cooking and all that's going to be on there too. But you got to have one like golden ticket, I would think.
So yeah, you're gonna pull up in front of their house and go vroom vroom.
That's it. I'll be
My
cruising
board
down
gave me this. My vision board gave me this.
I'll come down and pick up Crystal, pull up outside
There you
our
go.
house. Let's go,
You go
girl.
to Florida. Yeah. There you go.
We'll surprise you,
excited.
Paxton.
You can see, hey, that
Let's do
works
it.
for me, man.
Cross
That works.
country
I'm
trip.
gonna be filming all of it when it happens. I'm gonna be filming it. You're like,
She did it.
today, everybody, we're looking into the life and times of Crystal and Susie with their Porsche.
Yes.
Where
Not
are
Thelma and Louise.
Their Porsche.
Yeah, there we go.
It's a community Porsche.
Now we
Well,
turn
if we
to
both
now we
put it
turn
on
to
the
our
board.
UK correspondent Gemma. And Gemma, what do you think about this? She's gonna go raspberry. I'm done with these people. I want a UK Porsche. I got no common sense. I sold it when I was 20. I'm just an idiot. All right. Let's see. I don't know these old expressions I take from my father and grandfather. But anyhow, let's see here. When it comes to what we're gonna do next, we have no idea, but we really do, everybody. So there's a lot of information and content that we want to share with you. And we're going to start doing that. We're not going to take a commercial break that we would normally do. We're going to transition into Susie, and then we're going to transition into Crystal, if Crystal hasn't passed out or left.
I'm here.
So, okay. So, Crystal, you and I and Jim are going to hold back for a little bit because Susie has some information she wants to get into. She has a long list of information, but maybe you can finish up, Susie, what you were touching on at the beginning of the show before Sarah came on, and we can get into the subject of letting go. Is that possible? I put that up. No pressure, but you were going to talk about. She go like, I wasn't going to talk about that, Paxton. You guys can't see her right now. You have no idea. Well, I just happened to turn this way to look at my monitor, and she was like, she has. I wish I could show. I'm not going to do it to you. I'm not going to do it to you.
Me all the time. I'm used to it by now.
Today, I'm not going to do it to you.
Here
You
we
should see
go.
her hands and what she had in her hand. She's
These are the Italian.
She said, I would
I'm
use
gonna
a certain
throw the
finger with
papers in the air.
him, but I can't because my hands are full. Because it's like, I didn't discuss that with you. So we're
switching
Jim was
it
going
up
like,
on me.
I'm safe because I did my part. I
He
was
was
like,
easy
I'm
on
out of
you,
here.
Gemma.
Like, I'm done.
I took note of that, by the way.
You did, right?
I
You saw
really
it.
did.
She's going like, why does Gemma get to go first? I was,
No.
hot pockets. What was up with that?
I'm
There's your
all
sign.
confused. I'm overloaded with information today. That's my problem today.
Hey, you know what? The singing
I'm
was
learning.
to soothe you and bring you into a place of tranquility and serenity.
Yeah.
That evidently went away real quick. All right,
Something
we'll get her
like
back on camera. But I
Okay.
wasn't going to
Thank
show you
you
guys when she had all
for
the papers in
sparing
her
me.
hand. All the papers, she's going like, she's like
Wait,
waving at him because she know I can see her.
You-
And then
you
she's on
watched
camera.
me
She's going like,
before.
oh,
I
she's
just-
so together, but she just cursed me out with her sign
I
language.
just organized everything, and now I'm all.
No.
This
Here
is
we
what
go.
I'm gonna do.
No, here we go. I'm
Since
going to change every. I'm going to change. We're going to do it again. Rewind everything, everybody. Rewind everything. I don't have a thing. Here, look. I'll do this. Wait. Hold on a second, everybody. Okay. Anytime I play that, that means it's like the Men in Black thing when they do the flashy thing. You just whenever you hear that, just
Nothing happened.
thank you. What Susie just said, nothing happened. I'm going to get you to record that. I'm putting it on a button over here. I'll push it. Nothing happened. You didn't see anything. So wipe it from your mind. That's what you say when you deal with a narcissist. Just wipe it from your mind. Okay, so here we go. Susie, we're starting all over again. Susie is going to be talking to us about a subject that she has in mind, right, Susie?
Yes.
And it's probably all. Wait, hold on. Dude, we're totally making this up, guys. We have no idea.
No
And poor
clue.
Susie at the beginning says, "Okay, so what time am I coming on?" I said, "Just throw it out the window." She looked at me and went like, "He is out of his mind. I need organization." So here we go. Susie's got some things she's going to talk to you about, everybody. She's going to be talking to everybody about a few subjects, and all of it is under the umbrella of the theme of letting go. Is that better, Susie? Is that?
Yay!
You can't see her. You have no idea. Wait, I want to get it. Oh, do it again. When she went like, no, she goes like,
easy on
hey,
me. Thank you.
I'm not that piece of chocolate that they were talking about earlier. I'm that kind that messes up your purse.
You know you're not that bad.
I'm that piece that's stuck at the bottom of your purse. Here, hold on a second.
You're like
hold on
a
a second.
chewed piece
I
of
want
gum
you to
right
look
now,
at
man.
me, people. I'm the one that gets stuck at the bottom of your purse. And I'm not talking to you guys that carry a purse. Stuck at the bottom of the purse. And you go like, what is that? I was just looking for nail clippers and what? Oh my goodness, it's just a mess. That's me. That's me. But I clean up well.
Yeah, you do.
I clean up well. Don't tell anybody because
Goodness.
then they'll make me do it all the time. So anyhow, Susie's going to be sharing some things with you, and we're going to get to do that in just a moment. We're going to take a moment, not a break. We're going to take a moment to recalibrate, and then Susie will be up. And when she comes back, I'm going to do this right now. I just want to mess with everybody. When she comes back, I just want to push buttons. Look at that. Somebody watching this on their big screen is going to be going like, what is he doing? Look at, hey, how you doing there, Gemma? What's up, Gemma? Look, there's baby Susie over there on top of my head over there. And it's kind of like totally freaking you guys out. You're like, what is he doing? I just love playing with these buttons. They're just so cool. And everybody, you got to get your StreamYard on. Take some time, set them all up. You'd be surprised. You just go like, oh, this is a lot of fun. So we're going to come back, and then Susie will be the center of attention, bringing some information to you. And you won't be really looking at it like this. It'll look like this when she comes back. But for right now, we want you to remember this. We were showcasing Sarah today, and we want you to make sure to go to, well, you can't do that if this is in the way. Let's get this banner out of the way here. You like that? Make sure you go to her website and look at some of the things we just showed you by showing her website. And I want everyone to make sure you show some love to Bree Clark. Make sure you check out Bree and follow her, subscribe to her, but especially keep track of when she finally gets out here to California where I am. We're going to make some content together. I am going to kidnap her. You're going to see a number of different things the rest of the time with us. It is getting, what are we at? Half past the hour, half past the hour, 1:38-ish, thereabouts here off the coast of California, whether it's evening or whatever time it is for you. We appreciate you being here, but you people need to get some sleep. Take your nap or do whatever you got to do. Get your food in. You don't have to watch us this whole time. But I need you to subscribe to Bree's YouTube channel. By the way, just for the record, Sarah has a YouTube channel as well. Make sure you show support to her YouTube channel as well. We need you to, I understand we sound very needy today, but we need you to show support to Gemma as well in her YouTube channel. Gemma, YouTube channel again, please.
At Living Imperfectly Perfect.
All right. Maybe Crystal will get that and put it in the chat for us for everybody to have it. Everybody feel free to do that. No, my voice is not going to give out. I'm not going to give out. I'm really excited today. Lakers won. And I took a nap today, so I'm really good. I'm good. I'm buying also Susie sometime, so she's looking at her stuff. So keep talking. Just keep talking. No matter what you do, just keep them sitting in those seats. That's what you want to do. That was my training. Yeah. Keep them in the seats. Everybody, keep looking at the screen. You are slowly becoming a loyal subscriber to NATV. You are slowly... Okay. All right. Crystal, remember we used to come on and do like the Boom 86 and all that stuff? And
Yes.
we were just, man, we were awesome. People were just loving
It's
that.
all just fun.
And then when we stopped, and then people were going like, where did the Crystal lady go? And you guys were together being weird. And I was like, I'm still weird. No, but it's better when you're weird together. So, okay, so they like weird. Yeah. This show is not made for people who are snooty. People who are snooty, they don't last. They don't last. People who are like Gemma, down to earth, Crystal, Susie, Well, they're crazy first, but then they're just not snooty.
Knew something was coming.
You knew it. See, you love it.
like, what
You
is
can
he
hear it
gonna
in my
say?
tone going like, he's
Oh,
going to
yeah.
say something stupid.
He
He's going to
hesitated.
he going to say something stupid. He gotta do it. He's that piece of candy we told you about.
it.
He's that piece of candy we warned you about. Okay, everybody. You ready there? You ready, my friend?
Yes.
You are. She's going, yes. You
Ready
changed
as
it on
I'll
me
ever
20
be.
times. I'm ready. I'm so ready. I'm ready for you to put me back on and all of you be quiet.
I'll be all ready for acting class. They'll throw all these things at me,
That's
and I'll
gonna
be
be
like,
fun.
"Oh, all right.
Okay.
I had a little practice."
If you take the acting class, that means all three of you would have had some type of measure of acting exposure techniques, I should say, to the techniques. We are going to have so much fun.
Oh yeah.
We are going to make some really great content together that won't cost anybody watching us a penny.
Yeah, it'd be pretty cool.
That's going to be really good. You're going to laugh. You're going to enjoy yourself. It's going to be, you know what? I had a hard week. I got to deal with the ex. I got to deal with the toxic boss, toxic bullies, emotional bullies. Then you're going to come to us and go like, what are they doing? Just go,
We'll make you forget about it all.
yeah, you're going to go everywhere else and go like, you know what? I'm either angry or depressed right now, or I just want to just drink the rest of the night. Then you come to us and you go like, okay, all I want to do is dance and make total fun of these idiots on the screen. That's exactly what we want
What
you
we're
to
here
do.
for.
That's what we're here for.
Exactly.
We are the other side of your recovery. Oh, excuse me, I said that wrong. Forgive me, I am wrong.
Yeah,
We are the other
we
side
are.
of your healing. You go get healed with everybody else, and then come over here to the recovery zone with us, and we will take you on a journey where there is chocolate and there is caramel and there is. Oh, you know what I want before you go, Susie.
Yes.
Crystal, please read to us again what you said about the chocolate, please.
Oh, you really?
Yes, I want you to read it again, but hold on one second. Hold on. Just hold on.
Hold on.
Okay, now read it.
God. Oh my God. I didn't know you were going to say it.
Do your acting stuff. Just go ahead and read it.
If the perfect, amazing, hot, sweet, life-changing man were a candy.
Not that voice. No, do it. Do
Wrong.
the
Do the
crazy-
sexy one.
I like what you did, Susie. You went like wrong. She went like wrong. Oh, we're gonna have to. When we're not doing live, I'm gonna have to get you to say it so I can record it. Wrong. Put a big old gong like the Gong Show.
I'm like actually nervous. I feel like that. You know why? Because I don't have my stupid microphone working.
No,
And I'm
you're
like,
good.
I feel
You're
like I'm
good.
yelling at my laptop. Okay.
You're good. You are yelling at the
I'm
laptop.
like,
The
hello?
laptop's
Can you
going like,
hear
what
me?
did I do to you? What did I do?
Aunt
Okay.
Flo wants to describe the candy. Okay. It's the perfect. Okay, it's just the music's loud. That's what it is. Okay, let me turn it down. Let me turn it down in my ear. If the perfect, amazing, hot, sweet, life-changing man were a candy, it would be the ultimate fusion of irresistible allure, depth, and joy. Something that gets better with every bite. So the outer shell, it would be smooth, right? Shiny, irresistible. Just think of a glistening caramel or a chocolate with a nice, delicate, glossy finish. And he has an aura of warmth that draws you in. You know what I mean? A charismatic energy that's impossible to ignore. So whether it's his style, his smile, his confidence, everything about him, it's elegant yet approachable. His presence is sweet, but never too overpowering. It's just enough to make your heart race. With his flavor, it's rich, it's complex, and multi-layered. So as you dive deeper and deeper, you taste his sweetness, like honey. It's mixed with something a little more daring.
I don't remember you having all that on there. You adding stuff?
Hold on.
She's over there adding stuff.
Barry White's got nothing on you.
Oh, man,
my
tell you,
God,
especially
that
since
was
he's dead,
smooth.
but yeah,
I
that's
know.
true.
Well, when he was alive.
No, I'm just
When he
teasing.
was alive.
Hey, Crystal, we're gonna have to work on that was pretty good. Hey,
laughing.
now we know why you were doing commercials and stuff. You know the other stuff you
Okay.
did in the
I
movie
got a
you
bone. I got a bone to pick with both of you now.
did.
You said
Again?
read it. You said read it.
Oh yeah, because he knows that I wrote some notes down. He came
Yeah.
up with this.
Busted.
No, he didn't tell me ahead of
Busted.
time. He didn't tell me. I
Uh,
just saved it. Just good thing I
hey,
didn't like lose
I
it.
just
I
want you,
didn't
I
like.
There
just
you
want you to
go.
know.
You write
Oh,
quick. I know you type really quick.
I just want you to know. I know my personnel. I know how she got it over there. I know she wrote that
I
down when
know.
she read.
no,
She's
I'm
prepared.
She's
keeping
that's
tabs on
right.
myself. I
Crystal,
have
be
That girl's got
prepared.
it going on.
So I just want you to know I'm going to find a way to reuse that for some reason or another, and but I'll send you a copy once I edit all this stuff out. That'll probably be
Yeah, there
sometime
was
in
a lot
June by the time I
more,
get to.
but that's like half
Yeah.
of it.
So when it comes to what you've experienced today, Gemma, I
Yeah.
want to tell everybody our
Oh.
private conversation, different things. Gemma was the first one here this morning, waiting for the 8 o'clock hour here on the coast to get started and do the sound check and everything like that. That's what we go through here. And so yes, there is a measure of preparation, but a lot of spontaneity and a hint of stuff being scripted. But our whole objective is, as I said before, is for you to have an enjoyable recovery day with us to your choosing. To choose to be here or not, that's totally up to you. You got nothing better to do and you just want to goof off for a little bit, come watch our network here. But if you want to be rebuilt in your recovery, to be fortified and restored in your restoration, and if you need some type of tough love, strengthening, or whatever it may be in your transformation, then you go see these three ladies or others. But when you come here to NATV Network, we want you to smile again. We want you to laugh again, regain the ability that you gave up by being with someone who didn't appreciate the value that you have. They took your smile, they took your laughter, they mimicked you, and now people think they were the ones that were really happy. They were empty inside, and they know it. They were copycats. And let them live, let them go, as Susie says, because you can be you when you come here with us. Uh, just just make sure to share our channel with other people. I appreciate everything that's happened up to this point. I think I've given more than enough time for Susie to be ready. so I've milked every moment as much as possible and keep talking.
Thank you.
So, but everybody, appreciate you being here in ATV. Appreciate you big time. What else we got here? Oh, Susie on the screen. Just you like to, or Crystal.
Oh, wait. It says, I'm glad I'm alone and nobody's listening to this right now. Nothing personal, Crystal. Hey, I get it.
Oh my
If you're not
goodness.
close enough or
Oh my
have that
goodness.
kind of relationship with people you do not want to be sharing none of that with nobody. I understand.
So
Now, if you're
what?
me, I don't care who you are. You walk in this room, you're going to hear it.
You,
That's where
hey,
it's
so
different.
Dr. Pepper 76, I just want you to know you have just experienced part of the Crystal Teas. Thank you so much for being here. And Susie, you're going to be, people are going like, why are these people even giving a channel on YouTube? So it's like, what are they doing? Dr. Pepper says, okay. Oh, man. Oh my goodness, we're still on the air. Okay, this is what you're gonna get. You're gonna just stumble across us or come here on purpose, and you're gonna say to yourself, "Why did they kidnap Gemma like that? She's in witness
Poor
protection.
Gemma.
They've just kidnapped poor Gemma and torture her." But Gemma's got a new mic, so she sounds really good. You're gonna like,
Yes,
all
she
right.
does.
Told you guys we weren't going to take a break. We're just going to be here and break you. No, we're not going to take a break. We're going to break you. You come in all mad. I want to talk about the narcissist. I want to be mad right now. They go like, you know what? These people are idiots, but they make me laugh. They make me laugh. All these recovery coaches and channels I go to, they're awesome. We love them all. Many of them have been on our show. Many of them I have on file. I just haven't posted it, and they have some really good information. But
For sure.
hey, right now, we want you to end the year the way, well, maybe better than you started. We don't know. But one thing is for sure, next year, you're going to have a lot of fun on NATV Network if you're not having it right now.
Right.
Susie, we're going to all get quiet. Why we're going to do that? Because it's Susie's turn.
Letting go, beyond the release. Once you realize what's been draining you, you feel your energy returning. Suddenly you have the bandwidth to explore passions, nurture healthy relationships, and show up for yourself fully. You start to trust yourself again. Letting go is proof that you can make hard choices and survive them. Each time you choose yourself over what no longer serves you, you're building trust in your ability to create a better life. That self-trust feels powerful. It's a foundation you can rely on. You open up space for joy. Joy thrives in the spaces we create when we let go. You might find yourself laughing more, sleeping better, or simply enjoying the small moments you used to miss. Life starts to feel colorful again because you're no longer trapped in survival mode. Here's an easy visualization exercise. Close your eyes and imagine what your life would feel like if you let go of what's weighing you down. See yourself moving freely, breathing deeply, and stepping into new possibilities without hesitation. Steps to take when fear and uncertainty arise. Even after deciding to let go, fear and doubt will test you. You'll wonder, am I doing the right thing? What if I regret this? These feelings are normal because change, especially letting go, can feel unfamiliar. Here are steps to keep you grounded when uncertainty strikes. Anchor yourself in your why. Write down the reasons you're choosing to let go. Is it for your peace, your growth, your health, or your future? Revisit this list whenever fear creeps in. Your why is your compass when doubt clouds your path. Try saying this to yourself. I'm letting go because I deserve to feel calm, respected, and free. I refuse to let fear keep me in a place where I'm unhappy. Take one small step at a time. Letting go doesn't have to happen all at once. If it feels overwhelming, take it step by step. Start by setting one boundary, clearing out one reminder of the past, or committing to one new habit that supports your healing. Talk to someone who supports your decision, and surround yourself with people who remind you of your strength and validate your feelings. Whether it's a friend, therapist, a mentor, or just leaning on others can help you to stay clear and confident in your choice. Shift your focus to the present moment. When fear tries to pull you back, ground yourself in the present. Take deep breaths, notice what's around you, and remind yourself that you are safe. Letting go is about moving forward, not looking back. Here's an easy mantra you could say to yourself. I am safe in this moment. I trust myself to make choices that serve me. And don't forget to celebrate the small wins. Every step you take toward letting go is worth celebrating. Did you set a boundary? Did you go a day without second-guessing yourself? Acknowledge those victories. They're proof of your progress. Imagine the freedom that's waiting for you. Fear often comes from focusing on what we're losing. Instead, shift your perspective to what you're gaining. Freedom, peace, clarity, and the chance to build a life you truly love. reflect and ask yourself, what possibilities open up for me when I let go of this burden? How will my life improve when I stop holding on? Letting go is one of the hardest things you'll ever do. But on the other side of fear is freedom. You'll feel lighter, stronger, and more at peace than you've ever felt in a long time. And when you doubt yourself, remember this. You are not letting go to lose something. You're letting go to make space for everything you deserve. The process isn't perfect, and neither are you. But every step you take towards release brings you closer to a life filled with peace and joy. Thank you for joining me on Beyond the Release. Here's to trusting yourself, stepping into the unknown, and discovering all the beauty that waits for you after you let go.
Love it. Love it, love it, love it. Absolutely love it.
Man,
Crystal and I enjoyed it. Crystal, you were going to say?
she's got me all in my feelings, and both of them,
Yeah.
Gemma and Susie, get my heart today. You made me breathe a little different.
Yeah,
I almost want you to reread some of the parts out of that were really good. Go ahead. You were going to say, I mean, you experienced it. Your actual life story is there in that. Go ahead.
Yeah.
You were going to share.
No, this is this is what I'm doing and living in real time. That's why I say I get like I can read it, but to explain it and express it in real time is a bit overwhelming right now.
Yeah.
But it's helped me to be able to say it, and my hope is that I can help someone else to know that, they can get through it. And as scary as letting go is and was to me, it was the best decision I ever made.
What proved to be a couple of the fears that maybe someone else can experience or is experiencing right now that you could talk about when it came to quote unquote letting go, which is different for everybody? That's why we're laying this, you are laying out this groundwork as to what it means, because that's what you're literally experiencing now in the multiple times that you've had to move to get to where you are now, which is back home with people who know you, love you, grew up with you. Actually, we're getting some advice there in the chat from Dr. Pepper 76. I don't know if you can see that there. He's giving everybody some advice there.
He's saying, Dr. Pepper says, gotta live your best life. Well, I think what I was doing and what I was stuck in, I was stuck in the cycle of doing everything for everyone else. So I forgot about me. And by letting go, I've remembered who I am and that I matter, and working on my self-worth and self-love. And now I'm in the process of understanding that once you get beyond the letting go part, the fear of the unknown, the fear of, like I said, making a mistake. What my biggest thing was, what if I regret this? Mm-hmm. And there's so much that I could let my mind go there, but I don't, because what's in front of me is so much better and brighter and happier and more peaceful that I don't want to look back any longer. So all that fear, just sitting in it and feeling it, was extremely difficult to do. And now that I'm a little beyond it, it's so freeing. And, we really can't do this alone. You can't do it alone. We need support. We need people we trust. And it makes it doable. It makes it easier. It makes it happen. So, yeah. I didn't see all this coming, and here I am. And I'm so grateful that I held on and got here.
Me too. Wow. It's been quite a journey.
Yeah, it has.
In a year, and it flies by. And look at you. Listen to you.
Right, Crystal? Like
It's
you can
amazing.
attest to the first time I talked about it, and this was not a plan. This was not my plan.
No, that's the beauty of it.
Yeah, it just happened. That's the best part, right? You let go and look what could happen.
Yeah.
Just I'm living proof.
Life happens how it's supposed to when we finally let go.
And that's what Bree Clark was talking about, right?
Mhm.
Living your life and sharing what you learn and helping other people to grow.
Exactly. I know, and it's so simple how she was saying it and how we all say it. She was like, we breathe or we're not breathing. We're alive or we're not. And it sounds silly, but it's true. We all try to make something to give meaning to our life, whether it's faith and religion or our family traditions. I'm from New York. I'm from Puerto Rico. It's like we're all just searching for meaning and importance and love and community, right? Belonging. And it's like we have to find it inside ourselves, or we keep searching
We
everywhere.
complicate, right? We complicate our own lives.
Yeah.
And look where it gets us. It gets us stuck with miserable people doing miserable things, and we're unhappy. We don't learn. We don't grow. I didn't anyway. I don't think you can, learn and grow when you're surrounded by negativity, especially if someone is, abusing you. And I don't even mean physically. I mean just putting you down or ignoring you. I couldn't express myself. I couldn't be myself.
It limits your resources too, and like your know-how to know like how to reach out or like what to do.
And
'Cause
who
of
to
course-
trust.
Yeah, exactly.
How do we trust people when we
It
can't even
messes up.
trust those
Mhm.
closest to us?
Exactly. I feel like we were just talking about that recently, talking about safety and
Keeping
you
ourselves
say it so
safe.
well.
I didn't keep myself safe. I had to work in therapy on keeping myself safe for probably all throughout the last 3 years with Dr. Mack. I didn't know how. I could keep everyone else safe.
Exactly.
No, nothing would happen to anyone in my presence ever. But when it
Mhm.
came to me, forget it. I was garbage. I treated myself like garbage. How crazy is that?
I understand. It doesn't
So
make
glad I'm out of it.
sense in our head, in our brain, but it was a survival skill for what you're surrounded with.
But isn't it amazing that once that switch clicks on and you figure it out, is like no turning back, right?
No, not once it's really on.
Yeah, it takes a while. It blinks. It blinks for quite a while.
Have you ever seen the lights blinking? I've always heard, they make jokes about like, oh, something's haunting or visiting you. I'm telling you, I have these lights right above the table here, and there's this one light,
yeah.
and it keeps going on and off. And sometimes when I turn it off, it'll like do a little blink, like just let you know, I see you, I'm here.
Yes.
So I don't know, it's really cute.
When I was in the farmhouse before I moved back home, we had a light and there was like a closet, and every once in a while in the middle of the night, I would hear the faintest little sound. I don't even know how I heard it, but it was like a motion detector light in the closet. So how and why that thing would turn on, and I would hear it when the light would light. It was like a little light bulb ting, and it would go on randomly and then shut off, and I would freeze because I'm like, oh my gosh, is someone in the house? Did someone turn the light on? And then someone said it could have been like, because I was in a farmhouse and I was with the barn and the horses. So there are mice. So someone said it could have been like a little mouse running across or something. I don't know.
Yeah, whether it was an animal like a mouse or
Something
spirit
triggered that
or
light. I
whatever
hope it
was.
wasn't a
It
spirit.
could have been your angel mouse, your mouse
There you
angel.
go.
It literally, it's totally like this. There's no limit.
No.
Could be something looking out for us. And
There you go. Did you ever hear of the story when you were a kid, the country mouse and the city mouse?
Oh yeah.
That was like one of my favorite storybooks when I was growing up.
Oh man.
I forget who visited. I think the city mouse would go to the country house.
The city one would get to the country more easily.
Yeah.
You
And
get
neither one liked it, and they ended up both going home.
Sounds like all of us. We're just all making our way home.
Well, and here I am, home.
Here we are. Here you
See?
are.
Back
I'm
home.
happy for you.
Thank you.
It's
It's
one
been an
day at a
adventure.
time, I know. And it will continue to be, just in a different, better way.
Exactly.
Speaking of adventures, I owe you a message.
Oh,
Just
yes.
in case. I just remember.
Yeah.
Oh,
We got to pick a date for when I can come down to Florida and we can go on real
Hey.
adventures.
Hey, if Gemma's around, I don't know. It's a longer
Let's
trip, but
go.
hey. Apparently, I'm in a vacation capital, but so is New York.
Yeah,
So
true.
get this, Susie. I wish, I
Mm.
don't know, maybe I can make it up there. We'll see. My son is supposed to go with my sister because my sister offered to take him up there because she's never
Okay.
taken him on a trip.
Oh.
But I don't know if I gotta talk to them. We'll see.
Ooh. That would be fun. Well, either way, we'll get together.
Okay.
Adventures await us.
As we say it. Love it. Everyone, we're gonna have a big party.
That's it.
Party
That's it.
people in the
Like you were there.
house. Party people in the house. I tell you right now, party people in the house.
Either way, right?
So what adventures do you feel that you've missed out on? I don't usually like to go down this road, but I'm going to do it right now. What adventures do you feel you've missed out on because you weren't paying attention to your needs? Travel adventures, cooking adventures, shopping adventures, whatever it may be. What do you feel you've missed out on? Traveling, would you say?
Me?
Anybody?
Through all my craziness and my dysfunction and my abuse, I did travel a little bit, surprisingly enough. And it would depend on who I went with, but towards the end, I started to get very brave, and I would go away here and there with a friend or whatever. I think that's what made him more angry. But anyway, when I traveled and when I went somewhere else, I was fascinated to see that people were kind and nice, and like I didn't have to go to sleep at 7 o'clock at night. So no, I'm serious.
Oh my God.
It was like an adventure. And then school. It's always been education for me. Yeah, I definitely missed out on school and a career, I'm sure. Right?
And
I would've had
this
a
was even
job.
before you met someone who had narcissistic behavior, or however you describe it, toxic person. Before that, so the audience knows, when you say schooling, you're talking about at a early age, at a young age, I want to say, had to become an adult right away. Correct me if I'm saying that wrong.
Yes. My mother and father were very young when I was born, so I was pretty much the parent of them. And I had a younger brother and sister, and I was their mother. My mother was an absent mother. She was in the house,
Yeah.
but she wasn't there. So I had to be the mom. I grew up way before my time. And then abuse set in, and then I left school. I loved school, and then by like 6th grade, abuse started happening in the house to me, so I just lost interest. I couldn't relate to my peers, my friends. It was just very hard for me. So by the time I was in 7th grade, it got more difficult, and I went a little bit of 8th grade. So I left by the time I was 15. And I always wanted to go back. I didn't want to leave, but it was too hard. And my mother, I guess at that time, she felt it was easier just to remove me because she didn't have to deal with the school and me and everything else.
But you like learning. You enjoy learning.
Yes.
I find that fascinating about you, for me personally, because I notice no matter what it is, you want to absorb as much as you can educationally as possible. And then I see you immediately put it to work to benefit yourself. And it's highly commendable that you have that type of spirit and nature as a person and as a woman. Crystal, on the other hand, is a constant researcher of stuff and makes sure to share with others. You're always sharing what you come to learn and know. Your son must have. Do you drive him crazy with everything that you look up and
Sometimes.
find out? And
Oh yeah, sometimes when I get like hyper off the candy or whatever, and I'm like, guess what I
Off the
just learned?
candy.
Or like, look at what I'm on
Was it-
ChatGPT. Come here. And then I'm like, I just learned this in my book, and I get super hyper like a little kid, and he's like, oh my god, he's like, Mom, he's like, you need to get off of there right now. He's like, you need to walk away. Like he was really concerned if I get too much.
He's
like
like
that.
a he's
I
like a
don't care.
he's like a bartender. He's like okay, we
Yeah.
need to cut you off. We need yeah, you're a little too much for you, lady.
A little too excited there.
And that's exactly what it is. And I'm like, wait a minute, we switched roles again. Because then he gets like that. And I just egg him on more and more. I don't cut him off. I'm like, yeah, totally.
So did you have to grow up fast? I think it was touched on a little bit earlier, but I'm going to repeat something just in case people are new popping in. So did you find yourself, I know you didn't have to parent your parents per se, maybe, but did you find yourself having to be this adult person in a teenage body?
Who, Crystal or Susie?
Crystal.
I was like, wait, are you
That's your name, Crystal.
Look
Yeah,
at me. I've
talking to
been
you.
trying so good to be good today and polite. Okay.
Yeah.
So
You don't have to, hey, it's just us right now. You don't have to do that anymore.
Free for all.
Free for all.
Let
Now.
her loose. Let her loose.
Let her loose, lady.
You know what happens. You already heard my little
Random.
Andy.
Okay. So what do you got for us? You've been this adult in a teenage body from young or what?
Agree. I remember I have these memories, and I was described of as like a 2, 3, and 4-year-old child. I would sit in front of the big, huge window in our Atlanta, Georgia house, like a big, huge window in the dining room, and I would just sit there. I think there was ferns. You know that TV show with Zach Galifianakis, Between Two Ferns? Well, that was me, between two ferns that were in that room, and I would just stare out the window for hours, and I would just sit there. And I know I was contemplating life, intricacies, nuances of, and I was so small and young that it was like I knew it was weird, like in my own head. I was like, this is strange because I'm a little kid that I'm thinking like this, the meaning of life, death, like watching other people, observing how they're acting, and just how I'm like, is this how life is? Just the race of it all. I mean, I do feel like I was like a 90-year-old in like a little kid's body. And then at some point something broke. I think I was 5 years old, and those are more memories I had when I was 5 and 6 up, because it's very spotty when I was younger like that. That's like the only memory I have when I was younger. But something happened where I got hyper. I don't know, something activated the ADHD or whatever, and I just became like a wild animal. I was just like, I had so much energy. I was running around. I probably was eating a lot of candy, getting hyper. I was in kindergarten, first grade, and just starting to live life, but I was acting like a kid, and I bounced right out of that very adult mindset. And I remember leaving that for a long time, and then it came back a little bit later. I know that's a long answer, but
No. That's not. You weren't. That wasn't long. That was very appropriate. Based upon what you just heard, Susie, and I know you have oodles of information over there that you've been researching and putting together for your digital products and other things and workbooks or journals, things you're going to be making and put out to your viewers and the public. Out of the information that you've pulled together, past, present, that you've been pulling together, based upon what you just heard Crystal say, from your information that you've been pulling together, what words of information that you have there that you can share with Crystal or the audience? You guys cannot see her head right now. She is looking at me like, I am going to kill you. Hey, I used to do this to Crystal all the time. Crystal would be like, just
Did
make
she
up
react
stuff.
like I do?
No, not even close. Not even close. Not
She was
even.
behaved
we're all different.
and poised.
First of all, the
You
word
get the New
behave.
York out of me.
First of all, get all the Italian New York coming out of her. And first of all, the word behave should never be attached to Crystal.
Ooh,
Okay.
True.
child.
They should never ever use the word behave next to the word her name Crystal. She is just Crystal. So just let Crystal be Crystal. I always say that, just let Crystal be Crystal. You get along just fine. When you don't and you want to be the boss, you're gonna have a problem. And so you can get the highest amount of cooperation from Crystal if the person doesn't have a huge ego. If they got a huge ego, it's gonna be a problem. So because she doesn't do well with egos. So when it comes to the information you have, and I'm going to want you to share some of that a little bit later, in just a moment or two. But what are some points there that you can share with the audience, with Crystal and I, that you've been researching? And if some of it sticks to myself or Crystal, that's fine. We'll chime in. We'll leave the mics hot and open. But what else you got over there that you can share with the audience and Crystal and I?
So when we talk about children, right, and if I think back to my childhood and hearing Crystal's sitting between, the two ferns, and then, contemplating and thinking about all the adults, I would assume, around her, and then becoming hyperactive, what comes to my mind is that when a child withdraws and becomes hyper due to family stress, it requires like us to have a lot of patience and understanding. And if I look up some of my information, I'm looking up strategies to help children to regulate their emotions. That's something important. Because I think as the children are going through this, we don't necessarily know what's happening. So withdrawal can be a sign of overwhelm or shutting down as a coping mechanism, whereas hyperactivity can be a way of releasing pent-up energy or seeking connection in a chaotic environment. So what we should do is observe the patterns, like when do they withdraw and when do they become hyper. We need to understand their triggers, and I think that's the first step in helping any child.
Wow.
We need to also, right, I can continue a little, we need to create a safe environment and a predictable environment. How many of us as children didn't know what was, for me anyway, what was coming next, or who was going to be in a good mood or bad mood, or what was expected of me? And that was really confusing. And for children, consistency, establishing routines that give the child a sense of stability and predictability are key. Also giving them quiet spaces, offering a calming space where they can go when they feel overwhelmed. Even if kids have like I used to have a little closet that I used to go in under the jackets, and it was just such a safe space. Comforting toys, blankets, sensory toys, or even books. And reassure them, frequently reassure the child that they are safe and loved, even when family stress is present. So yeah, there's just a couple
Wow.
things.
Yeah. What you said there at the top, just the definition and understanding withdrawing and hyperactivity, it's just like so perfectly defined. And I would have never thought of it like that in the past, like that. And I've been learning that, but the way you said it was perfect.
And even when I was a kid, you were saying you were like watching everyone around you kind of thing. I did the same. And because my children, my parents were so young, they were like my children, to be honest with you. They were more immature than my children ever were. I remember looking at them thinking, like, what are they doing? They didn't act like parents. I knew they didn't act like parents, right? Because my grandparents acted like my parents. And I remember thinking and knowing in my head that I would never be like them. Like, thank you for teaching me how not to be. And
Right.
that's what they did. That was their purpose, I think, of being my parents.
Exactly.
But I
Right.
also know that I believe they did the best they could with what they had at the time.
Right.
Because they did not the best things not that they hurt me, but they didn't intentionally hurt me. I don't believe they ever intentionally hurt me. I just think they didn't know any better.
Right. No, that makes sense.
Do you parent like completely different than what you remember as a child? Do you like
Oh, yeah.
intentionally?
So I totally do. And I didn't really think about that aspect until I was pregnant. And it was just, I kind of dealt with things as they came, like that survival skill, right? Just we're like, okay, what's next? What's in front of me? What's in front? Because I didn't want to go back, and I couldn't go too far ahead because there was always something, and it was just a lot. But I remember being married, and looking back, I'm like, why did I get married? What the heck was I thinking? I've gone over it so many times because I was so young, getting settled down. It was really insane. But obviously, I had my son out of it, so there was much purpose and meaning behind it. But I got pregnant kind of purposely because I was like praying secretly that it would happen because I was so miserable and I was getting depressed. And I was like, I can't get a divorce because blah, 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 religion, family. And I convinced myself that. So I was like, if I get pregnant, that'll be perfect because I can put all my love and attention in my child and there will be a buffer and blah, blah, blah. Which sounds terrible. It's true. And I've said it. So it's not a secret around here, but people don't like to hear that. But
I can relate.
Right? It's like,
Yeah,
it
I
sounds
did the same
bad.
thing.
Okay, because then like if I say that in front of my parents now or anyone, they're like, "Oh my God, why didn't you say something? Like, how could you think like that? It just gets worse if you have a kid or if you get pregnant, everything gets harder and more stressed." And I'm like, at the time, I was like, nothing could have been worse at the time. Like,
Yeah.
and it's true, it actually did get better because of the focus. You were able to be a mom and all the love we have inside of us
Yeah.
to put there.
Did you think, because I remember thinking that I'd have someone to love.
Exactly.
And it may sound selfish, but someone that loved me.
You know what? I realized that much later because at the time, I don't want to cry, but I might. I just realized I can give all my love to him and I don't need anything in return. I don't need any other man to ever love me again if I can just give it all to him. And then I realized later, oh my God, he does love me with all his heart too. Because when they're little, they can't say that or really think that or verbalize that. It's too much. They're just growing and developing. But now when they get older, my son's 14, and just the way we are together, I'm like, wow, until God really brings me with the right one and we're totally united, he's the one that's loved me out of anyone I've ever known. It's just my son.
Beautiful.
All these other people I thought loved me. I'm like, nah.
Well, when he was little, you know how they run and hug you when kids like run and hug you and they just squeeze you so tight. It's like nothing better than that.
I know, right? You can feel it.
Yeah.
They're so innocent. We love openly and innocently when we're young and kids. And I know we've talked about how our kids have gone through trauma and, we weren't perfect parents because we didn't have the perfect environment and dynamic set up. But I've definitely gone over that with him and asked him to forgive me and just talked about things and faced it where I'm like, oh, my family or anyone else I've known, they would never apologize or face even just a smidgen of that, let alone, face everything and be honest. So it's meant more to me and like my character, no matter what sins, no matter what mistakes I've made in my life, I could turn around and say, you know what? I can face it. I'm accountable. I don't shy behind anything and I can face anything and ask my son to forgive me. And that makes me a strong, loving mother, no matter what mistakes have come and gone. You know what I'm saying?
100%.
So nobody can hold anything over my head.
Yeah.
Because that's how I roll.
Yeah, same. I my family, nobody talks about anything. Everyone pretend, and I probably taught them. I mean, I continued it. My family, the elders in my family showed me this way, and I know I did it to my kids too. It's like we just pretend everything's okay.
Right.
And there's no communication. There's no working things out.
Right.
And I'm like you in that sense where I'm just like, I call myself out on everything. I hold myself accountable.
Yeah.
I screw up more than anybody, but I'm honest about it. I don't want to continue. I want to, be a better person.
Exactly.
It hurts.
Sad.
Yeah, it hurts, right?
Other people, like if you're down or like they're trying to amplify it or make your kid look at you different or even take you or put space in between you or estrange you. Like that is like the worst of the worst. It's like, wow, that's just evil.
Yeah.
From family members, like, we're trying to help you, or like, we want the best for you. And they're really just like pushing you further into this hole.
And then
Same,
they say, well, see, look at you.
like, look what you're doing, silly.
It's like when coming to New York. It's like Coming to America. Remember that movie?
Oh my God.
Coming on to New York. My
Yeah.
family, they say to me now, the people closest to me, they're like, we should have just taken you out of there years ago.
Oh,
And I'm
well,
like, I get chills. It's like, oh my gosh. Because they didn't even see it.
no.
Because they hear other stories or, and then I'm hiding things and I'm pretending everything's okay and going through the motions.
Did you ever, growing up, or even when you got older as an adult, before this whole healing, and say anything like, or try to say like, hey, this is going on, like to another family member, like
course.
to a neighbor or friend? Okay, so you did. Okay.
Well, when
Kind.
I was a child and I was abused, when I got I think I was 14, 15, you have like a boyfriend in school, like little kids. And I remember he tried to kiss me and I freaked out because I
Oh,
had been molested when I was younger.
yeah.
And he called my mother
Oh my God.
and he said, this is what so-and-so did. Susie's like freaking out, hysterical. And she started crying. And then supposedly she was going to do something about it. And she never did. And other family members knew. And no one ever did anything. And I don't think back then people really knew what to do either. Because,
But still,
this was 40 something years ago.
right.
So it's a long time, 45 years ago. And then with the abuse from my my last husband, because I was married twice, my ex, family members had witnessed not the horrific stuff at the end, but they had witnessed the comments and the put downs, and they knew I was being isolated, and they warned me like, you can't move to the country. That's not you, Susie. You're a city girl. I remember my grandmother, who's no longer here, she said, I worry about you up there because I was in this big house on this big piece of property. But I'm like, oh, town is only a mile away because we were close to the town then. And my grandparents were alive. So every weekend I would take my kids back down to New York or up to Vermont where my grandparents lived. And I did that for years because I couldn't stand to be home.
Wow.
So yeah, people did see things, but I pretended I didn't want help.
Yeah, because you weren't getting it from those
I didn't
things.
get yeah, exactly. It's like,
then you
what's the
don't want
use? No one helped me the first time. How.
Exactly.
And I thought, oh, I can fix them. I can make everything perfect. I can figure this out.
Because you were the one that made sense around it.
Yeah, I was in survival mode,
Yeah.
complete.
Yeah.
Wasn't
You
easy.
create your own little world and space where you can survive and be okay. And because you had to.
I told you maybe last year, I think I remember telling you, or we discussed it on a show, that I was like a chicken without its head, just running around.
Yeah.
I got a lot done.
Yeah.
But I sure wasn't happy. I didn't have peace.
We might get a lot done, but what do we have to show for it? It's the stuff that goes on and on and on. It's not, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
No, I used to be the same way, like feel good and productive, and it makes you feel good.
Yeah.
But what's our soul producing? How are we like soul and like self-lovingly productive?
Nothing.
Self-valuingly productive. It shows up very different. And other people like that, they don't see it. They don't know what we're doing. Like right now, nobody has any idea unless they're experiencing it, whether they're listening or they will later, or they've gone through a life change, transformation, trauma, whatever. You don't know unless you've gone through it. People don't think this is productive. They think we're wasting our time being on here, for example.
yeah.
And it's like, just because you have no idea, because you value worldly things and
Right.
worldly production of things, physical 3D things. So how are you going to be blessed in a much bigger, better, more soul-filled way if that's all you're focused on? You're not.
Yeah.
You have to do the work within that we're talking about.
Yeah. And you need support. Absolutely.
Amen. That's
A
why I'm
lot
so
of
glad.
support.
I'm so glad I found you guys, and Paxton found me on the formerly
Yay!
Twitter, now X. I'll never forget that. Jeez.
Oh my goodness.
And Gemma, I don't know how he found you, but he's finding everybody, just connecting everybody together.
It's awesome. Well, that's
Pretty
part of
cool.
letting go, right? It makes room for all the good to come in, and all the connections and all the positivity and all the
Yeah.
things that I never knew existed.
Yeah, exactly.
You
Me
don't
too.
know. You don't know until you're here. And it seems impossible to get here because I don't know if you can relate, but I didn't know there was a here. I thought that's just how life was because I
Yes,
didn't know any different.
exactly. That's how I started writing in my journals, and like whatever, I would just write in my free writing. I'd be like, I guess this is how life is. I'm so stressed and I don't know why. I don't know why all this pressure in my, I would write about the pressure and all the physical manifestations. And I'm like, I can't figure out what's wrong or what's wrong with me. And then I would just write about random things in my day. And I'm like, I guess life's just tough like this. It's just how life is. Because that's what we were taught. And you start experiencing it, so you believe it.
I remember when I was a kid and then I left school and I went to work and my mother decided then, 10 years after she found out I was being abused, that she was going to leave this person and move my sister away. So she put the house on the market and she got my sister together and she said, okay, you have to get married. So
Oh, right. Oh my
I just
God.
went and got married. I didn't know.
That's right.
My mom did it. So I just repeated the cycle
Oh my God.
and I got married. And
You
I
felt
was
like you had to. She told you
Yeah,
that.
she told me. And I was 18 years old.
So from the time she told you that, like, what was your process? Or were you like, I got to go to church, I got to go here, I got to meet somebody?
You really want to know?
Like, yeah,
So
this was a
so
long time ago before the internet and
oh
online.
yeah. So I was when I left school at 15. By the time I finally left, it was 15. I didn't go much before that for a couple of years. But 15, I was completely signed out, and I went to Gloria Francis School of Makeup and Nails. So this was
Oh,
back in the 80s, and I was the youngest one to ever graduate from the school. And
oh
I
my God.
started working. I just started doing nails. I started working in hair salons. I was assistant manager at a Merrill Norman Cosmetics by the time I was 16.
I didn't know this. I didn't
Oh
hear this part
yeah.
of your story, or I missed this somehow.
And I modeled. I modeled for Hawaiian Tropic for a while. And so
God.
my life was going. I was going. I was a workaholic. That's how I escaped. I started working. So I had a couple boyfriends, just nothing serious. And I'd go out on a couple dates, but back then we used to all go to the discos or go into the city to the clubs. And I was 16, 17 doing that. So I
Wow.
remember when she's like, you got to get married, you got to get married. So she's leaving. I'm like, what am I going to do? And I went into like downtown where I'm back now, Huntington Village. And I went into I guess it was like a bar, a club, something like that. And I walked up to this guy and he looked familiar. And I was like, don't I know you? And he says, I don't think so. And I think and then he showed up at my door and asked me to marry him, and I married him 30 days later or
Oh my
some
God.
crazy number because my mother was leaving. But I was fascinated because I always got a lot of attention and I didn't like it. So when this person, and I really thought I knew him from somewhere, when he says, I don't think so, I was like, that's it. I'm going to marry him. Like I knew it. It was weird because he didn't give me attention.
That's weird.
So I went opposite.
Huh.
Then I was married by 18.
Isn't that interesting? And that's why a lot of times people will be like, oh, women love it when guys treat them like dirt or whatever. It's the opposite. And it's almost because you were not wanting the attention because of what had happened to you when you were younger.
Right.
It's like you were comfortable with that. You'd feel more comfortable with someone not oogling you and giving you that kind of attention and being a little more, right, standoffish.
Yeah, exactly.
That makes sense.
And that's why I got married even the second time because I was too young the first time and I had my kids, and that's a blessing, obviously. And then I started my daycare when my son was a year old. I had him at 19. So I was married at 18, had my son at 19, started my daycare at 20.
Dang.
And I bought my first house at 24, 25. Had my second son right around that time. And I lived there for like 7 years and I was doing so well, really well. But I wasn't happy in the marriage because
Right.
I really didn't know this person. And he worked and I just was just absorbed myself with the kids and I moved back to my old neighborhood. So I knew all the neighbors and it was really great. And then I met my ex-husband, the abusive one. And yeah, so I went from like being unhappy to thinking this is it. And boy,
Yeah.
was I sadly mistaken. I think because we need to give ourselves time to heal and grow and, figure it all out in between.
Of course, you're attracted to toxic and you didn't know it,
Yes.
right? We attract it and we don't know it until we start healing work or whatever.
And if we don't do the work and if we don't work on ourselves and we don't figure out why was I with that first one? I didn't even know because of my mother, because of this, because of that. And
Yeah.
then you got to go through all the old traumas.
So now you're making me curious even about that one because we've never focused on that as much as. So your first husband, you would say he's not abusive. You guys were just total like strangers, and you never opened up and got closer. You were just going through the motions of like we're married. Like
Yeah. It was more like, we're married and,
love you,
I'm going to turn into, Susie Homemaker. And that's what
right?
I did.
And he played the part just the same as you did. Like I'm the husband. I'm coming. I'm home,
Yeah.
honey.
He was
I am
Italian.
home.
He came from like a really nice, sweet Italian family. He had 2 sisters and a brother, and I was close with his sisters. And he had 4 nieces, and I loved the girls. So I just surrounded myself with family and all the kids. And I don't know. I don't know what I was doing. I was too young. How do you know what you're doing at 18 years old?
I know, and I feel like family, you spend so much time with too much family, too much time, it really will cover over so much confusion and like inexperience and just heartache and sadness and depression. It can cover up so much and you don't even realize it because you're like, yeah, family's everything, right? We're spending the time, the holidays together, and you just keep going and going until
Well,
you wake up one day.
we were very close to my mother's family. My mother's mother and father, my great grandmother, my grandfather had all his aunts and uncles from Italy, and so we were a very close family. And everyone was very happy, but we just didn't talk about the bad stuff. So everything was wonderful. And my grandparents lived in this beautiful home in this beautiful area, and there was always things to do. And I learned so much. I used to hang out with my grandfather a lot, and he had a business, and he taught me a lot about the business. And so, yeah, I had really good stuff, and then the traumatic things that I never dealt with, that were never dealt with. And I think that's what brought me to this last relationship. If somehow I could have worked through that, or someone knew what to do when I was a child, or I knew what to do when I became an adult, then I would have spared myself a lot of years. I truly believe that.
Of course. It almost seems like it gets more volume and like more amplified and worse the more it goes on without being addressed. Like the crescendo, it's like there's a symphony and it's like, and it gets louder. And then all of a sudden, okay, we can't bear it anymore.
Yeah.
Like this has gone on this long
And you have a
without.
couple intermissions in the middle there where you're like,
Yeah.
oh, okay, I could breathe.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, sure.
So it's so wild. I'm just in this whole time, like with your mom or like your family or anyone, like they're not like checking, right? They're not like, hey, how's everything? And you're like, oh, I'm not happy. Like you're just like, oh, it's cool.
No, see, I was the one, because I grew up being the mom of the house, that I was the one that always made everything okay.
Yep.
So I just continued that. So everything I did was really good. I put 100% into everything I did because I always wanted everything to be wonderful and happy. And it was I made it that way for a long time. We all did. but we just didn't talk about the things that happened.
Right. Like it's in the past and you're trying to move on.
Yeah.
Just
Oh, my family, when I was with my ex, oh, they knew. They all knew. That's when people would say, something's not right, or I don't like the way he talks to you, or these kind of things. And in the beginning, I guess because I was getting divorced and getting remarried right away. So that did raise flags. But then it was kind of like I was so independent that no one told me what to do.
right.
This is what I'm doing, and this is going to be great, and I'm going to make it great, and watch me.
Mm-hmm.
And it didn't work because I never dealt with all the old traumas.
Sure. And because you're so amazing and you cover all these horrible things and you keep going and surviving, we totally believe that you can make this awesome and just keep going because
Yeah.
you've
Well,
had to do it your whole life.
I think the key was if I was around, so like when I left the house, right, and I got married, and my mother left, and this abusive person was gone, I started to thrive.
Mm-hmm.
That's when I was working, my daycare, my house. I had rentals. I had a bagel store.
Dang.
I just, oh gosh, I love life. That's when I loved life. And then it was like, okay, everything's great, but I wasn't happy because I was with my first husband for like 8 years, and I was just like, I don't know. I realized it was like I don't want to say bored, but I just
Yeah.
outgrew him. How's that? Like I outgrew him. He was content with working a 9 to 5 and doing this and doing that, and I wanted more. I need to do more. Like I can't just sit here and.
Right.
So that's when I went back and got my full diploma, and I was going to go to Culinary Institute, cooking school, and that's right at that time is when I met my second husband.
Got it.
So and he was larger than life, and had a really cool job, and promised me the world, and we started traveling and all this great stuff.
It's perfect timing when you've been bored and there's monotony and looking
Yeah.
for something more. Enter like toxic individual that is larger than life. Yeah, I've had a few of those in my.
So how many women or even men out there are in an unhealthy or unhappy relationship, and they meet that next person without digging deep and going down to the roots of what's going on, or why did I outgrow this person? What's going on with me?
Right. Or if you're feeling unhappy or depressed or anxious or any of these like signals, and maybe you don't know why, and you're not even sure, like me and my marriage and my relationship in the beginning, and I didn't know what was wrong. And I would try to bring stuff up about counseling it, and I was totally shot down. Like, that's for people with problems. Like, how dare you even bring that up? We don't have any problems. And I just remember feeling that way and feeling so small. And it just like I swallowed everything and just kept going. And that's what made me want to get pregnant. But for people like that, like you can't figure out what's wrong because it's not this abusive thing totally in your face.
Right.
But there's signs like that. Like if you're getting shut down, you're starting to get dismissed if you start to speak up. It's an obvious sign. Or if you're not speaking up and you're having all these feelings, it's another sign. It's like, why can't you speak up for yourself? Like,
Right.
what are you have to kind of, yeah.
And then once you have children, right? What happened to me was now I have to make it work. I can't do this to my kids.
Yeah.
I got divorced from their father. So now I put 100,000,000% into the relationship because I didn't want to fail again. I felt like I failed. But meanwhile, I never learned the tools.
Yeah. Again, putting all the pressure on yourself and ourselves. It's like, where's the other accountability? Where's anyone else?
Yeah, wait, there's two people in this relationship.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's supposed to be.
Yeah, it's supposed to be.
It's really crazy when you realize how strong you are later. You're like, I had no idea. I was like shouldering and burdening all that.
Right.
That's really nuts.
But I know my family now, they're all like just thrilled. They see me and people that I know that I grew up with and all that. Yeah, they see the difference. They're like, there you are. Like that's the Susie we remember from when I was young. And it feels so good. It's like, oh, I made it. Because I know how much hard work this was.
Yeah, only you do.
It's hard work. I mean, I'm an extreme case in some ways because I never got a break in there. I never found, I think I tried to go to counseling a couple times, but that was the extent of it. I never gave it a chance. I never tried to understand why I was in these situations until this last couple of years. And it took for really bad things to happen for me to finally be like, okay, it's this is it, kid. You're either going to figure this out and heal those old wounds and strengthen yourself once and for all, because you can't be putting the Band-Aids on anymore.
That's right.
There's like no more skin to attach them to.
I totally get that. I've always been extreme too. I've had to have the extreme things happen to get my attention. Yeah. Unfortunately. But I'm grateful for that.
But we're
Whatever
doing
it takes. Yeah. Like whatever it takes rather than not happen and not be aware.
Feels good, doesn't it?
That's the real tragedy. People that have no idea. Yeah, it does feel good.
Even, some women that I talk to, it's so devastating. It's like, okay, they're out of the abusive situation or the unhealthy relationship, but they're still a little stuck. It's like, come on. Like you cheer them on. You could do it. You could do it.
Because you have to try different things and live life and be willing to mess up and make mistakes and not know anything and look silly and not be a beginner. You have to be willing to be a beginner over and over and over all the time, every day, whatever it is. You can't be a know-it-all. You can't be like, I gotta be perfect. I mean,
We're
if
never
so,
gonna be
it
perfect.
ain't gonna happen.
I'm the furthest thing from that, right? It's like,
but it's true. Whatever we try to do, whether it's like you with cooking, but you just probably have a natural knack for it and it runs in your genes, or if it's something like me with the acting. Yeah, maybe. I'm thinking you cook everything perfect Italian.
No.
Okay.
Of course
that makes
not.
Me feel better. Okay.
No.
Whether
I've
it's
just
like
done
with
it for so long. But, give me a new recipe. I'm sure I'll mess it up or tweak it or,
And that's what that's perfect. Because these people run around like, perfectionists and like, this is my thing. And like, I do.
No.
Yeah, I'm known for this. And it's like, you're doing the image thing again. You're, melding yourself together into this little Stepford for image or persona. The persona is not who you are for real on the inside. It's just what
I'm not afraid to try. I was never afraid to try. And the things that came naturally to me were things that I kept doing.
That's good.
So it was like working or being a mother, taking care of children, volunteering, taking care of animals. I enjoy I didn't realize it then, but looking back now, I can see that I felt good doing these things.
Yes. That was part of who you were. It's like you knew who you were when everything else wasn't like so toxic around you, right? Or you had a breath to breathe, or you were living your life. And what's funny? You said yours sounds so healthy compared to mine when I think about like horseback riding, animals, this, that. And then I'm over here. I have all these memories of like play acting as a kid, but when I would play with my Barbies or I'd play house, just, I'd watch a movie scene and then I'd reenact it. I feel like it was so toxic, my play acting, because it was what I was absorbing. I just started pulling out my parents' like liquor cabinet when I was 5 and 6 years old and just like, because I was doing my little scenes from whatever movie I was watching. Or if I was playing house, I would pretend like the most extreme things. Like, oh, I had an affair with a neighbor and now I'm pregnant. And I'd put like a pillow under my shirt and I'd be like, I'm pregnant.
Were you the young,
like very inappropriate things that I don't know where I got it from.
Did you have siblings?
I had a younger sister. She was 3 years younger than me.
Oh,
So
because I was
she
going
was
to say, were you the youngest or the middle child? Because I don't know, maybe because I was the oldest, so my job was to take care of my siblings.
I did,
But
and I was like that with her. Like she was the cutest little baby to me, and I just like I loved playing with her, but I would do my hardcore playing by myself or like with my cousin. And like, yeah, there was obviously some things that I don't remember, or some things like, oh, Dr. Pepper 76 down here. He said media can be impressionable. Yeah, you're very right about that. Like movies I've watched, just being surrounded by things people were saying, maybe some things that happened I don't remember, spotty memory. There was just
mhm,
a lot of sexualization as a small child. Because like I remember knowing everything at a young age and like, you know, just a lot of different things I probably won't mention on here. But it's like,
mhm.
uh, yeah, it's I'm realizing later, like after I have a son and I'm talking to my friends and making sure he's healthy and good, I'm like, all of that was not normal. There was obviously some things going on there, you know.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe because my grandparents were old. It was like I should have been their daughter. So I had so many people around me that were mature and stable. So my mother and my father were so young and immature and dysfunctional. So like during the summers, I'd stay with my godmother had a house next to my grandparents, and my godmother and my uncle, my mother's brother, they're the ones with the horses. So it wasn't,
Okay.
my aunt, I would ride because she taught me. It was a blessing. It was a blessing. But after I was abused as a child, I stopped riding. So my
See,
life did change. And that's when I didn't really want to go to school any longer. But I still took care of everything in the house. And I knew I had to go to work. So I just
oh
put myself into work.
yeah, to focus and like hide and make yourself scarce, right? Like
No, I
I'm gonna
needed
focus.
to, no, I'm more like I needed to make money and I wasn't
Okay,
going to school and I liked working. I enjoyed it.
yeah, you made money.
Yeah. And
Makes
then
sense.
I would take my sister, my younger sister, and all the kids in the neighborhood because I bought my house back. Well, I lived there with my mother, and then I bought the house back years later. And a lot of them were still there. They bought their parents' houses. So I would take all the kids. My younger sister was 11 years younger than me, 11, almost 12. And I would take all the kids like to Adventureland or, to the ice cream shop, whatever, because I
Mm.
was young. What was I going to do with all this money? I bought clothes. And I traveled then. I would jump on a plane and go visit like family in Florida,
So
all that
cool.
kind of stuff.
That's a really cool experience, though.
I don't know.
How old were you? Even if it was,
When I was doing that, like 6,
yeah,
15, 16,
dude,
17, and
so
then I got married
young.
at 18, and then I bought my house. So then I was settled. I was already settled.
Isn't that wild?
I had 8 to 10 kids a day that I watched. So I was very busy. I didn't have
It's a lot
time.
of
Yeah,
responsibility.
I had a lot of responsibility, always.
See, I didn't have anything like that. You did. I just kind of relate to the young age thing because I was 17 when I met my ex-husband and we
Hmm.
stayed together, and I was 22 when we got married, and I was 25 when I had my son. So it was
See,
just like that kind of young is weird for my generation and people that I know. They're like, "What? You were
so
17? You settled
mm,
down and didn't break up?" Like that's weird.
that's young. Yeah, my like crazy years were 15, 16, 17. Where when I say crazy, I'd like go to the club and or concerts. But you see, I got spared from a lot, I believe, because the kids that I would have been hanging out with were all doing their teenage stuff.
Oh
Where
yeah.
I was in a
True.
different group of people at that time. Like
That's
people
true.
from work. They were a little older and more mature. So
Yeah.
I would go out dancing or concerts, that kind of
Seems
stuff.
more fun than the
Yeah.
crazy, yeah, teenage stuff you would have gotten into. See, that's very interesting.
So,
Were you would they would just let you in the nightclubs and stuff? It was
oh my
probably
God.
not
Well, I
legal,
looked
right? You were
older. I
yeah,
got
no, you're
dressed up. I'm
fine.
5'10". I think my mother gave me her license because I used to have the paper one back in the day. Don't
You
try
scared
this
the
at home,
bouncers
kids.
because you were taller than the bouncer.
Oh my gosh.
Nothing with you. You're like, yo, if you don't let me
I'd
in,
get
I'm
in.
gonna
I saw
New York all over.
Madonna. Like, yeah, we'd all get in. It was fun.
It does sound fun.
It
Man, I would have been
was.
right there. That would have been a blast.
I'm telling you. I was into music and concerts. Yeah, I jumped on the train. I'd hide from the conductor when I was a kid. But I mean, if that's the worst of it, I'll take it. I could
Pretty
have
cool.
I could have went the other way, right?
No, that was perfect.
Who
I
knows?
think I would like fantasize about stuff like that, Susie. And I think I pretended my Barbies were doing that. So maybe like in some far off world, you were like a Barbie to me. I don't know. I was living vicariously through you. When my Barbies were dancing the disco in the club, playing that music.
I just I've been going back to church. So I actually talk about coming full circle. The woman who used to take me to Sunday school when I was a little girl, I used to be best friends with her daughter, and she knew my mother and my family since she was a teenager. So now that I'm reconnected with all of them, I've reconnected with my girlfriends, her daughter and her younger daughter was the older daughter I was close with, and the younger one is like, we remember you used to live upstairs at your mom's house, and your mom gave you the room off the apartment because I'd work. I had to
Oh
get up
yeah.
early for work, so she let me stay upstairs, and then she rented the rest of it out. But yeah, I had no idea how they perceived me because I was the one that left school. I was the one that went to work. And it was kind of cute. I was like, wow, I never knew you all like looked up to me in that way. So it was pretty
Yeah,
neat.
you would never know. That's cool that they
I
shared
didn't
that.
know. So, and now we're all back together, and here I am at church and going to be helping women in the shelters through the church. So it's such a
Wow.
blessing.
That is really amazing.
It's
Well, they're blessed to have you.
it's a cool story.
Because, you know, there's a lot of people, they give up their time. I'm not trying to be a hater, but I've seen them out in the church and the neighborhoods and families and friends. I tell you what, they're like so dedicated giving their time, but it's all about their image. That's why they do it. So they can keep up with the Joneses, you know? And it's like, you can tell over
Yeah,
time
this
who is doing
this
that.
this family,
It's
this
great.
woman, she's just the most sincere, kindest
I love
person.
that.
I know what you mean. I totally know what you mean, and I've
Not you,
experienced
this
that
lady.
before.
Yeah.
And that's why I didn't go to church and I
Mhm.
didn't practice my faith for a long time, especially because
Mhm.
I was living with someone that was like this as he was
Right.
abusing me. So it really messed me up.
Exactly.
I stopped praying, I stopped reading my Bible, I stopped like having faith because I couldn't understand what in the world I was living in.
Yeah, exactly. If you're like, this is what they're doing, then I don't want to do that
Right.
because that's not, yeah.
So this is like my home church. I'm comfortable. This is someone I used to go to Sunday school with that's still going, that has a wonderful life and is focused on family and grandchildren. And I think she became like ordained, or I don't know what you call it. We're Christian, but so she helps other people and she does a women's Bible study. And I don't know everyone in my new church yet. So from
So
what
cool.
the people I've met and the people that I've reconnected with, I love it. I feel really good there.
That's perfect. You're right where you need to be.
Yeah.
Understand that. I'm with you on that because I stopped going to church years ago. Like I was brought up like you have to go every Sunday. The only time you don't go is if you're like vomiting violently. Like even if you're sick, you have to go unless you're like just throwing up. It was like that, and it was just not non-negotiable. And so eventually, I think I kept going until like I was married and I was making my ex-husband go because it was just so brainwashed into me. Like, and then I finally was like, you know what, I'm gonna stop going, and I didn't go for like years, except for Christmas, you know, or something like that. And and then I would take my son here and there, like not too much, because I just wanted him to have it, but it was more in the home that I feel like we would do prayers and we would do faith. It was like more there, and I explained to him how I didn't want him to have it crammed down his throat.
Right.
but I didn't
Yeah,
want him
that's
not to
too
have it
much.
either. So it was like maybe I didn't do it perfectly, but I did it how I felt like I needed to at the time. I don't know. Everybody's different.
See, my family wasn't religious. They didn't go to, they got married in a church for the most part, most of them. And when a baby was born, the baby would be christened. I believe my family was like Lutheran.
Lutheran.
So we never went to church. I never went to church with my family. Never. Never once. It was this woman who lived down the road. They used to take me to Sunday school. So I don't have that experience.
That is
Yeah.
interesting. It
Not
really
one-
was
Not one
about
person.
the family traditions then, because I feel like some people who are Catholic or like my ex-husband's family, part of them are Greek and they were like Greek Orthodox, but then they didn't continue going to, they would just do it when the baby would get baptized or whatever. They do the baby baptism instead of the christening,
Yeah.
which is totally interesting. But I just like Greek Easter and this and that was it. So it's like more of the familial traditions, I feel like, instead of actual faith for a lot of people. Quite interesting,
Yeah.
actually. Man, we went into a whole story
Oh,
time. We
went off into.
were not planning on that. See, this is improv.
There you go.
Tell me about it. I was
That's
going to
what
talk
I
about
was
the
like,
Lakers.
what?
Talk about the Lakers and talk about my
Oh my
weekend and
God.
talk about Florida and you and
They
Susie
got
getting
serious.
together.
They got
I
serious.
started crying over here. And
Stop it. You did not.
I'm not even a mother, and now I'm eating
my
cashews and
goodness.
almonds because I can't control my emotions, and I'm
Gave
going
you
to
a
cry.
chance to eat. You're like, perfect.
He got some work done.
Kind of.
It's like, thanks, girls. I needed a
Okay.
break.
Actually, that is true. My first
We
time
knew that.
eating.
Somatically, subconsciously, we were.
I was just asking Susie to say a few things that she pulled up. And you must have pulled up
We
a lot because
unpacked the whole car.
a lot came out of Crystal.
I see, Susie.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's just something going on there between us.
Yeah, there is. There's something with you people
That's it.
acting like your family and stuff.
That's it. Well, you need someone that you feel safe with.
Yeah.
That's what it is.
And it feels so weird at first, right? You're like, what? That feels different.
Remember when Susie first came on, Crystal?
Oh my
Yeah.
gosh.
Had everybody crying?
Yes, I do. But
It's
I
like a-
loved how open she was. She was ready. She was like, the floodgates are open and I am here to share.
I don't even know how I got there.
I could see that look on her face too. She was like, this is happening. I'm sharing this.
I was
So there
probably
was-
terrified. I don't even remember.
Yeah,
I
you
do.
were terrified.
But like in the best way.
But you leaned into your non-acting skills, and no, I'm just kidding.
Thank you.
So there was this podcaster. He's still around. Who asked me? He has a show, and he says, "Hey, you got any guests that you want?" And for a moment, I was gonna say, "Yeah, I was gonna send Susie to him," and I said, "No, I better not, because he's not compassionate enough."
Oh my God.
And I'm so glad I didn't send you over there because he would have been like, "Oh, that's too bad." Okay, so the next thing,
You're like, wait a minute. You would have messed. I would have been still stuck
you
over
would
there.
have been,
Thank
you would
you.
have been, for 20 years going backwards, you would have went.
Yeah.
And yeah, Crystal, that was something, huh? That was something.
Love it.
Yeah, that was, man. You were like,
That was a
I'm
mess.
gonna tell you what happened, but I can't even really get it out at the same time. It's like, I want
don't
to tell
even
you, but I can't
remember.
really. There's so much I can't get it all out. There's stuff still oozing out of you. Stuff still
sure.
oozing out of you that happened to you.
Got to break the dam somehow. She broke it.
But I have good
Yeah, that's
stuff
it.
now too. So there's hope.
Hey, so let me tell you, Susie, about Crystal when she first came on. I got it here somewhere. I didn't do it today. I thought about it, editing when she first came on. She was laughing, she was happy, then she was crying, and then she was angry, and then I was getting all of the series of grief coming out of her. It's just- she was getting all of them in one show, and I was just writing and like, that's interesting. That's really cool. And all I could see, Susie, was who you're dealing with right now.
Yeah.
The person
Who was
you're talking to
underneath.
right now is all I could see.
That's awesome.
Through all of those layers of things happening, and each one since 2021 till now, because I think this was 2021 she came on. From 2021 till now, it's been what, 3 years? It's been over 3
guess
years,
so.
actually. She has, she's gone through, I'm cutting my hair, I'm letting it grow. I don't like my hair, but it's growing
Shaving it
back.
off.
It hurts. I'm shaving
I'm
it.
keeping it this way, and from I don't want to get out of bed. Okay, I'll get out of bed, talk to you. All right, I got to go, Paxton. It's just so many different things. It is amazing how we're talking about this right now, but there's somebody somewhere going through the same thing, and they don't have an NATV or Crystal T's or SZTV network. They have no one to go through these phases, or they're being told you need to just get over it, which is
Right.
which is bad,
Very bad.
Keeps
very
you
bad.
stuck.
very very bad, very very very
Wow.
bad. To tell
I
somebody,
always
you
credit
just get over it.
I credit it to the acting classes. I tell you what, Susie, if you ever it taught me
Susie's
how to
gonna do it
live
now.
life.
I'm
and
gonna
be
try it. I gotta
vulnerable.
see what this is all about. If this is gonna help me and help me dig a little deeper, heck yeah, I'm gonna try it.
Because
I
you're a
don't know if
storyteller. We're all telling stories here.
see. I just told her that.
Different form.
Crystal. I just told her that the other day, as she's a storyteller, and not the way many other people hear that phrase.
Very good.
But your emotions need all. Our emotions benefit from all of us being storytellers, not a storyteller, but a storyteller. And you know, I think I referenced it to you in our private talking, Susie. That's why I tell people you got to see The Princess Bride.
Oh yeah.
And you know what I told you the other day, Susie.
Yep.
It got to be Peter Falk. I've done that to people, and they've never seen it, Susie, and they go like,
Yeah.
"He is just off of his rocker. I have no idea. He just keeps telling me to be Peter Falk. I'm not going to be Columbo. I refuse to be Columbo." Or have you watched Clue? Has anybody watched Clue? Because Peter Falk is in that one too. You just, if
Oh,
you
it's
haven't
been a
watched it, you got to go watch
while.
Is
it.
it good? I'm gonna put that on my list.
He does, Susie. He does both characters per se. The grandfather in The Princess Bride and Columbo all in
Yeah.
one character
Ooh.
in Clue. He
Ooh.
kind of
That's a good
shows the element of his acting is in that range. And every time I watch it, because I've seen The Princess Bride before, when I hadn't seen The Princess Bride and I watched the movie Clue, I just go like, oh, okay, that's kind of cool. He's kind of doing Columbo. But now that I've seen The Princess Bride, there are elements where he's kind of like the grandfather. I just
Yeah.
can't say it right. You have to watch
Right.
him. And then too, it's my twisted brain looking at it. But if you haven't seen the movie Clue, it's made after the board game. It's a totally different. I think it's another one called Clue, but I'm not talking about that one.
Yeah.
But both of you have the ability that you're comfortable with using. Some people have an ability they're not comfortable in using, or they don't know they have it, of being able to tell what happened to you in a story format. Or in other words, as I often use here in my house when I'm talking with my daughters, it's easy for a man to understand a woman if she does it as a timeline, because we're very pragmatic. So if you start talking about XYZ and we're still at ABC, we've lost you. So and you both have the ability to talk in a time
Interesting.
frame kind of a
Chronological.
way. Yeah, it's kind of like, okay, then this
Where it
happened.
makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then you have the ability to totally stop and talk about the future and then come back to the future, go right back. And so
And
men
pick
can
up.
follow that.
Yeah.
They can follow what you're saying. That's why certain people can understand Crystal's channel, but a lot of men will, and it has nothing to do about the way she looks. Because
Right.
when you go to explain something, we can understand it. It's almost as if you say, okay, I could talk this way, the way I do with my female friends, or I could talk this way to you, which I know is a lot slower. So you can, and if you watch Crystal, she does it because
Yes,
she
she
lives with
does.
males. And men can tell when a woman interacts with males because she doesn't talk really fast. She does. And so then this happened. Oh my goodness. Then I had ADHD. And then and a man is going like, okay, you need to talk to somebody else, or you need to understand I'm not a woman.
Right.
Oh my God.
You know, that guy is like,
Too much.
it's not, well, it's not even
like
really too
overload.
much per se. It's at the moment. But if they don't go like, okay, I tag out, I'm out. It's like wrestling, right? Okay, I'm tag out, I'm out. It's like, if he doesn't do that, he goes like, okay, I'm in it for the long haul. Let me just listen. It'll all make sense at some point, just not to me right now. And so what both of you do with your content, and when you're on, you just did it. And when you go back and listen to this, you can watch it, but you know what I always say, don't watch it, listen to it instead.
Mhm.
The listening experience is exactly what Dr. Pepper was talking about. And I'll put it up on the screen what Dr. Pepper said. The first few 5 words or whatever, this is a great channel. The only reason he said that is not because of, per se, me. It's because of what he just experienced with both of you talking for that period
Right.
of time.
Yes.
And you both spoke, and you don't even know you're doing it, I believe, sometimes, even though I've talked to you both about it off camera. You both speak as if you're speaking to men, but you don't even know you're doing it. You're just speaking. But
Interesting.
men can understand you. But when a man has an agenda, and this is what we talked about separately or collectively, when you had men in your life who had an agenda of abuse, neglect, lying, and all the above, yes, they're not going to understand. They understand you. They just don't want to understand you because you'll figure out what they're up to,
Right.
which is not your well-being. And your
Right.
well-being, both of you have been describing what it feels like to grow.
That's right.
And now we get back to what Bree said, what Bree Clark was talking about. We're here on this earth to do those things, to grow, to experience life in a beautiful way. But when you're with somebody who has an abusive nature, because that's how they hold an upper hand, it's not going to work.
No. Got it. You got
Bad
it.
news.
You see what the man says about you, right?
Oh,
On the
thank
screen.
you.
You both. Yes, both of these young ladies are priceless.
Princesses.
Princesses. You know what? I have to make my screen bigger. Thank you, Crystal.
No, I don't
There,
think
it's
yeah.
bigger now.
So, but he can say that because, and he understands. He understands. He can say that because he's a guy, and trust me, that's a compliment he's giving. That's not
Yeah.
some male chauvinistic concept. He's saying that because he recognizes that you understand that you have a gift, but you were using your gift talking with one another, and men are going to more than likely listen to you do a show.
That's good.
Because Bree Clark just did it. Sarah that was on earlier does it. Gemma does the same thing. You all have the same talent and ability. You make it easy for people to understand you,
That's a good
even when you cry. It's the men that don't care that don't understand you.
Right.
Yeah.
You're the same person that you were going through, that was going through those things. You're the same person. Thank you, Dr. Pepper. I mean, you know what, man? Look, hold on a second, man. Hold on a second. Dr. Pepper says, I appreciate this channel. Trust me. We trust you on that. We really do. Because there's a lot of information Susie has prepared and Crystal is going to talk about. We need to get... Crystal, thank you for putting that up there. If everybody looks on the screen there, Crystal, thank you for working the chat today. Crystal says, thank you. We appreciate that. And we appreciate you too, as well, for being here. And everybody needs to understand who may be passing through for the first time. The regular audience knows this. We will be doing this even if nobody was here. We're just so grateful that all of you are here. We are working for you. There is nothing you could give us that will make us happy except one thing. You come and tell us that your recovery is building momentum. We want to know that you're picking up speed and momentum and leaving the narcissist, the troublemaker, the toxic person, the haughty person, whichever label you feel comfortable using, that you can tell us that you're moving forward. And thank you back at you, Dr. Pepper 76, in his reply to Crystal. So we want you to experience what is waiting for you, which is different than what's waiting for me or Susie or Crystal. But you're going to hear conversations just like this on their individual channels. You don't have to always come to NATV. But when you show up, when you come here, when you find something, we ask you to watch it or a combination of things for only 10 minutes. If you want to watch it longer than that, we appreciate it. But we're looking for 10 people to watch 10 minutes of everything we put on so we can be encouraging. You'll find 10 minutes of something in what we put on to be encouraging to you. Don't tell me, as one person wrote me and go like, I'm watching 10 minutes of shorts. YouTube shorts. I said, dude, if you want to do that, I wouldn't do it. But if you want to do it, I know what I post. But if you want to watch that and that helps you, something short, fine. The 3-minute ones, if you want to do that, fine. Watch 3 of them. Whatever you do, we need you to get outside. We need you to put the social media down and get outside and start living. I'm going to ask Crystal to share some information on the other side as we step into our next segment. We appreciated Gemma. Gemma, of course, it's nighttime where she is. She had her scheduled segment. Everybody's going to be back at some point next year. We start streaming again. Always go to our channel. Look at the first thing. It's going to tell you the upcoming shows. Many of you have requested that, so we haven't posted everything, but we have upcoming shows scheduled all the way into the summer of 2026. So we will be posting all of that so you know what dates that we're going to be coming on. But we have other shows in between. But we need you to support Crystal and Susie at their individual channels. Crystal sent me a bunch of links that I have, right? I think you just updated links and stuff. Crystal
I just wanted to make
sent
sure
me
you
some
had
stuff.
them.
Yeah. So everybody, I'm going to make it a point, probably over the weekend or definitely by Monday, to make sure all of those links are in there. And also the same thing for Susie. There are things you can do for Crystal and Susie. They will be dropping different digital products. Susie has her merch store and stuff like that. There are different things that can be done. We're going to address a lot of that after the year is up. But a lot of stuff will be in the links. I want to get to a lot of the information that you both have. We're going to start with Crystal, and then if both of you are still up for staying around, I want to get to Crystal's information, Susie, that she has. I don't know whether you sent a copy to her or not. I'm doing this in front of everybody right now, but so Crystal, I
I
don't know
have
if you.
other information too. I have like 5 different
Yeah,
tabs that
I know.
Are you
Hey, let me
looking
tell
at my computer? How did you know?
listen, I told you I know you. I told you that from the day one, 3
Man,
years
you may
ago.
not want to
I
see
know you.
everything.
I know you. Hey, put that. Hey. So let me get this here, Dr. Pepper. Thank you. But Susie, you sent me some stuff too. I don't know if it can be done. I know it can be done, but I don't know if it can be done. Depends on both of these ladies. No, I'm not going to say it because I don't want to say it in front of everybody. I got to ask Susie first. But Susie sent me a couple of things yesterday, and I was like, oh man, I wish I could sneak that in. So some things that I had planned, everybody, is not going to happen. I'd rather share this information on the way out at the end of this year. That some things Susie sent me. But Susie, I just want you to touch on it because we're saving it for some other stuff. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So we just want to whet everybody's appetite with some things Susie has. But Crystal, I know you sent me some information, and please correct me if I say it wrong, but here we go.
Mhm.
Is it on resiliency or no? I could be wrong. I
Guess
don't
what?
forget.
What I have open, I was going to talk
Or just tell me.
about.
You just tell me, yeah.
It's it's about how trauma forces a shift in the brain, and then I was
There it
going to
is.
piggyback on the letting go.
There we go. See,
Just some
you
stuff.
guys don't rely on me. Rely on them because I got too much in my small little brain. I knew it was one of those, but we're going to
It's
talk
like
about.
breaking free or something, which it all goes
Is it?
together. Breaking
Okay.
free as well.
Okay, so we're going to have a breaking free segment after a little commercial break. And then Susie, we're going to piggyback, or you can toss in. We'll just have an open discussion between all of us, which will probably, most of us will either be on camera or not. But everybody can come back for that. Improving, as I said, if you're just getting here, we're improving all day, the last show of 2024 here on NATV Network. My daughters and myself truly appreciate all of you being here, supporting us for the past 5 years. It has truly been a pleasure, but we got some more work to do on the other side of this break. We've gone 5 hours and 53 minutes and 11 seconds. We truly appreciate you being here. Just in case you're wondering, and just in case you missed it, I'm going to say a few things, but right now I'm going to take Susie and Crystal, we're going to take them off stage, take their mics off, and you guys do whatever you need to do, and I will be back in a little bit. See you guys in a little bit.
See you soon.
All right, you're stuck with me now. But let's get this stuff off the screen here. And let me find something else we got here. We can put the mouth up. Here we go. I'm going to come over here. So there were a number of things that I had planned to do with you, each and every one of you, to entertain you and also to share some things. Not going to happen now. We'll save it for next year. We're going to let Susie and Crystal kind of carry us out the rest of the show and a few other little video things that I got going on that I will do with you as well. I'm going to hit a button here. We are going to be right back in just a moment. Give them a time or two to gather what they need to and do what they need to, refresh their voices. Live streaming on NA TV Network. Well. Channel like no other, but we're not the first ones to do it. You are unique in who you are. So we need to up our game and keep up to pace with you. You're doing the best you can. See you in just a little bit. It has been an honor and a pleasure to spend 2024 with all of you. Let's see, I got too much sound happening in the back of my head. How about turn that one off? All right, I'm telling you, it's been fun. Spending time with all of you in 2024 has been a blast. But we need to show you what we've been working on for the past half year or a little bit more for 2025. All right, we're going to be handing the attention of all of us over to Crystal. Susie's going to join after that, and then we're all going to talk to you for a bit before we say goodbye for our last stream of 2024. This is the format that's overall coming your way in 2025. And a number of other things we, of course, need to leave as a surprise for you. Let's see here. What do I need to bring to your attention? I want to thank everyone that has responded to our videos and everything else. You have made it worthwhile for Susie and Crystal, myself, and our guests for 2024. But we need to bring this thing to a conclusion. Crystal's going to start it off for us, and then we're going to go from there. So, you ready, Crystal? You're there somewhere. You're ready. You ready? Ready?
Sure.
Okay. All right. So, let's drown the music out. And Crystal, what is on your mind?
Just one thing? Well, we'll pick one thing because there's always too many things on my mind. But I love how we covered just so many different topics today and weave the stories in between. We were just talking about that. I love that. I live for that. So I know we started off talking about like coercive control and coercion, and that's been like one of the hot terms, one of those hot button topic terms that I've thought more about lately, but just to switch it up a little bit. So I might bounce in between that, breaking free, letting go. But I thought about this one today. Between all of this, whether we call it coercion, manipulation, abuse, just life challenges, right? Toxicity, what have you. Things just trying to get in the way of us living our own best life, just to put it bluntly to the point. I thought about this, of course, from one of my favorite books I keep referring to and telling you guys about, The Body Keeps the Score, The Brain, Mind, and Body in the Healing of Trauma by Bessel van der Kolk, MD. But there's this section called Trauma Forces a Shift in the Brain. And this is one of those things that I've learned more recently in the last year or two. And I don't know about you guys, but I, over the years, I've been obsessed with getting online and taking all these different types of quizzes, whether it was like a personality quiz or, you know, stuff, just funny stuff like that. Like, what's your best talent or what are your strengths and weaknesses? Like a SWOT analysis on yourself. And then I came across some quizzes and tests that were like, are you more left or right brained? And I became obsessed with those tests for a while because I was amazed. I tried a few different ones and it came to the same conclusion that I was a split down the middle, 50-50 left and right brain. I just couldn't believe it. I was totally obsessed. And I started learning more and more about like the left versus the right side of the brain and what the differences are and how that impacts our life and our experiences in life. And now, as I've learned about trauma and how we've experienced trauma and healing and moving forward in life. So I've learned some new things amidst my obsession with the left versus the right brain. But in The Body Keeps the Score book, Dr. Bessel van der Kolk, he delves into how trauma can profoundly affect both of our mind, our body, and one of the central concepts he explores in this book is how trauma forces a shift between the two hemispheres of the brain. It's really fascinating. He explains that trauma impacts our ability to process experiences in a balanced way. We always talk about balance and we're joking. Yeah, I'm not balanced at all. Well, this is part of the reason why. Like, I'm going to say it again. Trauma impacts our ability to process experiences in a balanced way, often pushing us to rely more on one hemisphere than the other. So, we're going to just break down this idea and have a few key points that might work well for us to discuss here. But the first one is brain function and trauma. So, this book explains that our brain has two primary hemispheres. And just like any anatomy, right, physiology kind of class, anything you look up online, you're learning in school, the basics are here, but we just take it a step further with books like this and actually learning about breaking neuroscience news. Okay. But there's two primary hemispheres, and each is responsible for different functions. So the left hemisphere, this is what we call the left brain, the left side of the brain. It is more analytical, it's verbal, it's linear, right? That's how we all experience and talk about life and ourselves and our experiences as being linear. And then we learn later, if you get more into neuroscience and quantum physics and quantum mechanics, I sound like a total nerd, but if you get more into these topics, you'll learn, oh, it's actually not linear, but the left side of the brain is. Okay, so it's involved in the more logical thinking, language, learning languages. So it's not just math and science, it's learning languages, making sense of events of our life in a more structured manner. That this is the side that likes to get organized, right? If we're cleaning house, talking to family, to friends, I would say most people operate more out of the left side of their brain primarily because that's how our society runs. That's how the world respects organizations, people, places, things. It's just how it is. It's how everything's set up in the world and what we're viewing as our experience in the world. And that's where the ego resides and comes from, right? Because the ego, it was here to help us with our survival, but it also a little puffed up there with some chest puffing and a little shoulder pad to puff up. But the ego wants to know it's important. It's proud, right? That has something to show in an image and that it's logical and thinking and smart and intellectual, right? You like how I explain that? And then we have the right side hemisphere, and this side is more emotional, right? Some people can be almost like insulted calling you more emotional, but this is our right hemisphere of our brain. This is integral to us living a full, best life and experiencing all that life has to offer. Emotional, sensory, meaning all of our senses. If you lose a sense, if one of your senses is weakened, it weakens your entire life experience, right? But thankfully, our bodies are so smart. Another sense will heighten to go ahead and balance that out, equal that out a little bit, but to help with the overcompensation there. So we got emotional, sensory, intuition, intuitive. That's often put down. I know when I was growing up, the faith-based and the Christian religious-based structures was people were often saying do not trust yourself, do not go off your own intuition, only Jesus can save you, only God, you only listen to God, you don't listen to yourself, your intuition means nothing. And it really was damaging for me because it's taken me a long time to learn how to trust myself again and build my own intuition and align that with what we would call God, the higher power source. Okay. So still on the right hemisphere, it's crucial for processing nonverbal information, which so many people, the way we're brought up, it's like, what? What do you mean nonverbal information? Right? Have you ever just like the wind blew or something happened and then all of a sudden you just knew something? I've been experiencing that my whole life, but more and more over the last few years, I have experienced what I call the great knowing. I'll just start knowing things and then I'll fact check it. I'm like, is this even true? something on my right hemisphere activated so sensationally, so amazingly, that I can confidently say we're all fully capable on our healing journey to process nonverbal information, things we're not even looking for, and it could just find us and we could know it, and it will absolutely strengthen our intuition. Body language, other nonverbal emotions and communications, especially important. This is for self-awareness and empathy. So I feel like that's often why in this world, in our experience, the right hemisphere, the right side of our brain is often blocked or held back or diminished, put down, because it can be so powerful. And when you link the left and the right together and you have this total mind and then body connection, we become unstoppable. And yeah, I mean, there's nothing that can come against us when everything's working so perfectly how it's designed. So, when a person experiences trauma, it disrupts the balance. And traumatic events can often overwhelm the mind's ability to process experiences in a rational or verbal way, right? And this can cause the brain to become stuck in that survival mode that we talk about, just heavily engaging on the right hemisphere, the emotional, the sensory, while the left hemisphere, the logical and the verbal, becomes less accessible. It's a lot. It's a lot to take in when we're learning about it now, too. So, this brings me to my second point, the shift from the left to the right hemisphere. So, survival mode and the right brain dominance. So, in moments of extreme trauma or stress, the brain goes into survival mode, often shutting down the left hemisphere and over relying on the right hemisphere. So, this can result in emotional dysregulation, flashbacks, a sense of being disconnected from reality. The right hemisphere reacts to trauma by triggering emotional responses that are not often not fully processed or understood in a logical sense. And that's where I know we were talking earlier about trying to figure it out with our left brain and make sense and get the information, and we need to figure out what happened and why. But really, our right side is just simply reacting to the trauma. It gets the brunt of it. It triggers the emotional responses. It triggers the survival mode. It triggers our intuition, our animal-like instincts, right? But it's our human intuition instead of the animal instincts. And they trigger those emotional responses that are not fully processed because the trauma's perhaps been too much. It's too fast, too much, not fully processed, and not understood in a logical sense. And like this book explains, it's very much to protect us. Our brain's trying to protect us. And so is the body, even when they got disconnected. They're doing their best and absolutely giving us their all, which is very much appreciated. So, disconnection from language and logic. Because the left hemisphere, because it's responsible for language and linear thought, it's less engaged. So the person might find it difficult to articulate their feelings, for example. Might be these people we call avoidant or not emotionally available, right? They might not be able to explain their feelings or understand the trauma in a coherent way, period. This is why trauma survivors often struggle to find the right words for their experience. Trauma survivors often struggle to finish sentences, just like I'm talking through this. When you really think about the trauma, it can get us stuttering, it can get us tongue tied, it can mess up parts of our story if we let it. And if we do the work and we just face it, and we grab hold of ourselves and everyone that we know is part of our soul family, and we link arms and we do this together, absolutely, we become strong enough. And we're passing the baton on to understand and feel the trauma, to face it, to heal it in our most coherent way possible. This is why trauma survivors often struggle to find the right words again and the right ways to express and how to heal from our experiences. So it's not that They don't know how to feel. We don't know how to feel. It's just that the brain has shifted away from the areas that would allow to express those emotions clearly, if that makes sense. So this brings me to my third point, the impact on money perception. There's trauma and fragmented memories. So one key aspect of this brain shift is how trauma affects memory. The right hemisphere, the right side, is responsible for storing emotional and sensory memories. So it can lead to fragmented or incomplete recollections of traumatic events. Instead of a coherent verbal memory of an event, something chronological, that the person may only remember fragmented sensory experiences like images, smells, sounds, even just a whirl, like you're almost watching a movie scene and it's just flashing and you have no idea what to make of it. So those are often the overwhelming and hard things to put into context, are those fragments. And then there's flashbacks. And this is where the phenomenon of the flashbacks come into play. When the brain is overwhelmed by the trauma, the body and the mind may relive the traumatic event, which triggers involuntary sensory-based recollections. That's why people feel like they can't control themselves, because it's involuntary. It's like, where did this come from? I'm triggered, right? And these experiences are often vivid, emotional. They're disconnected from the logical understanding of the event completely, which is why it can feel so overpowering, disorienting, and why other people can distance themselves from you and say, I don't know, you're crazy. What's going on with you? Like, why you're overacting? Why are you acting like that? Instead of saying, wow, well, I've never heard or seen you react that way. What can I do to help? Like, you're obviously hurting. I'm so sorry that something hurt you, right? That's somebody who's loving, and empathy would come out and reach out to grab hold and help you, right? That's what that sounds like. So, number 4, the challenge of healing and rebalancing the brain. So the author here emphasizes that one of the main challenges in trauma recovery is helping the brain reconnect and rebalance the hemispheres. Healing involves not just understanding the trauma intellectually, which is what we keep talking about. You can understand and learn as much as you can later, but it's really not the focus. Healing does not involve just that, but it also processing it emotionally and somatically on the right side. And for me, I know that was most important. Everyone has a different experience and healing journey. But integrating the mind and the body, techniques such as somatic experiencing, we're talking about what you're feeling in your body. When you hear people, like if you're doing yoga or dancing and trying to get you more comfortable with your body and moving, you might hear somebody say, like, drop down into the body, drop it down in there, so you can actually feel free to move without judgment, and loosen up yourself so you can work through some of that pain. Okay. Somatic. Then there's neurofeedback. And there's yoga, all different kinds of modalities. That's an example, a way to help survivors just reconnect the emotional, the sensory experiences that's stored in the right hemisphere, to pair it with the logical verbal processing abilities on the left side. I think that's why yoga has been such a popular healing modality and exercise and all that somatic experiencing for so many people. And then there's trauma-informed therapy. But this one's like utilizing therapies that engage both sides of the brain. Like, have you ever heard of EMDR? It's like this I'm going to say it wrong, eye motors desensitization, blah, blah, blah. I'll read it to you later once I'm looking at the, the actual thing. But it's when your eyes are doing a certain movement and they get you to say certain things or talk about the trauma. And it's almost like you're doing a trauma therapy with the way your eyes are moving along with what you're sharing to your therapist about the trauma or whatever you can remember from it. There's also sensory motor psychotherapy. So individuals can work together toward integrating these fragmented aspects of their experience, gradually regaining access to both the emotional and the intellectual components of the memories. So trauma-informed therapy, that's been more popular in recent years because this has been a huge movement and revolution happening. I feel like it just got bigger and bigger during COVID times, during the pandemic, which I'm grateful for. So just some more key points I was going to pull out from this book, and just learning about how trauma forces the shift in the brain and what can we do to reconnect everything, right? Here's a quote. Trauma is not just an event that happened in the past. It is also the imprint it leaves on the mind, the body, and the brain. Traumatized people are often stuck in a state where the right hemisphere dominates the left, leaving them unable to process the event logically or narratively. The left hemisphere tries to make sense of the world through language, analysis, and logical thought. The right hemisphere, in contrast, processes things in a much more holistic way. So it relies on sensory experiences and emotions. And trauma often bypasses the logical, verbal processing abilities of the left hemisphere, which leaves people feeling disoriented and unable to make sense out of their experience. And it can be very maddening and just debilitating when people are trying to do that. And if we're trying so hard, we really have to let go. We're talking about letting go. We have to let go so that we can let ourselves begin to truly heal. Because the body knows the score, and the body knows how to heal itself if we get out of the way. So in the aftermath of trauma, the brain can become disorganized. The left hemisphere, which helps us to organize and narrate our experience, it shuts down. And then the right hemisphere takes over. And this can lead to a sense of chaos, disconnection, emotional reactivity. But trauma really has a powerful impact on how our brain processes the world, our life, all these experiences. So by disrupting the balance between the two hemispheres, it can lead to emotional dysregulation and fragmented memories. Healing from trauma, it's not just about working through the pain. It's about reestablishing the integration between the emotional, sensory right brain and the logical, verbal left brain. And they really do speak different languages. I was going to read just a short part out of the book while we're still chatting. Very well put. Oh, thank you. I'm just looking at the screen now. Dr. PPR. If you haven't checked out this book, I would recommend it. I'll write it in here for you in just a moment. But get this. I'm on page 44 where it says shifting to one side of the brain. It says the scans, talking about brain scans, revealed that during flashbacks, our subjects' brains lit up only on the right side. Today, there's a huge body of scientific and popular literature about the difference between the right and the left brains. Back in the early 90s, I had heard that some people had begun to divide the world between left brainers, the rational, logical people, and the right brainers, the intuitive, artistic ones. But I hadn't paid much attention to this idea. However, our scans clearly showed that images of past trauma activate the right hemisphere of the brain and deactivate the left. How interesting is that? We now know that the two halves of the brain do speak different languages. And the right is intuitive, emotional, visual, spatial, tactual, and the left is linguistic, sequential, and analytical. While the left half of the brain does all the talking, the right half of the brain carries the music of experience. It communicates through facial expressions and body language, and by making the sounds of love and sorrow, by singing, swearing, crying, dancing, or mimicking. And the right brain is the first to develop in the womb. And it carries the nonverbal communication between mothers and infants. So we know the nonverbal communication between mothers and infants. We were just talking about that earlier. Susie talking about our children. It's so powerful. We know the left hemisphere has come online when children start to understand language and how to speak. And this enables them to name things, to compare them, understand their interrelations, and begin to communicate their own unique subjective experiences to others. And the left and the right sides of the brain also process the imprints of the past in dramatically different ways. The left brain remembers facts, statistics, the vocabulary of events. We call on it to explain our experiences and put them in order. The right brain stores memories of sound, touch, smell, and the emotions they evoke. It reacts automatically to voices, facial features, and gestures and places experienced in the past. So what it recalls feels like intuitive truth, the way things are. Even as we enumerate a loved one's virtues to a friend, our feelings may be more deeply stirred by how her face recalls the aunt we loved at age 4. Under ordinary circumstances, the two sides of the brain work together more or less smoothly, even in people who might be said to favor one side or the other. However, having one side or the other shut down, even temporarily, or having one side cut off entirely, as sometimes happened in early brain surgery, is disabling. I'll read just a little bit more and then we can chat. The activation of the left hemisphere has a direct impact on the capacity to organize experience into logical sequences and to translate our shifting feelings and perceptions into words. Broca's area, which blackouts happen during flashbacks, it's on the left side of the brain. Without sequencing, we can't identify cause and effect, grasp the long-term effects of our actions, or create coherent plans for the future. People who are very upset sometimes say they are losing their minds. In technical terms, they are experiencing the loss of executive functioning. And I learned about that when I was diagnosed with ADHD, when I was reaching out for help the other year. We were talking about that earlier with Gemma and Susie, and I learned about executive functioning. And we can talk more about that too, but that's a huge part that's impaired with especially ADHD, sometimes autism. When something reminds traumatized people of the past, their right brain reacts as if the traumatic event were happening in the present. But because their left brain is not working very well, they may not be aware that they are re-experiencing and reenacting the past. They are just furious, terrified, enraged, ashamed, frozen. After all the emotional storm passes, they may look for something or somebody to blame for it. They behave the way they did because you were 10 minutes late, or because you burned the potatoes, or because you never listened to me. But of course, most of us have done this from time to time. But when we cool down, we hopefully can admit our mistake. Trauma interferes with this kind of awareness, and over time, our research demonstrated why. And that ends on page 45. So I pretty much read a whole page from the book after chatting about that. But what do you guys think about the left and the right and just everything? I know there's a lot to take in.
No, I'm processing it all. It's like someone opened the blinds, right? And
Mhm.
now by you explaining all this the way you just did, I always thought that the traumatic things I went through, I would get like a physical response. I would feel it physically.
Right.
I would shake, you can't breathe, you anxiety attacks. But basically, let me see if I understand this and correct me. So it was it like the PTSD and the anxiety and the stress, was it the right side of my brain shutting down or overtaking the
So
left?
I know. It's like, I know, and see, your left brain wants to understand it all.
You can
This is
see
what
me,
we're
I'm
talking
like,
about. We do it all the time. I love it.
but I want to
So,
understand.
yeah. So when we're actually, it's truly traumatized, it's just too much.
Mhm.
The right side has to take over because
Okay.
it's the survival side with that self intuition or sensory nerves and experiences are in there. Anything with sensory got to take over. There's emotions, there's sensory, there's survival, there's tactual, like you're feeling, you can spatially kind of figure out where you are, maybe where you need to get to a safe place,
Right.
stuff like that. And the left side is the one that shuts down, because the left side is the
Okay.
one trying to figure out exactly what we're
Logic.
doing. It's going, wait, what happened? Where am I? Who did that? Rationally,
that's-
chronologically in order. When did that happen? I don't know. It's trying to figure it out. So it's shut down because the right side had to take over. They couldn't like hold hands and get through it together equally. Somebody had to take the reins. And the one with the
So-
sensory and the intuition, it's our animal instincts as humans. Our intuition is our instinct.
So the physical responses that we go through with the panic attacks, you can't breathe, can't think, like right now, okay, I'm thinking about trauma and my brain literally just stops. It shuts
Yeah.
off. So that's the
What
left side
happened?
just shutting down, because the right side, even though it's not happening now, the right side remembers it and is still
Yep.
reacting to it.
Yeah, it kept you safe and it helps you survive. So it's a little flutter letting you know. And now, because you're not, even if we allow ourselves to keep reliving it and putting ourselves in the same situations and feel we're going to keep reliving it, and sometimes it just gets worse and it can become debilitating, right?
Right.
But when we do what we're doing, we keep picking ourselves back and putting ourselves in a healthier situation and moving on the healing journey, we might try to figure it out along the way. But the more we connect the mind and the body, and we do some of those healing modalities we're talking about,
Yeah.
whether it's trauma-informed therapy, yoga, journaling, being out in nature, dancing, there's just so many somatic movement. I keep saying dancing and somatic because just those simple free-form movements can help break up the trauma that is stored in the body. It's not stored in the brain because the left side and all that in the mind had to take a break. It got stored in the body. And that's when we have those panic attacks and like we get stressed and tense muscles and we have all these problems. But little things like that can help break it up.
And then I feel like when it got so bad, when it was one episode or one memory after another, or something kept triggering me, or new things were happening that remind me of the old things, and everything is just in there, what would happen was I completely shut down. And I would did you ever like just go like full on zombie, like just stare,
Yeah.
like disassociate? I don't know if anyone can relate, but it's like you can't even process your thoughts. It's like such an overload. So that's what's happening.
Yeah. And
The
that
brain is
happens.
splits. The brain literally like splits.
Yep.
Wow.
To protect us. So it's pretty
protect us.
cool.
And then doing all these things, yoga, and you said dancing, what does it start to like rewire, like sends a little spark and we're like, okay, we're safe.
Yeah,
And-
it starts to get the connection back. And a lot of times, depending on how intense, extreme it was, you can feel something moving, like the energy flowing through the body in different ways. Like they call it the chi, right? The chi centers, the energy centers of the bodies, the chakras. Like you're going to feel there's 7 major ones in the body. And then there's a couple right outside the body. So sometimes people say there's 9, whatever, 12. Like it just depends on what you're reading or who you're talking to. But there's 7 within the body. And, acupuncture is another thing that helps with that. And holistic side, they'll totally
Even-
talk to you about chis and energy centers.
Yeah, even like chiropractic care
Yeah.
helps because it kind of loosens and opens everything up and gets everything flowing.
Yeah. I always just disclaim, just hopefully do your research and find the right practitioner and make sure you talk with them and let them know, like, hey, I'm trying to I'm connecting my mind and my body again post trauma, or I'm trying to do some somatic healing with the traditional medicine therapy. If that's what I did. Everybody's different. I wanted to do both, so I did a little bit of everything. But one without the other, just like the left without the right, the left right without the left, it's still not connected. So we need to give it all a chance and really see what works for you, so you can fully connect the brain and then the mind and the body back together. Yeah, like we were
Great.
talking about acting earlier, and you're like, oh, that's another interesting modality and technique.
Yes.
It's not about to get famous or like be a working actor for everybody, right? It's
It's about
also,
expressing myself because I
yes,
couldn't. How many years if you're, if you're stuck in a traumatic experience or memories of it, you don't express yourself. Is
exactly.
that now that's because the left side shuts down or doesn't work as
It
well?
had to.
Yeah.
So just like when we were kids, this is part of the modalities on my list right after like dance and movement therapy
Mm-hmm.
and breath work. Right after that, drama, role playing. They don't even call it acting. We don't even call it that. Talking about healing, drama, role playing, just like when we were kids.
Like, yeah,
So
Barbies. Mm.
therapeutic drama. It like here, I'm just reading it from my notes here. Using role play, improvisation, structured drama exercises can help trauma survivors explore their emotions in a safe and controlled way. So acting out
Yeah.
different
So acting. Yeah,
scenarios.
I'm gonna look into that. I will try anything, and I feel like every time I add something new, it helps me a little bit more. So,
Right?
yeah,
Me too.
it's
You and me
true.
both.
I know, right? It's like I'm excited. What else can I try? Oh my gosh.
That's been me.
I've heard about EMDR therapy. I have not tried it. Bless you. I have not tried it. Um, but yeah, something with rapid eye movements, and
Yeah.
I think
Let's
you think of a thought, and then
pull
they,
it up. So we both said it a little off,
yeah,
right?
I'm not quite sure.
EDMR. I keep thinking wait,
EDMR,
EMDR. They have it wrong on
EMDR.
this internet. Let me look at hold on.
Which one?
They're telling me different things. Okay. EMDR.
EMDR.
Activation. So okay. Eye movement desensitization and reprocessing.
Eye
EMDR.
movement sensors. All right.
So it involves the steps where the therapist is to help the client recall and focus on a traumatic memory, just whatever you remember from it. And then
Mhm.
the client makes eye movements or some other type of bilateral stimulation, like tapping, humming.
Mhm.
Um, I feel like I've done this to myself. This is so weird. I was
I've done
supposed to do
tapping.
this. Have you?
Yeah, I've done tapping, but I've never done the eye movement with the tapping.
Okay. Because I was supposed to do this with the therapist, and then that was the
Mhm.
last time I talked to the therapist because I had to
Oh,
move and do all this.
so you're gonna try it, right? You're
I
planning on trying it?
was.
Oh, I
I
can't wait
haven't
to hear
I've done
about
it
it.
with myself, but yeah, I should probably go back and now that I know more, go back and do it. But you do the tapping or the humming with the eye movements while you're focusing on the memory.
So what exactly are the eye movements? Is it blinking? Is it, I thought
Yeah.
you needed like a light machine or something. It's something you could do by
It could
yourself.
be, yeah, it's like some therapists use like a little light or like
Mhm.
they'll do like pointing with their finger or like use a little light. Like you don't need anything crazy, but they kind of just guide you
Okay.
to process the memory through the eye movements and the bilateral stimulation, just allowing the brain to integrate the experience and reduce the emotional impact.
So you're
So,
replacing it with something different, like tapping.
yeah,
Like,
it's something the right side of the brain and just the body in general. Tapping and humming is a
mhm.
natural therapeutic
Soothing. Yeah,
soothing
soothing.
thing. It just is. Or like rocking. It's not
I
on
was
my
gonna
list,
say
but
rocking.
rocking.
Do you know I used to rock myself to sleep? The
Girl,
whole time I was with this person, especially at the end, I used to have to like rock myself to sleep like a baby.
did
And
you?
I don't do it any longer.
See, isn't that amazing?
Yeah. Well, I also didn't sleep, so now I'm sleeping. But
Oh
it's
god.
amazing how once you heal and then you realize you're not doing old behaviors or don't need to do certain things to survive and kind of feel safe because I never really felt safe.
Right.
Um,
But that's amazing that you did that. Like
yes,
your body knew or just you felt open
to
like to do that.
self-soothe. Yeah.
That's really cool.
Oh my gosh.
Pretty wild. So
I
then
know.
the R is the reprocessing. So you're supposed to keep processing the memory while you're
Mm-hmm.
furthering the eye movements and and allowing the brain to integrate the experience and then reduce its emotional impact. It's supposed to be like you're reprocessing, so it's a little bit less on you. It's not quite as intense and extreme, like because your body's starting to calm down a little bit and be soothed through it, just like what
Right.
you did by rocking yourself, just little bits at a time, little bits, because it's so
Yeah.
extreme. You can't get it all at once. You have to go at it a little bits at a time.
I wonder who thought of this. Did they? I
Well, we
wonder.
can look that up too, but
Yeah, no, I'm just serious. It's so interesting, right? Like who would think even tapping
yeah.
how they could bring back a certain situation or memory or experience, and then you could retrain your brain to not react the same way. You're not in survival mode because I guess you're also you're understanding that you're not in danger any longer.
Mm-hmm.
Because I'm sure you couldn't do this while you're in it,
No,
right?
not
I
like
would
in the
think you'd
middle of
have
it.
to, yeah, you'd have to, if
Or
you're
be
in it right
trying to.
now, and yeah, that would be, I wouldn't even be able to like comprehend it. And then you were talking about trauma with like the speaking. That is so me, so me.
Mhm.
Trauma brain. Someone said that I had or I was experiencing, and it totally made sense.
Yeah, like a lot of times, remember when you have a baby and people say, "Oh, mom brain, mommy brain."
Oh yeah,
Well, because that's a trauma that happened inside your body, and the baby came out and you created a miracle of life, but it's a trauma inside your body.
right.
And
And then
most
you're not
mothers and people don't think of it
sleeping and
that
you're
way.
worried about the baby, and yeah, it's a different kind of
Mhm.
adjustment. Yeah.
It's a different
Huh.
kind of little internal trauma, but there's brain injuries, there's trauma, there's all sorts of things. And we look at our behavioral or like whatever conditions we want to call it. And we were talking about ADHD earlier, and if you do
Yeah.
have hyperactivity, how you so eloquently described like why and how that could happen, it could be tapping. Like you see people with extra energy bouncing parts of their body, like
Yep.
their leg, arm. Sometimes I would fidget with my fingers. You're twirling your hair, you're bouncing, you're tapping. Some people do the humming automatically. They call it stemming, like you're stimulating yourself. So
Mm-hmm.
lingo is stemming for like autistic people, ADHD people on the
Oh.
spectrum. Some people stem more than others. That's why they started creating these things like fidget spinners and
Yes.
this and that while you're humming or you're always singing or it's like you're soothing yourself. Your body is so smart, it's self-soothing itself to stimulate and to stem, quote unquote, to get
Mm-hmm.
through the next moment and the next moment, whatever you need to keep flowing through your day, through your
Yeah.
life.
No, that makes sense. I've used the spinners before when the kids had them. And
Really?
I didn't know. Yeah, I really liked it. Or the poppy things where you pop
Yeah.
the things. I've done
Yeah.
that many times. I was like, give me that thing from the kids. Oh my
Did you
gosh.
know
Like
like how I
hiding
was
their
helping you?
toys.
You were
No, I didn't know. I was like,
you're
now
like,
I understand why it worked.
yeah. Makes
Why
sense, huh?
it calmed me down.
Yeah, it's like whatever works.
Now I play like Tetris. I do the blocks on the
Oh.
phone, and it's so because I was never really a person that played video games. So by doing it, it's just like if I wake up in the middle of the night and I can't go back to sleep, I'll play for like 20 minutes and I go back to sleep. It
Whatever
totally just
works.
distracts me. Yeah.
See, and it's distraction, it's
Well,
escapism. We all need it to some point. It doesn't have to be unhealthy. It can be such a great tool, just like that,
do you think
that we
video
need.
games? Do you think kids that play a lot of video games, do you think that's like an escape?
Of course, everything's an escape.
I mean, everything in
Well,
moderation,
I go, everything's an
obviously.
escape.
Yeah, that's
Everything
true.
really is, whether it's cooking, you look at
Working,
our mothers and our families,
shopping.
you're like, oh, I'm working so hard, and you're drowning yourself in cooking and being a mother, or the dad out here working because you don't know how to balance out your life and spend time with your kids and be emotionally available and face all this stuff and be yourself. So
Okay,
you're
so
hiding behind these images and these personas and
so
behaviors.
if we go to the beach and just chill out and have a picnic and go swimming, then we're not escaping, we're enjoying life.
Yeah,
That's a good
totally. But like, if
We'll
you're
have
like,
to work on that.
let's say you have so much anxiety and you're like, oh my God, I got to do this thing for work. And for whatever reason, it's causing so much anxiety. But it's like, you don't hate your job. Let's say you're in a fine job. You're not in an unhealthy atmosphere, but you're like, you have internal issues, maybe some kind of trauma, maybe some kind of something related to something, and you haven't been facing it or dealing with it. You've been escaping it. You've been ignoring it, pushing it down. So it gets bigger and bigger, grows more over time. And let's say you're like, Crystal, let's go to the beach because I'm going to D out on this thing I got to do for work. And you know what I mean? And then it
Right.
becomes,
That's like procrastinating,
yeah,
and yeah, that's a whole other issue.
we might enjoy ourselves, but the whole time you're going to have that feeling in the bottom of your tummy.
Because
Like,
you're not doing what needs to be
yeah.
done. Well, that's another thing. Like, I feel like I have to break that habit of procrastinating because I work better under pressure.
Yeah. Most
Does
of
that
us
make
do.
sense? Like, if you throw something at me, I'm like, okay, I'll figure it out. But if you give me like
I know.
2 days to do it, then I'm like, I'm overwhelmed. I'll look too much, or it's not good enough, or I'll try to fix it or find something else. Yeah, it's like I overdo the job.
Yep. I know that all too well. And it is a trauma response. And it's just something that you know from surviving and what you're used to. Otherwise, if you have too much time, you feel like you have to make it perfect. But if
Right.
you don't have too much time, you're like, I got to do it. I got to do the dang thing, and I'm going to do it like I always do.
And
And
then
you
you
don't
feel
have time to
so
worry
much
about it.
better. Yeah, you feel so much better when you're done. It's like, oh, I got it done. Well, I
Isn't
was
that
even
funny?
I was doing that with laundry when I first came on the show. Like once a month, I would do my laundry, and the only reason I would do it is because I didn't have any clothes left.
Oh,
So
yeah.
it was like really bad,
Or
really
have you ever
bad.
rewashed things? I was like the queen of like leaving stuff in there and then it
Yes.
going yucky. And I'm like, oh, I got to rewash it. That's fine. Just rewash it. No big deal.
That's all. Yeah, I've done that. Yeah.
So many weird things like that. Or I would wash them and dry them and then just leave them in the baskets and like travel them from the bed to the chair back in the bed, like moving them around. Like clearly
All right,
that's
they're almost in the drawers. They're from the
very
basket on
weird.
the bed now, or they're on top of the dresser. Yeah, I've done that.
Behaviors like that and clutter in general are just different things. They're all been linked to signs of trauma and yeah, just not dealing with certain traumas that might have been hidden or just not dealt with.
It's like OCD, another one.
Oh
When it's
man.
like if you can control how neat the towels are or all the cans are turned a certain way, it's a way of, I was like that for a long time when my kids were young.
Really?
Yeah.
What were you OCD about? The towel?
Like
The bathroom
towels,
stuff?
yes. The lines, like if you have like a stripe on your towel, and I'd
Yeah.
like fold them. This is, back in the late 80s, early 90s. So I would put them behind the toilet, and I would, if the lines were off a little bit, I would have to fix them. I'd have to take them off, refold them, and line them up perfectly.
That's
I
amazing.
was pretty bad with it. My house
Yeah,
was
your
like,
your son gave me your youngest son gave me a call. He wanted me to talk to you about that.
yeah.
He's having a problem driving down the street with the lines.
I
He's
can't stand it.
traumatized with lines at this
It's
point.
like, Mom, what'd you do? I can't even get to
He
work
can't-
on time. I got
he
to back up
can't-
and go again. 'Cause
He can't use lined paper anymore. He's just a little.
it just messes with his
What
brain.
did you do to that poor boy? This poor boy. He's just.
My poor kids.
He's afraid of lines, so he will never become a coke user. He will never.
No, thank
He'll
God.
never have a drug issue.
There you go.
Just fine.
That's a plus. It's one thing.
Well, hold on a
Oh
second.
my god.
You're an excellent mom. You won't have to worry about that.
They had clean
lines.
towels and they were organized.
Just don't look- They would talk at night. Can we get mom some towels that don't have lines?
I think
She'll
that's
finally
what
come out of the
it is. And
bathroom. She'll finally come out of the bathroom. She's been in there for 20 minutes. She has a measuring tape. She's just.
Oh my god.
What the kids in school, man, what's the deal with your mom, man? She keeps coming to the school and saying we gotta walk by these lines on the ground. Get her some help, man.
Please.
She needs some help, man. Help that woman, man.
They would have helped me then. Would have saved me a lot of time.
Hello, Miss Cosman. Can't wait for her to leave. Hide all the lines.
I'm organizing the kids' crayons.
Crayons.
The pieces of chalk. Oh, there's broken ones.
Oh God.
You go into the classroom, grabbing the chalk from the teacher. You're like, what are you doing? No, I'll take care of this. You got a line problem here. I'll take care of your line problem.
Yeah, bring the box and maybe try this piece.
You start breaking them so they're all even.
That's a good idea.
Can somebody call security? No. Then she made them all get in a circle so that they got in a circle so that she wouldn't talk to them. So she would be confused. Everybody would get in a circle so they can avoid you. It's the lady with the lines. Get in a circle. Get in a circle. Get in a circle. Circle.
They call early dismissal. She's here. Early dismissal. You get an extra recess today. Just go.
No, they're just. All your kids are passing with flying colors. No, you get an A. But I didn't do the work. Get an A. Don't tell your mom. No, she doesn't come to PTA. No PTA for her. Just here's an A. Go. Leave. The line boys. You're just the line children.
Oh,
I'm sorry, you guys. No, I'm not. I'm just we're having fun. I have no idea what I'm saying. Look, you talked about trauma, how it affects the body. I've been waiting a long time for Crystal to share that book. It's a long time, Crystal. You didn't have that book. I think we tried it maybe once another time.
Page out of that
I
book.
know.
Oh my God. Dang.
No, you love
how-
that book.
There's a lot out of that book. I know.
I didn't think you were
heard
going to
him
do it
mention that
today because I know you had other stuff that you were going to talk about, but I'm glad
No.
you've been waiting a long time to share that.
like
You've
to
shared
keep
it on your
guys
channel a
raw.
few times, I think.
I have. Just not that part exactly.
Oh, my goodness.
No?
Oh, man. Look,
Good
hey,
information.
Susie, I
Yes.
know you got some more information
Oh,
over there.
jeez.
But I just want, I got to do this. Susie don't know I'm going to do this, but when I do it, she'll go like, I knew he would do that. So most of you may not know that Susie, her last name is Cosman. She just recently legally changed it to Churchill. So she.
Thank God you didn't have me on camera.
Oh, I know. I was going to, but I changed my mind.
my God.
Just so nobody can see
Don't
you.
do that to
Because I
me.
can see what you're doing.
I know
Crystal
you
can't
can.
see. But I had to do it to you. I just
almost
wasn't going to
spit
put you on
my
camera to do
teeth
it. So. I was trying to say it as serious as I could possibly do it.
Oh,
Nobody's watching this unless Dr. Mac is watching or anybody you told
Probably is.
what you told me.
he's keeping tabs on me.
He would watch this and go like, finally somebody agrees with me. Why did you change your last name? She didn't change her last name, but why did you change your last name to Churchill? What did your best psychological friend, your doctor that you visit once a week on Wednesday? What? I'm wheezing already. You got me good. All right, the lines got me. I'm never going to let that down. You're never leaving that. I am going to make you always remember that. It's all because Crystal read from that book. It led to this conversation. So, Crystal, you started this.
Amazing.
So,
That's it. It's all your fault.
why did tell the people. Just tell the people.
So I was in a session with Dr. Mack on Wednesday, and we were talking, and I was telling him about a date that I went on and what happened, and I tried. So I said, "Are you done with the dating thing? So you're going to leave me alone?" So he agreed. So we switched topics, and he said, "You know, Susie, you take everything and you can make something positive out of it, even if it's something a little stressful at this point anyway." So he said, "You remind me of Winston Churchill." And he said, "You just kind of take over something and you're destined to do great things." And I was like, now I didn't go to school. I don't know much about history. So I'm like, "Dr. Mack, who's Winston Churchill?" So he gave me homework. And so I been watching him on Netflix. He has a series on Netflix about him and the things he's done in the war, and he's an interesting person. I was like honored. I'm like, wow.
You go like, now I wish I met him.
That's it. Now I wish I would have learned about him.
So
But yeah.
let's and Crystal, don't think you're getting away. I got some questions for you too.
What?
So what is there about Winston Churchill that compares, or you see what Dr. Mack was talking about, compares to Susie Cosman? I'm literally wheezing like that little toy that wheezes. She's coming, everybody. She's getting a sip of something. She's getting her groove on. So
She's got to think. She's like, what are you talking about? What is this question?
she's got a cup that doesn't have
You
any
could
lines
say-
on it. So what's up with the Winston Churchill comparison? What do you got that he's got, and vice
Do you
versa?
see anything? I don't get it.
I got stuff, but we don't have time to delve into it right now. We'll do it in 2025.
Okay.
So I just want to keep
I
calling
wanna
you
hear
Winston for some
That's
reason or another.
it.
So-
Susie Churchill, you were calling me.
Susie Churchill,
I was
that's what I was calling you. She's like, why does he keep doing that in these messages? I just like saying it's Susie Churchill. Just you need a line of shirt. That's your AKA.
Okay.
It's like your gangster name. I'm
That's
Susie
it.
Churchill.
Gangsta.
She gets some pictures
Susie
of you all gangstered
Susie
out with
CH.
glasses, big old chains around your neck.
Oh my God.
Crystal Nicole Black, always trying to find a way to share with people what their emotions are trying to tell them.
Yeah.
Everybody want to
life.
understand who Crystal is? That's Crystal. She wants everyone to understand what their emotions are trying to tell them. So, Crystal, what are your emotions? What have your emotions been trying to tell you?
Oh man, just move on. Let's get on with the dang thing. Move on with life. Let it go. Faux show. Keep dancing, keep singing, keep letting more of me come out of me, and less reaction to toxic people, places, things, experiences, dynamics. How about that?
Sounds good.
So, which one of you would be in a class like this dancing?
Ooh, honey child.
Crystal.
Yeah. Oh, come on. I'd be like, Susie, come here.
I'd be in there. I'd be.
I would
doing
just,
my
I would get
best.
you warmed
Susie-
up.
Susie
I'd be
would
like,
do
let's
it.
warm up.
I'll try it.
Susie
I'd
would
do
do
it.
Susie
Just
would
give me
do
some
it.
I'm that
loud
girl
music. I'll
right
do
there.
anything.
I was just saying, give us some Post Malone for her.
That's it.
You're,
Eminem, Post Malone. I'm
see,
good.
there she goes.
Good to go.
You know what? You just a gangster. You
I
just
know.
you
I
just a,
am.
you just a New York gangster. There you go. That's what you are. So
Aw,
dancing
adorable.
releases. How does dancing help? Or I know tapping and rocking, a number of other things. But what are the benefits of these types of movements again for the audience?
Yeah, the somatic movement. I mean, you got dancing. What I do sometimes is just improvisational movements, which sometimes looks like dancing. Other times it looks like I'm doing some kind of cracked out yoga, whatever. Just whether I got music on or I'm humming myself or I have no sound or music. Sometimes I just do it and like closing my eyes and I'm almost like watching a movie or a music video or I'm just feeling things inside myself. I know that's a very feely, like granola tree hugging way to say it, but it's true. I've learned how to do that. You just have to listen to your body. Like, is there pain? Is there something that's like stored up in there? Whether it's trauma, whether it's physical trauma, emotional. You know, some people have had an accident, a physical accident, and you have pain there, and you need to break it up and start moving and just stretching and do some of those yoga stretches. They are really good for the body. And you can even end up in a dance-like state after doing yoga. I love floor dancing. I know people are like, what? You dance on the floor? I know there's a lot of sexy dances that go that way, but also it doesn't have to be. It could be very like what we call lyrical floor dancing. TMI, right? You guys didn't know you were gonna hear all
No,
that.
I'm visualizing it.
Hey,
can show you.
we not those mean people or abusive people or
No.
whatever
I
that
can
be
show
giving you a
you.
hard time. We're not criticizing nothing you're saying. You're all good. You're all good in the neighborhood.
I'm like, I know you can picture different things, but yeah.
Not me. I only picture what you tell me. My brain don't
Same.
work that way. No, I'm just kidding. So what you're saying, what you're sharing with us are different ways we can move our body that will help us process everything. Well, you actually got me this time. I'm literally wheezing. This is worse than any other time we've ever laughed. You got me good. So a question. Here we go. Question here. How about this? Can either one of you see yourself doing what I'm about to put up on the screen?
Uh-oh. Yeah, totes.
That?
I've done that.
That looks the same as the one you just showed us.
This is what we
Yeah.
call improvisational movements.
All right,
you
so
know?
I'm going to have to do this in acting class?
Oh,
Is that what you're telling me?
I'm
She's
not
second
telling you
Yeah, Crystal,
that.
Crystal,
better
don't tell
prepare
her. She's
mentally.
second guessing it already. She's already processed it and going like, let me overthink this one.
All right.
Over
Yeah,
processing it. No.
If I taught an
No,
acting
you're not
class,
going to have to do
I
that
would
at
be
all.
doing
No.
that.
Okay.
Yeah, right there. That lady, that's so me. Okay.
Oh,
Like,
I could do that. I
but
haven't
would you
in
be
a
willing to do it
million
outside?
years, but
Would you be willing to do it outside?
would I what?
Would you be willing to do it outside if you thought someone was out there or might see?
At the beach? I would do it at the beach. I wouldn't do it on the front lawn. I wouldn't
Why?
do it
People
in the
doing
street.
that. People doing that in New York right now on the streets. What are you talking
Oh,
about?
I'm sure they are. Well, that's
You could just
different.
join
When you're
in.
in New York, you can do anything.
You could do anything. Yeah.
You
Right.
can. You can.
No comment. I'm not going to touch that one. So they just gonna. It's New York. I'm in California. Oh,
Oh, it's fun.
in California, you got to pay somebody to watch to do that. And it's probably overpriced. So getting into body movement, you mentioned different type of stretches.
Mhm.
Just call me Wheezy toward the end of this show.
Wheezy.
George and Wheezy.
I can't believe it. I can't believe I just lost my voice talking to these people. So we have experienced a lot together in the past few years. Susie, you joining us here. Hold on, everybody. Joining us, and then Crystal, you being around for 3 years. We've got to help a lot of people over that time frame. A lot of them you have not personally met. I get to see all the messages. It's too many for me to send your way. Sometimes I have told you. Sometimes I've mentioned one thing or another. I wait to the end of 2024 to finally lose my voice in a show.
No.
But I have to say, what both of you talked about today in multiple segments is going to be beneficial for a lot of people for a long time. Evergreen content, without a doubt.
Good.
Awesome.
I want to be able to say a few things before we end up leaving. There's a lot that I need to share with the audience that came in late that I'm going to play on the way out. Both of you don't have to stay for all of that. If you do, of course, I'll talk to you on the other side because there is no Laker game. But what I was going to say is, this is too funny. And if you're watching the screen right now, you're going like, why is the dancing up? Anyhow, so I thought this was going to be about coercive control. This is how you release the tension that comes from coercive control. Now, you're going to go other places, and they're going to mention a number of beneficial things that we may or may not talk about here, and they're going to do it in a much better way. That's not our role. That's not our monkey. We stay within our lane, and our lane is one lane only. That's to help you connect with your emotions to restore and transform your life to what it needs to be, or get back and go beyond where you started before you were dealing with a narcissistic, toxic, again, you're going to hear me say this a lot, whatever label that is the popular one to use at the time. If you're wondering about my voice, Susie did this, but Crystal started it.
Oh my God.
So I want everyone to reach out to Crystal's YouTube channel, Susie's YouTube channel, for one fundamental reason. Because they're going to say something within a half hour, an hour, whatever it may be, that's going to be beneficial to you. You don't stay for the whole period of time. That's totally up to you. The three of us are not trying to go viral or become subscriber kings and queens and all the above. We want to be the king and queens of your heart. You will remember us because we touched your heart, even though my voice is going.
Amen.
We want to be the people that you remember that cared enough for a few moments to make you laugh, to make you smile, and to hear me lose my voice. On the last show, I wasn't planning this at all. I had a lot to say, by the way. Almost that when I was thinking about it, it was making me cry. We really love everybody that comes through our platforms. We really love you guys. We really, really do. There is nothing you could give us that will make us any better than what I said before, than for you to tell us that you're recovering and you're smiling.
That's right.
Focus more on yourself and connecting with your body, correct, Crystal?
You got it.
Making sure that you understand how this affects your children, coercive control, and other things, correct, Susie?
Yes, absolutely.
And knowing that what you are going through, you're not the first, but you are unique. There's only one you. So you need certain things other people don't. And we hope you will reach out to us and tell us what you need, and we will put it on for you. If we can't do it, we will find somebody and bring them in as a guest. I've never had this before. Literally in my entire life, talking in front of a microphone. This is
It was
never
all
happened.
that laughing.
I know. I'm being quiet
Sorry,
because
I
I
still
don't
got
want to.
lines.
I don't want to make it
I'm
worse.
stuck with
I know.
lines. I'm going to tell Bree to make you a shirt that has something to do with lines. I
That would be
really
so
am.
funny.
She's gonna, yeah. Look, everybody. We're going to end the show, but it's going to take us like 20 hours before we actually end. It's going to seem like that because I have a lot of footage that I'm just going to toss at you. And it may not make sense and it may make sense, but we hope you go out. If you're not doing it right now, we hope you go out and get some dancing in. You said tapping, you said rocking. What other things?
Humming, rocking,
Humming.
tapping, just those sounds. Make your body and your mouth making sounds, and you're making your own music.
Try your best not to be. It's gonna be a challenge, and it's gonna happen. But try your best not to stay in a constant state of silence because of the pain. Find some room, some open space. pull a crystal, go out on the street and spin around and do it. There it is. I was waiting for it to pop back up. Get out there and get your movement on. Get that stuff out of your body the same way a cat does. Animals do. They get it out. They shake it out, whatever it may be. We're going to see you in 2025 for sure. We're going to be doing a few things to end the year that's behind the scenes. Keep stopping by us here, but go make your home in the meantime and on a regular basis with Susie SCTV Network and Crystal Tease TV. We want you to succeed. Don't know you, haven't met you, but I'd hug you and say hi to you because we want you to succeed if I saw you in person. And I'm looking forward to you coming back in 2025 and enjoying yourself on NATV Network. Ladies, your turn. Anything you want to say before I get started? Closing out the show.
Yeah, I just wanted to just very quickly just say that if you're listening to this and you're in the thick of it, I see you. We see you. Your pain is real, but so is your strength. Take that first step today, no matter how small it feels. And I'll leave you with this. You deserve a life that feels like your own. You are not what someone did to you. You are what you do with your story. Until next time, everyone take care of yourselves. And remember, you are never alone in this journey.
That's right.
Thank you.
I love that. Because you are not alone. Paxton knows I love that song.
Yep. I wasn't going to interrupt you either. I was like, oh no, when she sings that. You did that. Oh my God. I think that was I can't remember, was it the first time you were on? And there, does she have like a record deal? I had people ask me all kind of weird questions the first time you did that. And I was like, this is too weird. It's like she should be a singer. Crystal, your thoughts you want to share with everybody before I start closing it out?
Yeah, I love what Susie just said, and just thank you for being here. And just like she said, no matter where you're at on your life journey, whether you're like, I need to start healing, or if you're like, I have no idea what is going on and what all this is about, just know that we do love you and that we're here for you, and our hearts are open, like Paxton said. And that's what we're just opening ourselves up. We're opening up this vein of gold right here, just spilling out so you can get a touch of that, and it'll just bless your life and your day and make you smile. Make sure you come visit us on our channels. Like he said, I'm at Crystal Tease TV on YouTube.
Excellent. That's all we got for you, everybody, except for what you're going to see on the screen and hear through your speakers. trust me, whatever you're going to get right about now is not everything that I was going to do. We're going to just go ahead and repackage that and put it and save it for next year when we come back. And I'll do it probably the first show I come back. But right now, what we're going to share with you is what happened today. We may share some other things. You may hear strange things as I'm pulling up different videos. They may play ahead of time. Just do me a favor. Consider this the moment for popcorn. And I see you smiling, Susie. So just she's kind of like, no telling what Fax is going to do. I know what I told you, you ladies. I'm just going to give everybody some of the stuff that we got. Enough of me talking about it. I really am going to miss everybody. We love streaming with you, but we need to now reboot, and we need to get ready for 2025 and for our opening for then. I love you guys. They may still be streaming, watch their videos and other things. Crystal's going to be on next Monday at what time?
8 Eastern PM. Not in the morning. Not in the
I
morning.
was going to say, wait a minute. You at 8 in the morning? That ain't happening. So she's going to be on at 8 p.m. Eastern time. So if you're here on the West Coast, check her out. If you're anywhere else, check her out. Susie and I are going to be doing some things behind the scene. I'm going to kidnap Crystal to do the same, and some others. So enjoy whatever I'm throwing at you. I'm going to be throwing some stuff at you. I don't know what it's going to be. It's just my mood. And get your dance on. Yeah, right. Tell them, Crystal. Get your movement on, everybody. So if you're wondering, that's what we love for people to do, because that's the most inexpensive way for you to get that the toxic residue that others try to put in you, on you, out of you, and off of you. All right. You guys can say a little bit while I'm doing this. At some point, I'm turning your mics on. Let me do it. I'm buying myself some time as I grab some stuff here, and I do that and I do that. Okay, we're gonna do that. I love this.
You want us to talk?
What would you say?
You talked out yet, Crystal?
No.
No, right? We're just getting started.
I know both of you are just.
I'm like,
and I'm
waking
going like
up.
you guys are just telling. You guys want to keep talking. Do you hear what they say? Anyone? Okay, let's do this. Anybody got anything they want to share real quick? Anything that you know that you have that you're saving for your channel, just give us a little bit of it, and I'll hold off for just a moment or two. Who wants to go first? Let's go. Crystal, let Susie, Crystal, you'll end the show. Susie, you got something you want to share a little bit for everybody? And as you're doing that, I want to remind everybody this. I'm going to put this up while you're doing that. Just let me know when you're ready.
Yeah, I will. Give me a second.
Everybody, please make sure you check out the series Letting Go to be a part of SCTV Network. She's going like, no, I never agreed to that, Paxton. What are you talking about? So just check her out on her YouTube channel. She's going to have a series of shows dealing with letting go. If you're at that stage of recovery, it will work for you. If you're not ready for that, don't hate on it. Work on a different stage that you're working on. But if you're at that letting go stage and ready to move forward and not look back, she has some things for you when it comes to that. Also, the other thing to keep in mind is that I'm going to do this here.
Mm-hmm.
Make sure. Hold on one second.
I have
Just hold on,
something if you
everybody. You still got your camera on there? Okay, so I'll put this one up. Everybody, please make sure to support Crystal Nicole Black. I just mentioned that to you. Are you about ready, Susie?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Susie, all yours.
Okay. Untitled. Just want to throw this out there. When you've spent so long pretending that everything is okay, hiding your true needs and emotions, it can feel incredibly isolating. When no one is around, you seem to understand the depth of what you've been through. You might feel like you're starting from scratch, and the path to healing and rebuilding your life feels daunting. First, recognize that your journey is uniquely yours, and healing begins with accepting your own truth. It's okay to take small steps. There's no rush, and you don't need to have everything figured out right away. Surround yourself with people who get it, whether that's through support groups, therapy, or like-minded individuals who can offer understanding and empathy. Here's a quick self-help tip. Start by setting small, achievable goals. Practice self-compassion. Reclaim your voice. and keep going. The road to recovery can feel long, but with each step, you are becoming the person you're meant to be. There will be days when it feels hard to keep moving forward, but remember, you've already come so far by choosing to heal. Don't give up. You're worth the effort, and your new life that you're creating is waiting for you. Surround yourself with positivity, whether that's through uplifting books, podcasts, or people who empower you. As you rebuild, fill your life with the things and the people that nourish your soul and remind you of your strength. Never forget that you are worthy of peace, joy, and love.
Wow.
I can tell when Crystal's eating.
Oh my God, you can't.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Totally can always tell.
What do you think I'm eating? That was awesome.
Soup.
Ooh, close.
Her soup. That girl ain't eating no soup.
I did earlier.
You
That was
can
close.
see her.
She
All
said,
right,
no,
that's
I
not
know.
fair.
I can't see her. I can't see her. No,
Oh,
I
you
really
can't?
can't. Remember, she got her camera off.
Oh.
I can't
right.
see her.
I am eating
Sounded like
cereal.
But I tell you this much, she ain't
I'm
eating
hungry.
no soup. No, she eating no soup. Okay, Crystal. Under 35 words. What do you got for everybody?
I am going to share more about my acting training and like techniques on my YouTube channel, Crystal T's TV, coming up here in the new year. I think I've been thinking about that for a while, and I just want to put it into like a series of like share some of it on there and then make some of it something that they could purchase. You know, like a teaser on there, and then like you could be like a member for the rest of it, because it's really good exercises and techniques that changed my life. And I did some acting, sure, but guess what? I'm not doing it right now, and I'm enjoying doing this work with you all, and it's changed a lot of other people I've known their lives, and they were business people, they all over different industries, different backgrounds. So it's really impacted their life positively, and I want to share more about that with everybody and how it might be able to help your life too.
Awesome.
There it is. There it is, everybody. We appreciate each and every one of you. Can connect with Crystal so that you can expand your emotional base and you can, treat your emotions like a muscle. Make sure to continue to keep them working so that they stay strong and are ready for you whenever you call them and you need them to go into action for you. We appreciate all of this, but it's time for us to say goodbye to you now for 2024. You guys did get some on the screen. I don't know if you guys, I just want to give, Crystal, you already did. Good. You beat me to it. Dr. Pepper said a few things to us. Anybody want to read that? And then we got Crystal's words.
Thank you, Bob, and you'll have a nice holiday season.
You too, Dr. Pepper.
Oh man, Crystal, thank you. You did a great job with the chat there, Crystal, today. Sarah was unbelievable. Bree was dynamic like usual. Gemma was a true jewel. You guys are sleeping on it if you don't go follow Gemma. Okay. Yeah. You have no idea how much she is passionate about how you feel and getting better. You're welcome, Dr. Pepper, by the way. Last one for the year. I have to say, next year's going to be different, everybody. I found some new ones. I just didn't play them today. I just can't get a guy to scream like this one in the background. Go get something to eat. Susie and Crystal, if you guys want to take off, I love both of you. I'll talk to you soon if you're here when I'm done. But I'm about to, let's hit this button. And let's do that. And let's do this. This is kind of the way I'm feeling right now. Had some great people on this year. Enjoyed a number of people. Thank you, both of you ladies, for sticking with us through the year. Appreciate it. Big time.
Thank you.
Stay safe out there. Yes, your mics are still hot, if you're wondering. Stay safe out there. Look forward to one day getting you out to California. Later, people. We have enjoyed ourselves. We have truly enjoyed ourselves. We are going to go. Make sure I do that. We're going to do that. Okay, good. Low budget show. High caliber guests. A little bit of my voice came back. Low budget show, high caliber guests. We are going to hit the road. But before we go, I just need to say, for editing purposes in the future, we want to show some love and thank you to our guests. Sarah being here today, make sure you check out her music. Look in the description below. Check the chat for the links. We're going to be promoting her the rest of our days. Excellent for her being here. Truly appreciate it. And to the wonderful Bree Clark and Bree Clark TV. Make sure you show some love for her as well. Show some love for all of our guests that have been on in 2024 and before that. We thank you all for being here. Time for us to say we love you very much again. To remind you, make it a good one. Stay safe. Next year is just around the corner. NATV Network.